content, but it's folks. Welcome to the stream. Good morning, everybody. Hello. Am I wearing the same shirt from yesterday? Yes, I am. I just realized that. I'm not going to change it. It's fine. I woke up this morning. I had an appointment for a thing. I just threw on the same shirt. It's whatever. You know, who gives a fuck, right? Good morning, everybody. ACL'd up. Jay Greaves. Big Daddy Bubbles, Dawn, Dizzle, Visual Med, Dave, Knife Mall, Ikalsali, Josie, Bow, Scar, Jay, Zyrentherius, Narrow, Kieran, Bully, Little Boots, Conduit, Smooth, Tempo, Major Allsham, Jaji, Lazy Sunday, and Gordon. Good morning, guys. Good morning. Okay, let's not waste any time. Let's get right into, I don't even know where the fuck to begin. I want to actually get to the meat and potatoes of the Mehdi Hassan Michael Knowles debate from yesterday. There was also a conversation that Contrapoints had with Stacey K. And then we got Destiny debating Blair White. I don't even know where to begin. Let's do Mehdi Hassan Michael Knowles here. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Almost. Thank you so much for 4 months. What's good, my centrist? Derogatory. What's up? Actually, we have an update. We have the centrist files from Pisco. He's still fighting in the trenches on this one. The centrist files. This is a breaking story. We have uncovered irrefutable evidence that the term centrist is sometimes used to denote a moderate or someone who is a Democrat with moderate views. This will silence the delusional haters who claim otherwise. Centrist, according to Oxford, a person with political views that are not extreme. Ooh, I don't agree with that definition. Centrist, often a member of a center party or a person who holds moderate views. Another definition says a person with moderate political opinions and policies. And there's just nothing here. I don't even know what this is. Oh, wait, hold on. Especially in continental Europe, a member of a political party of the center. And then Tim Miller referring to Third Way as the centrist wing of the Democratic Party.
So he becomes a flashpoint because this group called the Third Way, which represents kind of the centrist wing of the party, criticized Abdul al-Said and was running for Senate in Michigan against Haley Stevens and Mallory McMorrow. They criticized Abdul for campaigning with Piker. Everybody, particularly people that are ranging from skeptical to hostile of this war and of actions in the Middle East. This is a moment for that. And Hassan talks to some of those people. So to pick this moment, a month into the war.
Okay, get the gist of that one.
And I think too, one thing that's really important, because I agree, I'm not big on the labels. I know I've always thought of Abigail as a pragmatist. She's been put into moderate or centrist buckets before, but always thought of her as a steady pragmatist. But I think one thing that's different I just saw a clip where they asked Mamdani and Andrew Cuomo their response to the strikes in Iran, which is interesting, I guess, but totally it's never going to be part of their job.
Right.
And I watch what's happening there, and whether you like him, you don't like him, you agree with his policy, you don't agree with his policies, you're concerned about democratic socialism, or you love democratic socialism, you have to admit that what Mamdani has done is to build a very inspiring campaign that has energized young people for a mayoral race in a way in which no one has seen in a very long time. And people are excited about politics. And while that's happening, to have, like you have seen this panic among the Democratic establishment, not just in New York, but outside of New York. You have there was a headline in Politico over the weekend, which is centrist Democrats freak out about New York mayoral race. You have all these centrist Democrats saying, this is going to cost us races and we can't have a democratic socialist. And our friends who we like and respect work with, the Third Way, put out this memo about how radical democratic socialism, they're taking a position on the race, but they're saying.
Well, that use of the language is a bit more vague, isn't it? Meta with $5, no shade, but Pisco gets lost in the argument that optically looks like a defense for Taylor, providing her an off-ramp for avoiding criticism. I think it's exactly as Pisco said. I think it's like a dog chasing cars with this kind of stuff. That's what I think.
Topic of Democratic strategy. Wall Street Journal has a big story about a possible revolt brewing against Chuck Schumer from within the Senate Democratic caucus. It leads with an anecdote about Chris Murphy musing over a dinner about the number of senators who want new leadership. It goes on to say that Murphy, Tina Smith, and Elizabeth Warren are part of a group known as Fight Club, who complain about Schumer on a Signal group chat, particularly his strategy of favoring more centrist candidates in the midterm primaries.
I mean, that's also very big. Ezra Klein, so far Bernie Sanders is a bit behind Biden and ahead of the other Dems in a head-to-head polls with Trump. Seen as much more liberal than other Dems. This is a challenge to both the centrist and leftist theories of the electorate. I mean, again, that's pretty vague. I don't know if that necessarily.
The degree to which, you know, progressives in the coalition are willing to.
I don't even know what we're doing. Why are we doing this? What are we doing? Like, why are we doing? Why are we doing this? What do we like? We know 1000% that she used that language for a particular reason. We know for 1000% that she used that language for a particular reason. Like, I don't think there's any doubt about that. The other thing too is, like, in the conversation that I had with Pisco yesterday, I wish, so like, I didn't have a great answer when he asked me what's the difference between centrist and a moderate. I said they're more or less synonymous. I said there's a lot of overlap. I couldn't really conjure in the conversation what the difference was, but then other people pointed out to me, and then it made more sense. Like, typically in online spaces, when we say centrist, it is meant to. So we've used that word for people like Tim Pool, like an enlightened centrist. What I should have said in the conversation yesterday was that centrist has a more negative connotation than moderate, I would say, in my opinion. But I didn't really think of that at the time. I didn't say they were 100% synonymous. I said there's a lot of overlap colloquially. But I would say that especially in online spaces, the label centrist has an especially negative connotation. Like, if you're really trying to, like, if you're fucking complaining about some vote that Joe Manchin did the day before or something like that, and you're making a video and you want to, like, express, like, frustration about that person, you're gonna say centrist before you say moderate, like, every time. And I think, like, that this is, like, just well known as far as online discourse. Okay, let's get to here it is here.
The previous presidents have done unconstitutional things, but Donald Trump has done it in a way that no other president has, in a time frame no other president has, without the excuses.
I had a real, like, I'm old moment this morning, guys. Like, I woke up like around 6 a.m., looked at the clock, was gonna go back to bed for a little bit, and then I did like a weird sketchy or stretch thing where I was kind of like stretching my neck, and I fucking pulled a muscle in the back of my, like, the top of my back, kind of like in between my back and my neck. Like, I just pulled a muscle just fucking stretching. I've never done that. I've never had that happen before. That shit fucking hurt. My neck is still stiff. I can still, like, I have to, like, keep my neck, like, up. How do you injure yourself fucking stretching? What's that all about? Nobody told me that was a part of getting old. You can just pull a muscle just by stretching, you know? Owlishness with $5. Centrist is a smokescreen for their real beliefs. They either sweep for the far left or right, but don't want to be palatable to both sides. I mean, some people use it in that way, yeah. Chameleon with 7 months. You got to start resistance training, bro. Real talk. I mean, I got to do something, because I didn't know that was a thing you could do. You just fucking pull a muscle in your neck, and now like my whole, like it hurts. I'm sitting here right now and I'm, like it fucking hurts. You can dislocate your neck by stretching too hard. At least I think I heard one story of that was recorded. Well, that's kind of horrifying.
That other presidents could at least point to World War II and the Civil War. You think that's what's happening in America right now when he goes after migrants in Home Depot parking lots? No, that is not.
Did you like One Battle After Another? Not only did I like One Battle After Another, I think it was obviously the best movie of last year, and it's my favorite Paul Thomas Anderson film, and I love 90% of his films.
What's happening right now. And let's just be very clear. Michael says no one could dispute that he's upholding the Constitution. He says history.
Oh dear. Look, if you get it, you get it. If you don't, you don't. It is what it is. I feel like Paul Thomas Anderson to me is like the Radiohead of film directors, okay? You either fucking love it or you think it's the worst movie you've ever seen, and there's very little in between. Very polarizing films, I would say.
Embryonics. Do you know who Terry Dowd?
Did you ever see Boogie Nights? Son, who the fuck do you think you're talking to? I'm a cultured film fan, and I've been alive for 43 years. And you're asking me if I've seen Boogie Nights? Please. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Have you seen Magnolia? That's an even better film. Watch Magnolia this weekend if you haven't seen that movie. It's fucking terrific. It is an experience. I feel like Wes Anderson films are like that as well. I would say he's like less polarizing, but a little bit, yeah. Knife Mall with $5. You know you're getting old. For the first 30 seconds after getting out of bed, your joints sound like the last 30 seconds of a bag of microwave popcorn. I'm not quite there yet. I wouldn't say I'm quite there yet. Almost. Did I get you for the tier 1 membership? Thank you.
And Nancy Brazel and Amy St. Eve and Trevor McFadden and we go through the list. Daniel Rodriguez, Fernando Rodriguez Jr., Alan Albright, Eric Committee, Carl Dudek, Justin Lang. We can go through the list.
Oh fuck! I got the wrong one. This is the coughing one. Where's the non-coughing one? Wait, is this the coughing one?
We go through the list. Daniel Rodriguez, Fernando Rodriguez Jr.
He doesn't just test the limit of the law. He puts himself above the law. Donald Trump doesn't recognize congressional restrictions. He doesn't recognize Supreme Court restrictions. Michael doesn't want to talk about a 9-0 Supreme Court ruling saying you got to facilitate.
Well, I don't know what he means by that. Donald Trump doesn't. He just doesn't. What did he say?
The return of above the law. Donald Trump doesn't recognize congressional restrictions. He doesn't recognize Supreme Court restrictions. Michael doesn't want to talk about a.
He stretches them for sure. He definitely stretches them, but to my knowledge, he has not ignored, like just fully ignored a Supreme Court decision. He says he doesn't recognize congressional restrictions. I don't really know what that means either. I mean, I take your point, like he's definitely stretching things. Nobody Chef with $10. This is your dark money payment. Remember the NDA. Nobody gave this to you. Fuck, I just said it out loud.
9-0 Supreme Court ruling saying you got to facilitate.
Did you see the poll about whether you think you could beat Trump in a fight? Dude, he's like 81 years old. I would just, I can't say, I almost just said something out loud that I feel like I might get arrested for. He's tall. I think me and him are the same height. He says he's 6'3", but he wears those platform shoes, so who the fuck knows? I would just like run laps around him, wait for him to get tired. Probably wouldn't take me long to get tired though, to be honest with you. I don't know. He might outlast me on that one.
Take the return of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. And Trump says to an ABC reporter, I could, but I'm not going to. No president has done that before. You want to play whataboutism? And it is whataboutism. Tell me which president said after a 9-0 ruling, yeah, I'm not going to do it. There hasn't been one. It's only Donald Trump who does this when it comes to war, when it comes to migration, when it comes to Supreme Court. That is why we're saying he does not uphold the Constitution, because the
Again, I don't know if he has technically ignored a single Supreme Court order yet. There's still time.
evidence is clear. And if Trump were here tonight, he'd probably say, yeah, you're right. Ooh.
Well, my opponent got a great laugh line just now, but unfortunately, he only did so by misrepresenting the facts.
Okay.
When one, there's a difference between Venezuela and Iran, but furthermore, when we look at Iran, one, we were not the ones that killed the Ayatollah. That was the Israelis. And my opponent loves to complain about the Israelis. Perhaps he can do it tonight or another time. But that was the Israelis who did it. So we do have to get basic facts right here. We provided air support.
Trump took credit for it. You know that. He's publicly taken credit.
If we could avoid the interruption, I just want to point out that your last line was based on a complete misunderstanding of what actually happened. But I'll try to finish my point. So one, I think that gives you a good sense of where we stand on international expertise, because also Venezuela is a different country from Iran. Iran has been waging war against the United States.
I don't think that's
for some
true.
50 years now. They obviously killed over 200 American troops in the Beirut
Guys, I'm being told that Iran is a different country than Venezuela, but I don't know if that's true.
barracks bombings, and we have not retaliated for that in a serious way. Iran since then has killed many American troops throughout the Middle East. There was a very strong legal predicate for taking out the Ayatollah, even if you think it's not a prudential thing to do. Whereas the very different intervention into Venezuela involved orders from judges, involved the commission of crimes, and now there will be a trial in New York. So the one similarity between the two, and perhaps we can agree on this, is that the intervention into Venezuela was rather restrained. We didn't actually depose the regime. We just put a gun to the head of the deputy and said, play nice or it's going to be you next. And I don't know that we're going to depose the regime in Iran either. A more expansive president might do that.
Well, that's what they tried to do. That's what they thought they did, like in the first couple of days. But I listened to an Ezra Klein podcast about the Iran situation. I learned a lot about it. And basically what I learned was like, the regime, the Iranian regime was so embedded in civilian infrastructure that it was like really hard to topple the regime because they were just like everywhere. And, you know, it's like whack-a-mole. You just chop the head off that one and then another one pops up right away. And it was basically like the new regime, all they need to do is just survive and control the Strait of Hormuz, and they can pretty much dictate terms. And it's really difficult to do anything about that. Tim Miller interviewed an Iran expert yesterday, and it was a great interview. Would highly recommend. Nice.
That is Republicans and Democrats have done. Trump, once again,
and the reason for, so I found it interesting, like the regime in Iran, obviously they trace their roots back to the Iranian Revolution of the late 70s. And so they constructed their government and their kind of control over the population to insulate them from, to protect them from against like potential coups. And the reason why they were so good at that is because they fucking started off from a coup, from a revolution. And so they took lessons from that and then, you know, implemented policies to protect them from that happening to them. And so it's just like, I can't get into the particulars. I don't remember like what that actually looks like in practice, but I was like, huh, that makes sense.
Point out is so restrained here, so moderate, so well within the mainstream that we aren't even seeing regime change in either of those places.
Well, I think it was briefly mentioned, the idea of emergency acts and extenuating circumstances, and I want to zoom in on that. President Donald Trump argued that his imposition of
Ask Claude. Okay. You know what? I will. What has made the Iranian regime so difficult to depose, and what steps did the regime take after the, was it 1979, guys? 1979 Iranian revolution to make sure that they would not be similarly cooed. Greenblade, what's up, buddy? Good morning, good morning, good morning. Anthropic just announced that they're, I think, like doubling the amount of processing power you get each week or something like that. Because if you use the best model, then you run out of like tokens like pretty quickly. It's the Argo movie. Yeah. When they deposed the Shah. Yeah. All right, it's thinking.
Of tariffs during Liberation Day was justified under the international emergencies.
Jesus, it spits out the answer so much faster now too. What the fuck? The Islamic Republic's durability comes down to deliberate institutional design choices made in the chaotic aftermath of 1979, when Khomeini's faction recognized that the same vulnerabilities that toppled the Shah could be turned against them. The Shah had fallen partly because his military, despite being lavishly equipped, fragmented under pressure and refused to fire on demonstrators in sufficient numbers. Khomeini drew the obvious lesson: never depend on a single coercive instrument and never let any institution accumulate independent loyalty. The most consequential move was the creation of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, or IRGC, in May 1979, just months after the revolution. Rather than purging the Shah's regular army and rebuilding it, Khomeini stood up an entirely parallel military answerable directly to the supreme leader, with its own ground forces, Navy, Air Force, intelligence service, and critically, and extraterritorial wing, the Quds Force. This two armies arrangement is the textbook coup-proofing technique. Each force watches the other. Neither can act unilaterally, and any officer plotting against the regime has to recruit across institutional lines that are deliberately mutually suspicious. This shit is kind of brilliant. What the fuck? The Artesh was simultaneously gutted by waves of executions, forced retirements, and imprisonments that removed thousands of officers in 1979 to 1981. The Iran-Iraq War began in 1980, that then bled the Artesh further, while letting the IRGC accumulate combat legitimacy and political weight. Lulu with $5. Finish the Taylor Lorenz debate. I thought Pisco was playing devil's advocate turns. He was... I can't read that. Thank you, buddy. Leaf on Head with $5. Well, all this AI investment has to count for something. It better be faster to give more processing context. Dazvidani with $20. Behind, but when folks say centrist, they typically mean one who picks their beliefs to adhere to a center, not someone with set views. When I hear centrist, I think of Gottheimer. When I hear moderate, I think of Slotkin. Yeah, there's like some people, they principally believe, like despite their ideology, they principally believe that you should intentionally stake out a position in the center. Like there's some people that think that the tension between like conservatives and liberals or left and right is like the virtue, is like the goal. Like you should nurture that tension, and like you should deliberately not try to do too much progress too quickly. I think that's kind of more in line with what I think a centrist is.
Economic Powers Act, or the IEEPA. However, the Supreme Court found the IEEPA does not authorize the president to impose sweeping tariffs such as that in Liberation Day. With this in mind, how should we think about the limits of presidential authority when it comes to using emergency powers to shape major policy? You
Okay.
take it away.
I'm going to cheat before I answer that question. I'm going to go back to something Michael said a moment ago, because facts matter. The war in Iran is a joint US-Israeli operation. The idea that Israel killed Khamenei on their own is absurd. If you look at the reporting, Netanyahu came to Trump's intelligence agency came and confirmed that Khamenei was in this building, this time, at this place. Do you want to kill him? So let's just be very clear that we are responsible for that. There was no international legal justification for it. Every international law professor says it was illegal. Every international lawyer says what happened in Venezuela was illegal. We defied. There's a reason why our own allies don't back us. does in these places. On emergency powers, a great question. We can actually talk specifics. You mentioned the Supreme Court. You'll notice, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think, and this is good faith, I swear, I don't think Michael has said the word Supreme Court tonight. Maybe I missed it. But let's talk specifics. I mentioned the 9-0 ruling by the Supreme Court on Kilmar Abrego Garcia. Trump just said F off. The tariffs case.
Well, technically, it just took him a little while to comply with the order, I think.
In February, we all knew tariffs are taxes. Everyone knew that. The Trump administration tried to lie to us and say they're not taxes. You know, the Trump administration wants to phrase, piss on your leg and tell you it's raining, right? It's not a tax. It is a tax. Every economist agrees it's a tax. Every lawyer agrees it's a tax. So the Supreme Court step in and say, well, you know, the taxing and spending clause says only Congress gets to lay and impose taxes, excises, imposts, and duties. And they strike down.
What are excise taxes, guys? Is the tax on it a tax imposed on specific goods, services, or activities often included in the price of the product and paid by producers or retailers? So what's the difference between an excise tax and a tariff? Oh, okay. I guess it just doesn't have to be an import. Okay.
Down 6-3. Not even close. In February, the IEEPA used by Donald Trump and say you need to refund the tariffs. By the way, the refunds begin next week.
Bjork, what's up?
75,000 businesses have asked for refunds, which is weird because I was told China's paying the tariffs. But anyways, on the specific legal part of this.
My pulled muscle is an exercise tax. Oh, bro, it hurts, man. My neck fucking hurts right now.
This is really interesting because Donald Trump used the IEEPA, which is an act from the 1970s.
Were you supporting Mills or Plattner during the actual primary? I would have preferred Mills, but I never really had like a lot of faith that she was going to win. She just looked like she was really well behind the whole time. It's just kind of a weird situation what happened over there because, you know, the DSCC and Schumer, you know, pushed her to run in Maine. And then she like didn't run, like, you know what I mean? Like she was doing campaign appearances and stuff like that, but she wasn't running a lot of ads. It always felt like they had done like a soft launch of her campaign without doing like a full launch. Then she's like backing out of debates and stuff. She's not getting endorsements from people in the Senate. And I'm like, what is going on over there? Like that is a weird situation. So, you know, I kind of always viewed Plattner as inevitable. The first time I saw Plattner, I showed chat the ad that popped up on my feed. I was like, you know what? This is a really interesting candidate. Look at this guy. He's like super like masculine coded, decently far to the left, running on populism. I think this could work to beat Collins. So I was pretty excited about him early on. And then of course everything came out about him. And I just, you know, I still think there's a pretty decent chance that he beats Collins. I'm less worried about that race than I am Texas. But he's risky. He's a risky candidate for sure. Very risky candidate. He just put this ad up yesterday. Let's take a look at this ad. We'll see how it is. Everybody grade this ad is what we're going to do.
Susan Collins, charade is over. We don't care that you pretend to be remorseful at the start of a new forever war that you chose to let happen. We don't care that you are concerned while we go broke as you sell us out to the president and to the Epstein class who are engineering the greatest redistribution of wealth from the working class to the ruling class in this nation's history. Symbolic opposition doesn't reopen hospitals. Weak condemnations don't bring back Roe v. Wade. And selling out the same working class voters who've delivered mandate for change after mandate for change is not forgivable. A performative politics that enables...
Speaking of performative, he's giving a pretend speech with a stock like crowd audio track in the back.
The destruction of our way of life is disqualified as a United States Senator. I am running because it is time for change.
I'm Graham Plattner, and I approve this message.
I mean, just objectively, I think a really good ad. I gotta hand it to him. The populism, man, it gets the people talking. gets the people talking. No, I genuinely think that was a really good political ad. Kind of the exact kind of message that is like really landing with people right now, you know? And I just think, yeah, the way he presents, like all, that was a very compelling political ad. That was very good. He also sat down and had a conversation with a Trump voter. This is from a few days ago. I haven't watched this yet.
When we set out on this campaign, I was fully convinced that working people in this state have a lot more in common with each other than they might think. We often find ourselves surprised to realize that we have almost everything in common. And in the spirit of that, we're going to sit down this morning with a Republican voter from Machias and try to find out what we agree on.
Yeah, they asked me earlier, a minute ago, why I got into politics, or how long, if I'd always been involved in politics. I haven't. 10 years ago, Trump decided to run, and he spoke my language, and I voted for him again.
Do I need to turn this up a little bit for you guys? It's a little quiet, isn't it? Look, hold on.
I voted for him 3 times because I wanted to see how he was going to continue, because I thought he was doing okay, and then this turn, I told my wife, I said, I'm going to vote for him this time, but he's got 1 year. He's not only not done what I thought he was going to do, he's gone not completely the opposite direction, but
Pretty far.
yeah, he's gone pretty far beyond what, and it's not good for the country.
Right.
None of what he's done is good for the country, and that's what I wanted. I hate to say, I'm not going to say I was wrong, because I don't like to say I was wrong, but I will admit, you know, I'm questioning.
I mean, I just think this is another really good kind of ad, you know? I think these kind of ads, I think, I mean, I have like my own personal judgments about people that voted for Donald Trump. I still sometimes get angry thinking about it, but I understand the importance and the legitimacy and the strategy behind going out and having these conversations and recording them and then using them in a campaign context. And I think hopefully the hope is like a lot of people feel like this guy does. And instead of a message of like, fuck MAGA, fuck Trump, like the hope would be that this kind of a setting and this kind of a conversation with him would maybe give them an off ramp. And so, you know,
On things.
Trump came along and told a lot of us that something that we knew to be true was actually true, which is that we live in a system that's stealing from us. And, you know, it's funny, I'm from Sullivan, so a lot of my friends are like 3-time Trump voters. And, you know, like I didn't vote for Trump, but like I very much understand why people did. And then I talked to friends of mine who like don't live in Maine or don't live in rural areas.
IRI was losing his mind watching this. You got to just make peace with the slopulism. You just got to make peace with it. Just take your Zoloft and vote for the slopulist is what it comes down to. Because this stuff is gonna, you know, I don't like seeing people throw the whole fucking Democratic Party under the bus, but I kind of understand why it might be necessary in the short term. Right or wrong, the Democratic Party brand is just utter fucking shit right now. They have no credibility right now. And so for me, in that kind of a setting, outsiders are going to be the ones that are best positioned. People who are perceived as outsiders, outside of the establishment, I mean. They're going to have just necessarily more credibility in these kinds of races. And so it's like, you know, the Democratic Party is like, have you guys ever seen the film The Dark Knight? By an obscure director named Christopher Nolan. He's into like art house films, you know. Well, at the end of The Dark Knight, spoiler alert, the titular hero, Batman, decides to take the blame for, I don't even fucking remember. What was he taking the blame for again? Somebody got killed or something. I don't know. That's what the Democratic Party, that's what the Democratic Party needs to do. You know, like they need to be the protector, the Dark Knight, you know. And so if people like Tallarica and if people like Plattner who are going for red seats, I mean, I especially have patience for this if you're trying to flip a red seat. If you're trying to flip a red seat, then I'm okay with like shitting on the Democratic Party. Like, okay, whatever, it's fine. Just do it. Just fucking do it, you know? Fucking do it. Just whatever. If it helps you win the race, just fucking do it, right? I have the Jew with $5 centrist combo. Leftists and far left are using it as a term to otherize moderate left-leaning peeps. It's simple and unacceptable with the threat of MAGA. No, I understand that that's what they're doing. Bad Company with $5. Thoughts on Ryan Getty's opinion on liberals' use of populism? I saw him tweeting about it a little bit. Did he make a video about it too or something? What exactly did he say? He's a smart guy, so like when he says stuff, it makes me think. It makes me stop and think. He did a little thread on populism. Things to consider before using populist as a curse word. Is this thing populist, or am I just mad that it's popular? Is there another word that more accurately describes my grievance with this thing? Examples: it doesn't work, it would backfire in XYZ way. 3, can you identify and offer your own solution to the underlying grievance? Powering the populist appeal. Too often I see populist and words like it used like a thought-terminating cliche. This makes so many liberals feel like they are inherently fighting a losing battle, creates movements of cynics and people who have a vibe of elitism about them, I'm sorry to say. I saw lib posters talking about rolling their eyes at one of Ossoff's speeches for being too sentimental or having too much of a populist vibe. Give me a break. Has the Trump era stolen your souls? Go watch Obama's 2004 convention speech and feel something. I'm not sure what he's referring to here. And my position is pretty clear. As much as I dislike populism, I view it as a necessary evil, at least in the short run. So I definitely don't use the word populist to mean something that is popular that I don't like. You know, like that's not how I use that word.
We're always just like, I don't get it. I'm like, man, like everybody.
Bad Horse with $5. I really like the David Hogg interview of Plattner. Changed my opinion of his character quite a bit. It might be boring for a live stream though. No, I am curious about that. Wait, hang on a second. Where did you find that? Do you have a link for that? Have a link for that? David Hogg had a conversation with Plattner.
Everybody down here feels like they're getting robbed. And Trump came along and told us that, one, you are getting robbed. Meanwhile, everybody else is telling us that everything's good. They're like, the system's great and we should protect it. And Trump said, the system is screwing you, because it is, and we all see it every single day. I was not surprised back in 2016, where I had friends of mine who were like, I either like Bernie Sanders or Donald Trump. And I know a lot of people who are like, that doesn't make any sense. I'm like, it makes sense to me. It does in the sense that like,
wow.
Because both of them were like, this whole thing is screwed up.
Blow it up.
Blow it up. Blow it up and do something different. And
well, I mean, in a very, very superficial way. But they were identifying, I think, very different kinds of structural problems, and they were for sure offering very different solutions to those problems. So there's the connection between Trump's rhetoric and Bernie's rhetoric is literally just the populist framework, and that's it. And so it's just got very, very superficial overlap.
I think that was the message And it's a compelling message, and one that, frankly, I think that, I mean, that's my message too. I mean, this thing is, in many ways, irreparably broken. And
Bernie's the reason why I really became 100% cynical, because in 2016, well, both times, there's 2 times that he's been just tossed aside. Yep. He had the nomination and just got replaced.
Yep.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Everyone calm down. It's fine. It's okay. Just fucking, it's just, you know, just the worst. But listen, a lot of people fucking connect with that shit, and it's just whatever. Fuck it. You know, fine. Fuck it. They rat fucked him. They stole it. Whatever. I don't care. Fuck it. Who cares? If it means flipping Colin's seat, fuck it. Just full send. Yeah. We robbed. We did it. I was in on it. I got the emails and everything. Okay.
Well, that's like the powers that be refused to let him have it. And so they did what they do. They used their power. They didn't play by the rules. They didn't.
It's tough. Listen, no, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Oh, wait, Jola's here. Where's Jola? Jola wanted to talk about Plattner. Hello? Can you hear me, Jola? Jola, hello?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yeah.
Awesome. How's it going?
It's, my blood pressure is rising a little bit watching this Plattner conversation.
Got stolen.
But it is what it is, you know.
His election.
It's fine.
Yeah, I think that your main issue with all of this is actually against the establishment of the party. And do you know what I mean by that when it comes to the stolen election?
My main issue is against the establishment?
Yeah, so the framing that was created by the leaders of the party, I believe, is what caused all of the, well, not all of it, but much of the conspiracism about like Bernie getting the election stolen. So for anyone that doesn't know me, my name is Jola Politics. I do a YouTube channel talking to Trumpers, I do a lot of what Hutch does, critiquing the left. I was actually a Bernie or Buster back then. So I have a unique perspective on that. Watching MSNBC, and I have videos on my channel that I have unlisted now, but I can find them, where MSNBC, CNN, they were saying every day, they would show the counts with like the super delegates and the delegates. And the main conversation was, well, even if Bernie Sanders wins, we think the party is going to use the super delegates to take it from him anyway. And then the left started saying, well, that's not good. And that's going to decrease voter turnout. And
who
make it
was
look like
saying
he has
that?
no chance to win. I can find it. It was like the channel with like Jason Johnson, I think his name was, and like Chris Matthews and many of the top talking heads at the time. It was like, well, I mean, these are super delegates that already committed to Hillary Clinton. Even if Bernie Sanders won this state, you know, Hillary still got 80% of the votes. And when you have that framing, where, oh, Bernie won 60% of the state, but Hillary got 80% of the votes because of the superdelegates. At that time, it just, the conversation was not guided well at all by the leaders of the party.
I'd have to look at what thing you're talking about, and it's just been so long. I remember I subscribed to cable just for that election cycle because of all the debates and all that stuff, and so I don't remember what you're talking about specifically, but the issue with the super delegates, as you probably know, is that even if you take those out of the equation altogether, she still comfortably beat him by nearly 4 million votes. So it's just like they literally had no impact on the outcome of the election. I hear this a lot where people complain that, well, you know, they showed the pledge delegates early on. So there were super delegates that came out and pre-announced that they were going to, their intention to pledge for Hillary at the convention. And they included that in the tally of all the delegates early on. And so right from the get-go, before there was even a single vote cast, that, you know, Hillary had this like really big lead. And it's framed as though this was done specifically to demoralize like Bernie voters. But they had done this for every election. Like every time that there were
Barack Obama won because of that, right?
I don't think he won because of the super delegates.
Didn't Hillary win more? Wait, didn't Hillary win more votes?
She won the popular vote overall, I think, in 2008. But the way that the delegates were awarded, it's kind of like similar to the fucking electoral college situation. Obama secured more delegates, so he won the election. But this was not a new practice for the media. Like they had always counted pledged delegates the way that they did that cycle. Like had nothing to do with Bernie.
Yeah, it is the framing of just how it looks, and I think the core of the party that has led everything, and this goes into my like Graham Plattner opinion as well. I think they are very lazy. They don't care about getting better. They don't care about being good at, you know, politics and modern 2026 politics, and that's why during the primary, I was pro Plattner over Mills, because when they lead these conversations, they don't care that there's a populist wave growing in America. And I like your position where it's like, you know, it's like a big wave of populism. Are we going to crash under it or ride it a little bit? That's pretty much your position, right? Like ride it maybe a little bit.
Pretty much.
If we need to.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. One big thing about this race in Maine, there were a few different candidates. Like I think their name was Jordan Wood, I think. Now he's running for Congress. There was another like outsider type business owner candidate who was also running as a Democrat. And there was no effort from the Chuck Schumers of the world, from the DSCC, no effort at all to build up those candidates, to go find pure talent. All that happened was the first person on Chuck Schumer's phone book was who they called up, Janet Mills. There was no motivation. They barely wanted to run the campaign. No one could raise any money. It was soulless. And you have progressives out there who are literally on the side of the road, you know, just like, all right, guys, who speaks good? All right, and they get picked from any talent pool anywhere for these races. And right now, I mean, it is acting. It is like the ad you showed that gives goosebumps. And I'm not going to get goosebumps from like a Janet Mills ad. But maybe if the center of the party would put some work into the other candidates who are in the race instead of making them drop out. And I say make because it's the same thing that happened with like the Bernie stuff, where it's not a stolen election, but you can tell that the power hierarchies and the higher ups in the party are saying like, all right, guys, it's time to stop. We got to coalesce around this candidate and really go hard against our main opponent, which is what they did to against Bernie. And I think that's politics. That's fine. But it's also what they did to the centrist candidates, and they forced Mills into the race. And in my opinion, if they would actually, you know, make some type of foundation and groundwork for those other candidates, you'd get some better, more talented centrists as well. Do you agree with that? Or
well, I think it's clear in the context of the Mills candidacy that they did not like do enough to support her at all. So like that was just like so I agree on that front. I guess some of the framing, I guess, of what you're saying here is a little bit confusing. But before we get into it, I'm sorry, I have to use the restroom real quick, if you don't mind. I'm going to do it whether or not you mind. But let me go to the bathroom real quick, and I'll be back and we can pick up this conversation. You're lending legitimacy to her argument. I'm going to play a video. Or you can talk to my chat. Just don't do anything. Don't wild out. Chat, you speak to him. Ask him questions. I'll be right back.
Okay, one of you was attacking me the other day. You said I'm a Jew hater. Not wilding out, if Hushkin's still here. But I criticized that. I didn't even criticize, but I spoke about Josh Shapiro in Pennsylvania because a story came out how there was a candidate in Pennsylvania for treasurer named Erin McClellan, and she put up a tweet or something when she was running last election cycle, and Shapiro was being considered for vice president. You guys may have seen this story. She called him. She said he cannot handle being working underneath a woman, and also that he covered up like sexual abuse in his office. Which are two things that you can debate, but she made a pretty inflammatory tweet. So I was against her posting that, especially like when Josh Shapiro is being considered to be vice president. But then Josh Shapiro and I knew this for a while now. He turned every political muscle he had. Well, not every. I don't want to overestimate or, overdo it. But he basically said to the party, all right, we're going to cut off the support for this candidate for Aaron, and he gave light support to the Republican Stacey Garrity to be treasurer, and she's insane. She's running against him now for governor. But the topic is Josh Shapiro, pretty popular Democrat. Another Democrat criticized him, and then he returned the favor by blocking her out of politics and helping the Republican win. And I know the person who gave that quote like walked it back, but is that disqualifying for any of you for Shapiro? I'm talking to the chat right now. Talking to the chat. Do you know that Shapiro conversation? Did you say anything about that at all? Because that is, in my opinion, that's in the realm of normal politics. The Hutch versus Pisco debate yesterday. You know what? Pisco likes playing Mr. Nice Guy in these conversations. My only credit to Pisco during that conversation with Hutch and in general with like Taylor Lorenz, I think it would have been really difficult if there was a full-on firing squad from everybody to Taylor. I think it looks worse for the people who are doing the interview. So like Soy and Hutch can't do what they did and be aggressive unless if you have Pisco being like the overly charitable uniter nice guy on the other end. Because it would just look like I don't know, it would come off a lot worse if you're on a podcast and literally everybody is bashing her from every angle. She's more than capable of handling herself. Well, yeah, I'm usually against Pisco doing that, but I just think you have to imagine people watching that conversation. It's probably easier for them to hear possible arguments, I think. But the other, you can also argue that Pisco ran defense for her and gave her too much power in that conversation by asking these very specific questions and asking, questions of Hutch during the conversation that kind of distracted away from Taylor having to answer basic things like, oh, how was the contract actually enforced? Or do you have any examples of this happening? Can you back up this claim? Somebody has to stand on the side of bad journalism. True. Pisco does agree with her. Yeah, but Pisco agrees in the sense of he thinks the contract might be a little bit overbearing, right? He doesn't. The conversation isn't even about, the 501c3, C4, PAC, whatever, tax exemption status you have. It was more so about the framing that Taylor used, the conspiratorial framing. Pisco didn't interrupt because of the optics of a pylon. He's buying into her dumb arguments. I don't know. I feel like Pisco knows if he's taking that argument sometimes. I feel like he knows sometimes.
Okay.
Soy Pill was piling on her. He's asking nice questions. Yeah, I'm just saying the appearance of it. The appearance. Private language. I get that.
You are a sad, strange little man.
I'm back. I'm here.
Talking about your Taylor Lorenz Pisco debate yesterday.
I don't wish to rehash that.
Yeah.
So let's. You wanted to talk about Plattner, and I guess you were kind of teeing that up as it relates to maybe what happened in 2016 and 2020. Like, what is your Plattner position? I'm not even sure I know.
My position is, and it's not accelerationism, I promise. It's more so saying to the party, if you're going to be lazy and not put any work in actually building anything, and the DNC's shit in the bed right now, then we need to vote for people like Plattner, because if Democrats are unhappy with Plattner being the candidate, then they might pressure, the leadership of the party to change. It's a huge failure for Schumer. Maybe we can get those people to change, and then we have a, better moderate or centrist candidates down the road, instead of forcing all the, new candidates. They had outsider candidates that were normal Democrat business owners, and they forced them out for Mills.
I'm not familiar with the particulars of that race as you seem to be. What are your thoughts on Plattner just generally as a candidate? You seem to be pretty pro Plattner, yeah?
I just respect box office. All right. He is definitely box office. So is Zoran. These are generational speakers. I know Plattner might not seem like it, especially with all the baggage, but holy shit. Like, for someone who had no official like public speaking job or legal background, I know his dad was a attorney. They say small town attorney to make it not look too big. But he's so skilled, and that's the gamble right here. And I heard you talk about this a lot too. I wanted to ask you about an analogy for society and for society, and why society is going towards populism, and why society needs these emotional highs. We're looking for constant highs, whether it's on the phone, whether it's on the TV, video games. The video games are. I was just playing Apex Legends. That game is fast as shit now. And for politics, everyone needs that populism. They need that entertainment factor. And in my opinion, society seems very addicted to the conflict, addicted to the charade of it all. And that's one reason why Trump is so popular and the media loves it. They love the clicks and the views, that they love what the atmosphere that populism creates. And going for Plattner, it feels like a gamble, but it's like, holy shit, this might be really good. It feels good. It feels great. But when you like look at feeling great versus, this might not be healthy for us. But then, like you mentioned, we're kind of stuck in this position now. So we have no choice but to gamble with this.
You're asking me why I think there's been a recent kind of move to shift towards populism?
Yeah. What about society is making everybody? I mean, right now everyone's already saying ivermectin is curing the new virus that's going around. So.
Well, let me write some notes so I can keep myself organized. I'm trying to be a more organized speaker.
I need to do that too.
I think it is I think it is a complex issue. I think the answer to that, I don't think it's one thing or another. So I think the seeds of the current populist wave that we're experiencing, I think you can tie that directly to the housing crash and the bank bailout. I don't think the public fully understood the terms of the bailout or the reason why it was happening, or what the consequences would have been if the banks were not bailed out. Like if the banks had not been bailed out the way that they were, that could have literally crashed the entire global economy with potentially tens of millions, hundreds of millions of people dead. I mean, what happens when the entire global economy crashes? War breaks out, supply chains are completely disrupted, medication manufacturing stuff, like the consequences are so expansive and far reaching that it just could have been really catastrophic. And then also the terms of those bailouts were that, they were loans, and we got that money back with interest. You know what I mean? Those banks paid that money back to America with interest. But the banks being bailed out the way that they were, while, quote unquote, Main Street was not as taken care of, millions of homes were foreclosed on, unemployment jumped up to, I think, over 10%. People's 401ks got wiped out. People had to come out of retirement, go back to work because all their savings were wiped out. And, people correctly, I think, saw the people who basically, orchestrated that crash basically suffer no consequences from it. And so I think that moment in, what's going on with my stream? 140p stream. Is the stream okay, guys? Is everything okay?
It looks fine for me.
Okay. So I think the resentment of that experience, of that moment, was profound. And, it led directly to the Occupy movement, which petered out after a couple of months. But really, I feel like Occupy movement was the precursor to the Bernie movement. And so we could talk about that more. But I do think that singular event in American history was really profound. And it, changed the political psyche of a lot of people in this country. I also think that when you combine rising inequality with social media, this still relatively new thing for human beings, well, now you have a situation where a lot of people in the country are maybe living paycheck to paycheck, and then especially got hammered during that recession. A lot of them lost their homes. But then you're going on social media, and now you're seeing wealth and decadence in ways that you never did before. If you wanted to look into what it's like, what does it look like for a rich person? You would watch, there was a show when I was growing up called Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous. And it was pretty unique. Like there was no other show like that at the time. And now that's just social media. You open up your feed and then you have people that are living in, influencers living in $20 million mansions and their whole brand is flaunting their wealth. And so I think people are, that combination is like making the resentment, the anti-elite or the anti-wealthy, or if you're on the left end of the spectrum, like the anti-capitalist sense, I think that's like amplifying that. And so, yeah, I mean, I think those are probably the two main reasons. Like the bank bailout with insufficient stimulus in 2009, combined with social media and rising income inequality, it's just a perfect storm of making like the soil fertile for populism. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting because you leaned more, and I'm further left than you are for sure on many of these issues, and you leaned more into the material stuff than even I would, because I see it as at least the rise in Trump to be a societal level mental illness driven by social media algorithms. Like we are facing what is equivalent to, I call it feels like CTE to be on social media algorithms. The violence they show you, the gore, even the deranged comedy, the interactions you have with other people who are likely going to be bots. I mean, I talked about the Josh Shapiro situation, and I got called both a Jew hater and a Zionist within 5 minutes. So it's on purpose as well, and no one can really handle that in society. And also I was not really, old enough. I was only like 8 or 9 when the financial crisis was happening. So I don't remember how that affected everything. I do often hear that what people would have wanted to hear, or at least the issue that I always focus on is perception, what people perceive and how you change what they view to be their reality, and that will be their reality. So although we did some Wall Street reforms, what people really wanted to see was a bunch of, bankers hauled out in front of Congress and strung up like Zoran did with that wealth tax in front of the one billionaire's home in New York City. Do you think if Obama was more aggressive on that, like how much more would have, and this doesn't need to go on too long for this point, but how much more aggressive do you think Obama would have needed to be to avoid part of this?
To be honest with you, I was not very politically engaged for that particular part of history. So I have like, I don't really have a reference point in my mind. So I don't know. Do you mean like, I sometimes I hear like, oh, Obama should have thrown the bank people in jail. I hear that kind of thing. And I feel like what you're asking is a form of that. But I don't know. Like, so first of all, again, I just feel like it's frustrating to have to remind people, but presidents do not throw people in jail. That's not how we do the criminal justice system. As much as Trump would like that to be the case, I mean, he's running into that now because he wants to do that and he just fucking can't, right? So, but then the other part is like, I don't know what laws were technically broken. Like it's possible that these people crashed the housing economy without technically breaking any laws. But I guess maybe that's a different question than, should they have experienced some consequences? And so like, I don't know, maybe there should have been more strings attached to the bank bailouts. I do know that a part of the resentment around Occupy was these heads of these banks were giving themselves like $50 million bonuses, like after their bank was bailed out, when they were doing completely irresponsible, what do you call it? Like speculatory finance. I don't know what you call that. With like the CDOs and all that stuff. So I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, I agree. I think
should he have rhetorically like addressed it more? Should he have tapped into it? Probably, maybe. But I mean, like
rhetorically is almost all that matters.
Yeah, I'm sympathetic to that argument. I mean, he was spending every ounce of political capital that he had on the ACI during the first 2 years, and so he was pretty occupied at the time. But I'm sympathetic to that kind of argument.
Okay, I definitely think that so economic issues and material changes definitely played a role. But the main theory I have is social isolation, in which COVID was terrible for that, and also the social media algorithms, of course. And I think Graham Plattner represents those aspects of the rise of populism from the wars in the early 2000s. And I know people criticize him for like criticizing the war and then going to fight in them and enjoying being a soldier. But it's like, you got to understand, like, people that go and fight in wars, they, you know, the mindset they are trained to be in, the mindset they are in, there's a reason why they are willing to go out with, he was in a machine gun unit, I think. There's a reason why they're doing this insane shit. Like they're mentally in a place that they are trained to do that job. And you can criticize that for sure. But the main thing I see from Plattner in the Reddit comments, aside from the, you know, the more inflammatory stuff, there are real takes on social isolation, anger. At one point, he's talking about alcoholism and how vets need to stop acting like their alcoholism is PTSD and getting free benefits for it. And in reality, they need to find help and find community, and how angry and bitter he was on social media for all those years. And then the change that he claims happened, and it seems that the online, you know, trail follows this, is he moved back home. And he found, he has a wife, and after he found a wife and community, then he changed. He became less of a edgelord on the internet. The social isolation being stripped away from him is what took him away from those toxic elements. And in the best scenario, I think Plattner can be an extremely powerful tool of de-radicalization for that purpose, because the right-wing populism is all about fear, anxiety, stay inside your suburban home, watch on social media all the scary black and brown people in the cities, Irina Zaruska 24/7. You don't go outside anymore. Everybody has a big glass basketball hoop at every single house. No one goes to the community park.
I don't know if I agree with this.
I like the idea. I just like the idea that there could be a leader who is a man, and I would the topic of whiteness as well, I think, comes into play with Plattner and also Tallarico, because a lot of Democrats who are mad about Plattner winning also were mad at Tallarico winning, so we can get into that as well. But yeah, I'm curious to hear, what about what I just said do you disagree with?
I don't know if I agree with you about the right-wing culture being about like staying indoors, being afraid of people. I don't think that's true. I think I think it's the opposite. I think right-wing culture is about, and we saw that on display during the COVID lockdown stuff. Like they were very, very resistant to the lockdown stuff. I think conservative culture is a lot of barbecues, a lot of going out on the, you know, on the lake with your friends. There's, you know, it's a very religious movement, and so they're going to church. You know, a lot of them are going to church every week. And
let me correct that. I'm sorry. Let me correct it. So instead of inside, maybe I should have said in groups they feel are them. So they do not like the outsider group. Maybe not a physical home.
Yeah. I mean, technically, I think both sides are, both the left and the right are moving further and further away from each other in social spaces. I don't think it's limited to one side necessarily.
Yeah, but what about the point about Plattner and the social isolation being a cause of the populism and being able to get out of it and possibly being a good role model there? Is there any, you know, evidence in anything you saw that might be
probably
towards that? Or
I mean, probably, but like when you look at populists throughout history, one through line that you find with them is they flood media channels. So like the early populists, you know, examples of this were like there were these racist segregationists like preachers back in the day that were using radio. FDR was a populist, and he took advantage of the platform he had as president to do the fireside chats and his radio broadcasts. McCarthy was a populist, and he would use his platform with those televised Senate hearings. And you know, Mussolini was a populist, and he was an editor for a newspaper. And so Donald Trump, like, he had this established presence on media through The Apprentice and just the way he would try to get himself in the news all the time. And so like that, like social media is just a much more direct, fast way for people to get their message out. And so it kind of makes sense that populism is thriving more in the age of social media, because it's just filled with people that are pushing this kind of populist rhetoric. And so a lot of people are being exposed to the rhetoric in ways that they wouldn't have before. Like if they didn't listen to the radio, didn't read the newspaper, or didn't watch a lot of TV. Now it's just like they open up their phone and just, you know what I mean? So yeah, I don't know if that answers your question.
I think too many kind of, yeah, I guess I still see a chance for redemption. there. I do think more community means less Republicans in general. More talking to each other means less Republicans, because I agree, just to reinforce again what I said before, Republicans are great in their own communities. Like, I go party with the Amish, dude. They have a good time. But there's not much cultural mixing, and that's something on the left where it's very natural. It's very natural to be, as an American from an all-white area in the middle of nowhere, which is where I'm from. So I try to bring that perspective into, because I'm from a central PA, coal town, very, very, very working class, 99% white. I heard some wild shit growing up, but I've also seen people go from wild ass positions and believing terrible things. So like when I was 8 or 9 years old, all the basketball coaches would say, oh, all the black people have extra muscles in their legs. That's why they jump so high. If there's one black kid in school, the principal's going to go shoot hoops with him and ask him if his palms are white. I got called, because I'm a little tan. I got called Muhammad and Osama bin Laden in my hometown. But I also saw people go from that perspective and get out of it. And they're still very offensive people. I'm still very offensive, although I believe some of that crazy stuff. But I'm a very different person now. So maybe I'm more vested in Graham Plattner taking that turn, because I want to believe that turn's possible for white America. And I also understand why many black Democrats are very uncomfortable with the idea that we're giving all these opportunities to this white guy with a former Nazi tattoo, who said all this crazy stuff. He gets all these chances, but then we only have 1% of the Senate being black or whatever. And we have, yeah.
It's a tough sell. Like I'm definitely very, very maximally blue no matter who, but I'm not going to spend a lot of time encouraging, I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about his race, on Twitter, and encouraging people to vote for him, because just the optics are really bad because I do follow a lot of black liberals, and boy, are they not on board with Graham Plattner. And I'm not going to be this white guy that's like, come on, bro, you got to do it for the country. You got to vote for a guy that had a fucking Nazi tattoo as recently as 2 months ago. So that's just a tough, I see Josiah in the trenches making that case, and I don't think I'm the best messenger for that. Yeah. I mean, what do you think of it? I mean, you seem to the way you talk about him is how old are you, by the way?
I'm 26.
Okay. The way that you talk about him is it sounds like you're looking for a politician to inspire you. Yeah. Is that accurate?
I'm looking for, so the more center liberal types thought that Tim Walz appeals to white men because they dress them up and put them, fixing cars and going to, shoot clay targets or whatever. But I look at Graham Plattner and I'm like, okay, this person is grimy. He's dirty. And he can kind of show you, and I kind of make this point about Eminem a little bit. You could be an offensive asshole, but you can also not be voting for dumb Republicans. And I just like having that. It's like I said before, I want to believe that the change Graham Plattner says he underwent is possible, not for just him, but also, other white people in America, because we kind of need that. This is the big thing with the black Democrats conversation. We kind of need that to be true in order to really beat this off. I'm gonna beat this off. Okay. In Maine, it's 99% white. Okay. It makes sense that they're going to pick a candidate that's going to be very, very, very white. But I saw these same Democrats, and that one, Jose, that I saw was on Live and Learn. He dodged a conversation with me. We had DMs for a few weeks. I just gave up about Tallarico. They were saying the same stuff, calling Tallarico racist because he said Colin Allred is not that great of a candidate. So I can't really listen to many of their opinions on that topic, because many of them are bot accounts who are they're Bernie or busters, but for moderate Democrats, and I can't deal with either side of that. But
yeah, I mean, I saw similar complaints about Tallarico, but from a more macro level, it sounds like you are looking for politicians to
cultural leaders,
not only inspire the people, but you're looking for someone to inspire you. You're talking about how you want to believe that the kind of transformation that Plattner went through is something that he can inspire other people to go through a similar kind of a thing. And
I want tools. Like, I want to be able to take, when I say, hey, you should be voting Democrat, and I talked to one of my friends from high school who made really anti-Semitic jokes or whatever, and I'm like, hey, this guy, he covered up the Nazi tattoo. Why can't you? And I want to be able to have politicians who are more popular than freaking Chuck Schumer, who can make emotional appeals like Plattner's good at doing, that I could show to one of my friends in my hometown and get them to be like, yeah, maybe Democrats aren't just pussy liberals who just do pronoun class all day, you know?
Yeah. So I think you're probably closer to the median voter than I am on this one, because I don't look, and I'm not saying that my way is the right way. It's just the way that I work now, after so many years of being alive and so many years of like covering politics and thinking about politics. I'm not looking to be inspired by a politician. Like I have other sources of inspiration. I just view politicians as tools to get what we want. And so if a politician is inspiring, what gets me excited is the fact that they're probably going to connect with a lot of people like you that are looking for that kind of inspiration, which is like, I would say like the norm. Like most people want that from their politics. Like they want to be inspired. That's like the reason why I think Obama was as like such a generational talent, was because he was able to speak to people and actually inspire them. And I agree with you about Plattner, by the way. I don't know if I would call him a generational orator like you did, but I do think that he's a very, very compelling speaker. And
I have to contest with that, because I don't know how you can take a random person off the street and they can come to run for U.S. Senate, probably one of the top like 100 most powerful positions in the world almost. Maybe top 500 or whatever number you want to do. And he could come out of nowhere and get some of the highest fundraising numbers from some small dollar donations or whatever in like American history, almost like global elections, and blow out the state's governor who has a current politics by so much they drop out weeks before the election. I feel like you kind of have to give like generational speaker at that point, because he does not have a resume going for him. He does not have a past going for him. At that point, I think you just have to respect his game a little bit.
I do. I am saying I think he is a very compelling, skilled public speaker, and I am impressed by that. I just don't. Yeah, I would reserve generational for like Obama. I think like Pete Buttigieg is like kind of getting there. Like he's pretty. I think Pete Buttigieg is like pretty generational in my opinion.
Yeah, for white liberals on the internet, maybe.
Maybe Plattner in 4 or 5 years. Maybe
you have to back it up with something.
Maybe he wins the race and then he becomes more refined, and so I'm not meaning to demean him at all. I'm genuinely saying that he's a very compelling speaker. He's a very good speaker. But I mean, what do you make of the scandals? Like how do you feel about the tattoo and the Reddit posts to me are less important, but maybe more of a liability for other reasons. But yeah, what do you make of the tattoo?
Just really quick, I do want to say I agree with your point about using them as a tool. I am closer to the median voter. That's why I can appreciate, like, I defend Kalinske, I bash Kalinske, I defend you, I bash you. So I'm definitely, I have a policy brain too, just like you do.
What do you mean you bash me? Say it to my
I
face.
just mean like criticize. Oh yes. I'm gonna what did I say earlier?
Start something. Go.
Whatever I said. But yeah, for Graham Plattner, it's weird because Donald Trump, the big conversation, do you remember, I don't remember the number, but the amount of free media Donald Trump got in 2016 versus Hillary, I'm pretty sure like outraised what she actually was able to raise and spend and what Trump was able to raise and spend. So Maine is such a small state. What the controversy guarantees is, yes, it's going to be left negative, but it's like in a video game. So there's a character called Octane in Apex Legends, which if anybody's good at Apex, I'm trying to push.
I know Octane. Right, he's the fast one.
Yeah. He's like, I'm going fast, brother, and he like stabs himself. But in order to run fast, he drains his own health because he stabs himself with the syringe. Or whatever, then he gets like a super fast speed. I feel like that's kind of how it is. You hurt yourself, but you also get a chance to be in front of everybody's TV screen to make the case. And that might be better in some races. I don't know if it will be in this one. It worked for Trump. And populists often benefit from this.
Yeah, like
that might
Syed.
be more of an impact.
Like
you can't look away. Like it's so big and it's box office. You can't look away. You got to watch it. And that might be a better chance to make a case rather than, Janet Mills, who would have been like, oh, these are both two older women who, they're both considered more moderates in each other's party, and they're really good friends too. They're friendly with each other. I just feel like the distinction and the box office potential is what gives power.
It's the
that might be a benefit.
I think
to
it's
Blair.
I think it's the authenticity. That's like the core crucial element. Like if you read as just constantly like authentic, then I think the people, like the electorate, will forgive things that they wouldn't forgive of someone who is more polished. Like if you're a polished politician and you curse and it doesn't sound natural, people can hear that. And so I think people, I think this is kind of new to this new generation, this new paradigm in American culture, in American politics, where authenticity is like a currency kind of. And I have theories as to why that is, because when you go back and you look at political speeches and debates from 40 years ago, 30 years ago, they're very different looking. Like they're just very, I think people valued that polish because to them, for those generations, it was like, okay, this person is really well prepared. But I think once reality TV was introduced in like the 90s and really kind of exploded in the early 2000s, and then social media took over, people all of a sudden were seeing authenticity on screens in ways that they hadn't before. Everything before was like very scripted, very controlled by the corporate sponsors, and more kind of religiously conservative, rigid kind of cultural norms. And I think a lot of that got eroded after reality TV and social media. And so now people want, when they tune into someone, they want to get that authentic kind of vibe. And someone like Plattner just reads as just, I mean, I kind of think he's a little bit of a phony, but we can get into that. But he reads as authentic. Like he comes across as authentic. And I think people appreciate that.
I love that comparison, especially because reality TV is perfect because it's people who are mostly actors. Like even that show with Caleb Hammer, that show where he talks about money that Destiny's gonna be going on, and he had like Gold.
You think all that's scripted?
Oh, he's hired actors for it. There's a big thing about that where, well, his argument was he didn't hire them. They just happen to be in Austin and they're looking for opportunities and they sign up for the show, but they all have, or like Jubilee, they have social media followings. All the people on these programs like Survivor, you look it up, they were in like junior acting classes.
Oh yeah, no, yeah.
Erica
I mean,
Kirk,
yeah. There's a production to most reality TV where it's just like it's meant to look like reality, but it's obviously not. But that's not the point. Like people got used to a new kind of media, starting with reality TV and then social media. People got used to, like, the Joe Rogan is like the best example of this. Like he was positioned really well because he was an early adopter to the podcast kind of format. And he says he got that from, I think, Tom Green, and he started doing podcasts in like 2006 or 7 or something like that. And all of a sudden people were listening to a conversation in their headphones, but the conversation sounded a lot like maybe the conversation they were having with their friends. And they were like, whoa. And I think like that's why that's why I connected with Joe Rogan really early on. I was a huge fan of his early on. He really influenced me like a lot. I think I probably owe my career to that guy, and now it's being reflected in our politics. We're like, even though that was happening in the 2000s, it took a little while for politics to catch up to it. And then I think Trump kind of signaled to everybody else, like, you can be irreverent, you can curse, you can say things that are considered like out of bounds for a politician, and if you do it authentically, people will reward you for it. And so now we're just seeing it everywhere in our politics. And so
and this is huge when talking about how Trump is only successful, in my opinion, because of the racism. He got some voters from the economic talk, but it's all bullshit now, as we can see, for his most ardent supporters. But What I was going to say at first that we are victims to our own expectations, but then I thought, Donald Trump can be on TV and Joe Rogan can be on TV talking about, getting with minors and stuff and the most disgusting, despicable stuff. And we give credit for being authentic, and you go on podcasts and you be authentic. You have reality TV, you could be authentic. All white reality TV, that's authenticity. All black reality TV, they're making a show about like the hood and ghettos and fighting and hip hop or whatever, and they're making it into a Malcolm X would describe it as like and many people did, as like a zoo that whites go to enjoy the content of. And that's why I didn't understand growing up in my area how people could like rap and be so racist. It's because they view black people as just these performing like animals. And in the same way, Barack Obama was the most buttoned up politician ever. He spoke in the most white friendly way running for president, pretty much both times, a little bit less the second time because he was president for a few years after that. The moment Barack Obama says one thing about black people and about Trayvon Martin and about black people dying in America, now he's the most divisive president in American history. Ben Shapiro says it. He just said it yesterday. All these people say Barack Obama is divisive because the black people cannot speak authentically, or they get accused of having a fake black scent like Kamala, or you're not really black, or you're Jasmine Crockett, you're being ghetto or trashy. So it is like the permissive, the culture that allows white people to do whatever they want, to say whatever they want, to just be complete dicks who can't manage shit. And then they come in talking about DEI and hire a bunch of drunks to run the FBI and the Pentagon. So I think race is huge here.
The early seeds of all that, you're probably too young to know. Do you know who Jerry Springer is?
Oh yeah, I've seen all the clips. Yeah.
Okay, because like I think that was really like the precursor to reality TV. He had this talk show, and I think a lot of it was fake. But if you ever get it, it might be interesting for you to look into the history of that show, because I think that show is like what directly led into reality TV. But it was all about the spectacle of basically like poor people fighting. It was like he would just bring on like poor people. A lot of them were black, and it was just and they would have like physical fights on the show, and it was like a guy would be on stage, Jerry Springer's stage with his wife or something like that, and then Jerry Springer would like bring out the mistress by surprise, and then they would fucking start fighting and shit. And yeah, I think that was like, that laid the groundwork for that kind of spectacle, that kind of media. But hang on, what do you think of Plattner's tattoo?
Plattner's tattoo, I think it's an unbelievable story that he didn't know about it, but also I cannot find anything on Reddit, and I feel like if there's anything with the tattoo or anti-Semitic, it would have been on there. So I don't know.
I think the most plausible read of the situation was that he either didn't know what the tattoo was when he got it. For me, that's completely plausible. I can for sure see a group of Marines like looking at a tattoo on the wall and saying, that one, it looks badass. Or I think it's also plausible that they got it not because of some anti-Semitic or like Nazi sympathetic kind of vibe, but just because of like what they wanted to be seen as like a deadly like force. And while they were so I don't know. It's conceivable to me that they either didn't know or they did know, but they weren't like Nazis. It was just more about like they wanted to come across like they were a threat. They wanted to have like a bond of being like a brotherhood of like, we're the fucking death squad kind of thing. And they didn't care that it invoked Nazi imagery to do that. And then I assume he found out what it was at some point after that. I also think it's plausible that he was just lazy, and that's like the reason why he didn't get rid of the tattoo, or he was attached to it because of the connection with his other Marines. So, which is all that to say, like, I think it is plausible that he's not a Nazi sympathizer and never has been, but I think his judgment, like all of that, just calls his judgment into question for me, and the fact that he didn't get it removed until he found out that a story was coming out. That's crazy to me too. Like as soon as someone approaches you and courts you to run for Senate, that's a really high office. A U.S. Senate seat, that's like, I would say like second to the presidency, like I would think the Senate's more important than the House, the presidency is more important. So like as soon as somebody approaches you for something like that, I would assume you would get that shit covered up like the next day if you were thinking about running. And the fact that he didn't, and maybe he thought like no one would pick up on this, that's kind of insane to me. And I also think his denials don't make sense either. Like, I think it would have been, I would have been believable for me if he would have just owned it and said, you know, I had it for so long, I never thought to get rid of it. I understand like that's kind of a liability, but and it's kind of a no-win situation. So it's like you either lie about it and it's just not a very believable lie, or you own it and it makes you look bad. But I just don't know if that would have tanked his run. I'm not convinced that would have really tanked him.
Yeah, if you talk to a lot of combat vets too, there's a certain way that many combat vets describe things where it's like, okay, is that exactly true? And also, like, there's some crazy shit going on there. It all might be true. It all might not be true. I don't know. Do you, really need the disability, the vet payments? I don't know. If I can't, we really don't know. And a lot of it is, it presents in a weird way. I don't like people saying like this pro-Hitler Nazi who enjoyed doing war crimes is now trying to run as a secret. It's like, anybody who, and I've never been there, but if you can even imagine in any way going to another country, and he was pretty in deep when it comes to his combat role and just being under those conditions, I mean, it's gotta mess with you. And again, it's another story of possible redemption. That again, I don't expect Black Democrats to vibe with, but that's okay because we need. Joe Biden marched with former KKK members who became civil rights icons like Robert Byrd. So I mean,
did he march with Robert Byrd? What are you talking about?
Is that his name?
Robert Byrd was a former Grand Wizard of the KKK who ended up renouncing the KKK and became a tireless champion of civil rights. So when he died, the NAACP delivered a eulogy for him. So, the idea that guy was I take your point. I mean, but like for me, redemption, a necessary component of redemption is accountability. And so it's hard for me to like extend him grace when he's just obviously lying about this. Like, about the K-file investigation that happened where they found someone in his past that from like 10 plus years ago that says that Plattner told them at the time that he referred to it as my little Totenkopf. And then, anonymous source, whatever, that's not very compelling. Well, they had a text message. This person had a text message from 10 fucking years ago with the timestamp, like discussing that with somebody else. And then the other person, K-File, reached out to them and corroborated that. And so like that to me is just dead to rights. There's no way to explain that other than he's just obviously lying. So I don't know. To me, it's very risky. I hope he beats Collins, but it has not even begun. Like the amount of Oppo dumps that are coming in the next months here. The Republicans know how important Collins' seat is, and they're going to dump tens of millions of dollars into that. Of course, the elites
are going to try to stop him because he wants to return the wealth from the wealthy to the working class.
I see what you did.
Pour all their money. But like, and my job as well, as I see in media, trying to, and I spoke to someone who was a former skinhead and wrote a book. He called into my show once. I need to push back against all the white bashing on social media because I feel like today that Byrd would not be trusted. And it's some bot accounts, it's some just like very establishment Democrats, it's some individuals who are very, very like race reductionist. They only care about race, which I agree with many perspectives on the rise of fascism, class, race, and social and whatever material, whatever you want to go to. But I need to make sure that they all understand, like when you say this stuff about just all whitey, white, you are giving such good propaganda. You are helping white nationalists. You are helping Tucker Carlson. You are helping Donald Trump. You are helping nativists. You are helping anti-black politicians gain more power because the main way we socialize white people to be better is to socialize.
I see that less.
My feed might just have it on it, but
I see a lot less of the like mediocre white people, like all that kind of rhetoric. I feel like that really peaked in 2020 and 2021.
Thank God.
And I think it's like really out of fashion now. I'm not seeing as many people do it. It used to be everywhere, and now chat. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? We'll call it anti-white rhetoric. We'll just call it that. But
And I have one more thing to ask you about before I hop off here, and I appreciate you for having me on here again.
Yeah, go for it.
Jola Politics on YouTube. If you guys want to call in my show later today, if you disagree with anything, anybody watching Jola Politics. For the Shapiro conversation, I just wanted to say, do you have any initial reactions to it? Because I can give more context if you need it.
Josh Shapiro?
The story that came out. Yeah, the Josh Shapiro about the helping a Republican win in Pennsylvania.
So my understanding is that the guy who initially made that claim came out and then walked it back.
Yeah, but the entire quote is like, yeah, well, Josh spoke to us about possibly endorsing Stacey. I just don't believe it's a misspeak. I think that he had his, he got the call, like, you really messed up here, because it was like a leaked audio. Just to give more overall context. So the individuals in question in Pennsylvania, Erin McClellan was the Pennsylvania Democratic candidate for state treasurer. She was running against Stacey Garrity. And when the conversations came out about Josh Shapiro possibly being vice president, McClellan is not super far left. She is very anti-establishment, though. So she wanted Roy Cooper to win. And she put up a post to say Josh Shapiro should not be considered for vice president because he cannot handle working underneath a woman, which in the reports about him needing to be involved in every call with Kamala. And I think that was kind of reinforced. That might be true. And also about Shapiro's office dealing badly with a sexual harassment claim, which the Republicans Shapiro hires did that. And I'm not sure, how responsible Shapiro is for that, but it's definitely not good. But she went public with that on a tweet. And I criticized her at the time, like, as Democratic candidate for state treasurer, why are you bashing the state governor who's very popular if you want to beat the Republican? So I think I criticized her for that. And I know people who are personally connected, so I'm not going to say like too much about that, but I do know calls came and there were threats made. Now, let me be clear. When I say threats, I mean political ones. So such as if you keep running your mouth, like, and this is nothing specific. I'm going to keep saying nothing specific, but the kind of stuff where it's like, you're going to be cut off from the state party apparatus, from the state party funding. So after she came out and said that about Shapiro, then he definitely did go around the state saying, do not support her unions. You don't gotta vote for her. She was also for reducing, investments in Israel because their credit rating got downgraded. Stacey Garrity was for increasing it, and Shapiro agrees with that. And I know the lefties are going to love that point because they want to be conspiratorial about Israel and Josh Shapiro being Jewish. But there were a bunch of disagreements there. And then now it comes out the leaked audio, like, hey, Josh said to endorse Stacey, to not really support Erin. That's 100% in line with everything that I saw happening in the state. And then Erin McClellan went public again, and she called all of Shapiro's people troglodytes. It's like she called them troglodytes. And it's like, okay, well, she's definitely, her temperament's not the best for this. But the question would be like, people are bashing Shapiro, the left is, oh, how dare he try to help a Republican win in Pennsylvania. But I'm like, I get it. It's politics. She said some crazy stuff, some accusations, and but that's the whole context I can really give. I hope that helped a little bit. But.
Yeah. Well, thanks for coming on, brother.
Yep. Appreciate it. If you need anything, let me know.
Enjoy your weekend. Bye-bye.
You too.
All right, let's finish the rest of this Plattner video. And then I suppose we'll go straight to the Destiny Blair White debate. Where is that debate, by the way? I guess we can watch it on I think his channel is Brad versus the World. Is it on that channel? Brad Palumbo versus the World. Brad versus the World is what it is. Interesting. They don't even have it up on the channel yet. But it is on Twitter. Okay.
They didn't let it be a fair playing field. They had power. They used power to make sure that they...
Oh, you know what? I did read Dan's article, and I thought it was pretty good. I thought Dan's article was pretty good.
Protect it, which really is kind of, if you think about it, that's the entire...
Anyways, they're talking about Bernie here. We got to recap a little bit. Just end me in a video game.
And
Bernie's the reason why I really became 100% cynical, because in 2016, well, both sides, there's 2 times that he's been just tossed aside.
Yep.
He had the nomination and
agreed.
just got replaced.
Yep. Well, that's the powers that be refused to let him have it. And so they did what they do. They used their power. They didn't play by the rules. They didn't they didn't let it be a fair playing field. They had power. They used power to make sure that they could protect it, which really is kind of, if you think about it, that's the entire system at this point.
It is.
People ask me why I don't like populism. This is why, because it leads you to stuff like this. It's just a fucking den of vipers. I don't really like this framing. Two people, not Plattner, discuss something he supposedly said that is not dead to rights, Hutch. Well, how do you explain it? How do you explain a text message of somebody discussing Plattner's tattoo with somebody else from fucking 10 years ago? And, where the person claims that Plattner called it his Totenkopf. Like, it just doesn't, that is like dead to rights. Like, that doesn't, there's no innocent way to explain that. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't read any of the, Z King with $2. Graham Plattner should just be a voice actor. I mean, I agree fully. Yeah. Captain Dan the Fireman with $5. Going from one authoritarian ideology to the other is more likely than going from normal conservative to communist. IMO, he's underselling. Maybe. Devil's Advocate with 10. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Maybe. Yeah. Devil's Advocate with $10. How would you feel about the centrist files? How do you feel about the centrist files the Pisco released on Twitter? I feel like he's missing the point again and didn't watch the video. If his point is that this specific part of my argument was bad because the word can plausibly be, you could plausibly use it for Juliana, I think it is still nitpicky because we have, in my opinion, firmly established that Taylor used that word for a very specific reason. Would some people call Juliana a centrist? Sure, I can grant that. That's not the point, though. When you look at the body of evidence, Taylor's own use of that word through history, calling Juliana progressive in 2023, the way that she tried to be kind of evasive. Well, I didn't pick the language. That was my editor. Like, none of it really makes any sense. And I don't think there's any way to explain it. If you're trying to say, well, that she was using that word in good faith, I think she was using that word for an obvious reason. And I think I did a decent job of revealing like the evidence for that. I think, I think she was pretty much caught at that point, but he seems to really want to keep making this point. Some of the examples he gave in the centrist files, I don't think are very good. In fact, one of them I think kind of makes my point. So one of the examples, like Josiah, I thought that example I felt like supported my point, because Josiah seemed like he was using it in a negative kind of context. These, yes, kind of more or less, yes, they're all kind of using centrist, but I mean, like, I don't know. I feel like this one less so. I don't even know if he says the word centrist.
The degree to which, progressives in the coalition are willing to say, okay, we have folks here that we don't agree with on everything, but we recognize that they're helping to, build our bench. And, many of them, are also great economic populists. So we have things that are commonalities with them, but some of them are not. And that's, that's okay too. We need to have the broadest bench we can possibly have. And then on the other hand, the sort of more, blue dog or centrist Democrats of different kinds, need to be amenable to the fact that the Democratic Party is.
Like, I don't think that's him necessarily implying moderate by saying that. Like, I don't think that that's a strong case with that one. But the Josiah one,
for primaries you, if they show that they have more backbone than you, we're going to vote for them. We're going to hold this against you. Now, obviously, all of these people are still preferable to Republicans, and obviously the bulk of the blame is still on the Republicans, right? It was the 53 Republicans who are primarily responsible for the situation, but they couldn't have gotten this done without the 8 Democratic defectors. And so We can't do this anymore. It doesn't matter if you're a centrist or a moderate or a progressive or a leftist or whatever. We need candidates.
I don't think this was a good example for Pisco's point here, because it sounds like he's delineating between centrist and moderate here. He sounds like he's using them as separate terms. I didn't watch this one.
You should. Okay.
I think
again, like, none of this matters. I don't think I disagreed with him yesterday that some people use centrist and moderate interchangeably, and the whole, we got kind of stuck for like an hour and a half in our conversation, me and Pisco, around this idea of like how the word applies in different contexts depending on who's saying it. Okay, I feel like we talked about that for like an hour and a half, but that's already, everybody knows this. Everybody knows that people use this language. It's going to mean different things to different people. You know, if you're a leftist, then she is a centrist, right? Like that's your perspective. But my whole point was that, like, that's fine if she was writing the article explicitly from the perspective of representing the leftist view, which was my point. That's I think that's what she was doing with her reporting. That was the whole point of all those questions. Because to me it was obvious, like obvious. I am very fucking online. Like, I'm fucking super online. And so to me, when I read her article, it's an article about like the corrupt establishment versus the virtuous lefties. And, but you have to be fucking really online, I think, to pick up on that stuff. And so Taylor herself was saying that the article was not about, she didn't interject her opinion or her politics. It was just neutral reporting on a thing. But I'm saying the use of the descriptors, bro, I should show you guys my notes, man. There were so many other examples of descriptors that she used that I didn't even get to. Let me see if I can find them. Hold on. There was another creator that she described as a pro DNC account. And it made no sense. Like, I clicked on the account, I'm like, what the fuck what does that even mean? Like, pro DNC. No, that's not it. I don't know where it is. I don't know where my notes are now. There were like 5 other examples of, like, I wanted to focus on her descriptors that she was using, because the descriptors that she was using gave the whole thing away. It was like, that's what made me think, like, this is not about disclosure. The article is not about disclosure. Bad Company with $5. It's also just weird that getting money from AIPAC at any point in your career is more of a disqualifying factor than a Nazi tattoo now. I agree. The whole thing is absurd. It's absurd. It's absurd. I don't know how to make sense of it. It's so absurd. Obviously, if there was a Republican candidate in a race against a Democrat, and then you found out that the Republican candidate had a tattoo, gave the exact same excuse, covered it up at the exact same time in the exact same way, there would be no doubt in any lefty's mind that all of that is super suspicious. But it's like a frog in a pot of boiling water situation, I think. You know, it's so bizarre. It's so bizarre. Ideally, how much space should the party keep from the influencers? If the party had more credibility, then I don't think that this would be a problem. Like, if the party didn't have the stain of the 2016, speaking of the 2016, like, if the party didn't have the stain that it currently has, if it had more credibility with the public, then I don't see any ethical problems with, like, influencers, like, working with the party. That's fine to me. And if there are deliverables, if you're being paid to push a particular message, you definitely need to disclose that. But because the party brand is so bad right now, I don't think that I think it's a liability for the influencers, especially if you're working with people that are considered the establishment. Then you have to have to be prepared to be accused of being like a shill, a corporatist, a centrist, pro-genocide, blah, 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 all that stuff. Hutch, you need to follow through. You say it raises questions and is super suspicious, but you're using them as conversation terminators rather than actually answering questions it raises or investigating the suspicion. Well, I've been more specific. What I think it shows for Plattner is that his judgment is really bad. Like, I think he seems reasonably intelligent. He carries himself well, but did you guys ever watch Succession? There's a line from Roman in the first season when he's trying to convince another person to be on board with like their takeover of the board. And the guy kind of says something condescending to Roman, and Roman says, "I'm dumb, but I'm smart." And it's kind of like one of those situations, but in reverse, if that makes sense. I think Plattner's smart, but he's dumb. You know what I mean? Like, some people have decent intellect and some people have or good intellect, and like they're smart in that way, but they have really bad judgment. Honestly, I think like I might qualify for something like that. Like, I don't think I'm a dummy. Like, I think I make an effort to understand things, and I'm definitely not like I don't think I'm exceptionally smart, but I'm not dumb, but I'm also kind of dumb. You know what I mean? Like, but then again, I would never run for Senate. Do not approach me and ask me if I would consider running for Senate. No, I don't think that's a good idea. Have you seen cold storage? We may get there with the hantavirus thanks to RFK. I don't know what to make of the hantavirus situation. Seems scary, 37% mortality rate is pretty fucking horrifying. There does seem to be there do seem to be a lot of like scientists, science-minded people that have the view that the way that this one spreads wouldn't amount to the kind of pandemic that we saw with coronavirus. But I don't know. I'm not going to listen to what the fucking CDC says or I don't know if I would trust the government right now, but I'll trust global scientific groups and just experts on or whatever. Anyways,
what's your health insurance?
Oh wait, hold on. I don't think I'm done. Dole Action with 16 months. Thank you so much. Sharp with the primer. E-Money with 72 months. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Walmart Wolfman with $10. Me when I was 15 feels so validated by these dog water talking points. You were talking about the Plattner stuff. The only problem is I outgrew them, and now every political talking point is an echo of my beliefs when I was a dumb teen. Yeah, I think you get older and you become a little disenchanted with politics, and it just becomes more about like just a cold calculation. That's where I'm at with politics. That's where I'm at with politics. I'm not looking to be inspired. I don't need that. I can be inspired by, historical figures, music, art, people I respect. With politicians, I just want competent governance. I just want experienced people who know how to get stuff done and deliver results. And I don't really care about I don't form personal attachments to politics or to politicians. I don't develop any kind of, what's the word? Parasocial attachment to politicians. As soon as I identify that they've outlived their usefulness, I'm done. With Biden, I was a Biden. You guys remember me during the Biden years, or many of you guys do. I was definitely like a big Biden's actually fucking awesome kind of guy. And then the second I realized that he was on the way out, that was it. I just immediately I was like, on to Kamala. Biden, get out of there. I wanted him to step down, so I just don't think about it in that way. Cheesy fries with $5. Depending on how you look at it, this is just two centrists talking to each other. These people here. Bad horse with $5. I think I already got you for that one. Okay. My response to the Pisco thread is like, I'd said it a few minutes ago, but like, we know how she was using that word. We know why she was using that word. We know her history of using that word. We all saw her try to fumble through like 5 different, often contradicting answers as to why she used that word. I think one of the more damning parts was when she said, well, you know, I didn't write that. I don't choose the language. And then I said, well, you can't you can't request that certain language not be used, and then she says, well, no, that's not, you know, she implies first she implied that somebody who writes an article like that doesn't get to have a say in what is in like the subheading, especially. And then I was like, wait, you can't request for a subheading to be changed? And then she flipped and said, well, I wouldn't do that because it was true. And then it's like, well, then why are you blaming your editors? Like, own it. It's yours. Like, if you're saying you would have used that exact same language, why are you even trying to tell me, right? Why are you trying to back away from it by saying, well, I didn't choose that language? It's like, well, what do you mean? Your name's on the top of the article there. I feel like for sure that would be one thing that she could have asked the editors to change, like the term centrist. I think she used that language. I think she picked that language. I think she was incorrectly or dishonestly passing the buck to somebody else, and it didn't even make sense. So it's like, whatever.
Situation.
I'm on my wife's.
Yeah. Okay.
Health insurance is horrible.
You really couldn't come up with a more inefficient way
It's
of
just like
providing
everything
health
else.
care.
It's broken.
It's broken.
What did Ronald Reagan say? The 7 words.
I'm the government. I'm here from the government. I'm from the government. I'm here to help. Is that what it is?
From the government.
I'm here to help.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, for me, is like until this last year, because this last year with the Republican budget cuts, it hit the VA pretty hard. But until this last year, my VA care has been spectacular. Like, I go up to Bangor, or I can do community care in Ellsworth for the small stuff, like going to the urgent care and stuff. And my VA care has been.
Watch the last 30 minutes of Pisco's latest stream. He tried to walk IRI through his thought process, but it's still unclear. Wait, IRI and Pisco talked? We're really stretching this news cycle out.
It was life-changing. Something feels weird, I just call up my doctor. And I'm like, hey, this hurts. And they're like, come on in. They do an x-ray, they take a look at it. And then I go, and we just take.
The one that he just ended? The stream from today? Is that what you're saying? Watch the last 30 minutes of Pisco's latest stream. He tried to walk IRI through his thought process. The one that from today, this morning?
Care of it. Things don't have to wait. I don't have to like set things off because I'm afraid that I have to pay for it. And to me, that was one of the things that really kind of changed my opinions on what well-run government programs can do.
I've never.
Hutch made the claim that she was biased based on the usage of the term, but he didn't adequately demonstrate it by establishing intent behind the usage of the term. In my opinion, in my humble opinion, I think I did. I think I did pretty comprehensively establish her intent when using that term.
Received a VA benefit.
Really?
I got out of the military in '86.
You've got an honorable discharge?
I got a general discharge.
A general, yeah. Really? Yeah, but geez, you've got a general that.
Last fall, because I am getting older, and I said last fall, I said, you know, maybe I'll check into it. So I went to my local VA in Machias.
Yep.
And there's one woman that works there, and she gave me a phone number, and I said, so is this.
Oh, he was going over centrist on his stream. He was covering centrist gate on his stream. Okay, all right, we'll watch that after this.
You know, she said, that's to a lawyer. And I said, what's the lawyer for? She goes, that's who you're going to have to go through to get your discharge upgraded. And I said, you kidding me, really?
Yeah.
A lawyer? I said, why not just go, why can't the VA do it?
I think this is really smart campaign strategy. I think this whole video, there's a few things. I mean, it's just the framing of the video, who they chose to have the conversation with, like it or not, you know, the kind of rhetoric that Plattner is using. It's very polished, which that really matters. That matters moving forward. You need really well polished campaign stuff. Hire a competent team of people that are skilled at editing, can do proper graphics in ways that are not tacky and over the top, and that come across as like authentic, and you know, that polish I think really matters in 2026. Mamdani is like a really, really good example of that. But I think that this whole video, I think like this is exactly the kind of stuff that, hey bro, chill, Jesus Christ, what's going on YouTube? No mas.
So one of my best friends from Iraq, guy did 2 tours, did Fallujah Ramadi, a legitimate war hero. I've seen this guy do like actual heroism in combat. He smoked pot. After we got back from our second deployment, popped on a test, got discharged out of the Marine Corps, kicked out, OTH, unhonorable.
That's pretty wild.
No benefits. He spent years just struggling. I mean, this is a guy.
That's fucking insane. What's the story there? He got caught smoking pot when he was in the military? Is that what it was? Bananas. Fucking bananas.
Legitimate, I mean, is an actual war hero. And he didn't get a single shred of support from the VA. And it was all because the way that they write the rules. We wound up getting his discharge upgraded. But it took, like, myself and a couple other guys that we served with, we all kind of got together. We got a lawyer involved. We got this, and what was you know, awful the whole time is being like, this shouldn't be complicated.
Right.
I mean, this guy has a combat record. Like, we can look through his service record book and his DD-214, and you can see that this guy did things for the nation in war. And yet somehow now we got a lawyer involved, and we did all.
Did he get caught? Did he get charged with something? Like, I don't even so was it a blood test? Was he charged with possession, or? I don't even know. Walmart Wolfman with $10. Biden expanded disability to include burn pits and contaminated water, which upgraded my dad's disability compensation. Trump cut VA funds, and they booted him off a bunch of programs, yet my dad is still MAGA. Yeah, the PACT Act. The PACT Act, bro. That was a big deal.
All this thing, and it worked in the end. But it was a multi-year.
Do we need more YouTube mods? You know, where's Jay? Is Jay in here? Jay, do you have nominations? I agree. I think we do need some more YouTube mods. Yeah.
Year process, and it was so frustrating. And that's something that for me, like, one of the reasons I want to go to the U.S. Senate is that having gone through these things personally and seen directly like what the bureaucratic problems are that keep people from getting it, I want to go up and write policy to make all this easier. I also want to, frankly, unleash like an army of social workers to go around the country and find vets who aren't getting the benefits they deserve, and then do the process for them. Because when people are working really hard or people are struggling, the idea that they're going to go home, sit down, and like figure out all this paperwork, like hire a lawyer. I mean, if you're working paycheck to paycheck already, who's got the like? Nobody has extra money to go hire an attorney. Yeah.
I mean, you're doing it in the evening when all the offices are closed.
What's up, man?
How goes the battle, bro?
It's going. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Off I go.
Oh yeah, it's.
You support Social Security?
It's just a really good campaign video, you guys. You know, you gotta give it to them. It's just really good. This shit is really good.
I mean, for me to pay in my whole life and they tell me I get $1,100 back,
yeah,
a month, is kind of insulting.
I think what we have to do.
Separate yourself from what he's actually saying. Whatever issues you have with what he's saying and the way he's framing things, just leave that out entirely and just imagine the kind of voters that are going to be watching these kinds of videos. And that's how you should evaluate it. And on that evaluation, of course, I think the all the Bernie stuff is just infuriating, depressing, just very aggravating. So I have my own personal feelings about that, but the people want it, you know what I mean? Like, the people want it. So like, you have to be neutral in your evaluation, and this kind of campaigning, it does come across as very, very authentic. The way he presents himself, I suspect, gives him a lot of buy-in with that electorate. It gives him a lot of credibility with that electorate. And that's really what you're going for as a politician. You want people to find you credible. You want people to find you honest. You want people to find you authentic. And if you can do that, then you can create a loyal voter base. That's capital. That's political capital, right?
Is remove the cap on Social Security contributions. So right now, every dollar over $176,000 of income that someone makes.
Wait, are they debating the anti-Hassan anti-Semitism bill? Did they debate that yet on the floor? We have to watch that. We have to watch that. There was a CNN appearance so it's a Republican and I think a Democrat that are co-sponsoring this bill. But I don't know when they're going to debate it on the House floor. Or if they're going to debate it on the House floor. I don't know. Kalo, thanks so much for 26 months. Appreciate you, buddy.
Does not go in to Social Security contributions, which means that somebody making $25 million a year pays the exact same dollar amount into Social Security as somebody making $176,000 a year. Elon Musk pays his Social Security contributions within something like a minute and a half of the new year.
Gene Luke with 2 months. Roll Tide. What's up, buddy?
If we remove the cap on Social Security and simply didn't even raise the rate, just kept it fair that everybody pays in the same percentage, we would be able to not just protect Social Security forever and all time, we'd be able to expand benefits, and we'd allow Americans to retire even a little bit earlier. There is absolutely no excuse for either children or the elderly in the state of Maine to go without heat, or to go without food, or to go without some kind of adequate housing.
We live in a rich country.
We live in.
How old is Maine's electorate compared with other states? Compared with the rest of the country? Compared with the rest of the country? Is it an old state, or are there a lot of boomers? Maine's electorate is significantly older than the national electorate, with a median age of 46.5, compared with the U.S. median of 38.1. Well, there you go. Maine is the oldest state. Okay.
The richest country in the history of the world.
Nobody should be hungry.
None whatsoever.
Or homeless. How do you feel about land monopolization?
I hate every amount of it. I despise the idea of any corporation, honestly, whether it's a private equity company out in New York or whether it's somebody in China. I hate the idea of any corporation buying up land in places that people live.
Don't need to live.
I mean, the land should be owned by the people that live and work it, in my opinion. Like, that's it. Like that. And
Sounds like a goddamn communist.
I mean,
check my last chat if you can. Speaking of that bill, Hassan framed it as Gottenheimer doing this to protect Lawler from the Democrat that Hassan is supporting. Funny enough, that Democrat is polling at 8% in her own internals. Jesus Christ. Okay, yeah. We're going to get to all that. We'll get to that right after this, and then we'll watch Peace Go Centrist Gate, and then we'll do the Destiny Blair White thing.
Even here in Maine, we've got this problem right now. We've got it's insane of either private equity firms or hedge funds or like international corporations, Chinese companies buying up land in Maine. That shouldn't be legal.
Like there's a place on Beals Island.
Yep.
It's a nonprofit.
Yep.
Right? They're buying up all the land. Well, on Beals Island, all the land is an island. It's coastal.
Mr. Feeney isn't sure about the responsibility, but I think Mr. Feeney would be a great mod. You know what?
It's all waterfront.
You know what? You give power to the people who don't want it. It's like Conclave. Like that movie. Did you see that one? Boom. There you go. Can I get some more nominees?
Waterfront taxes.
It's all waterfront, and they don't have to pay taxes on it. They're buying it, no taxes. Guess what's happening to the tax base?
Too kind, my lib king, he says.
Yep.
I mean, their taxes are exploding.
There is no rule.
All right, I think we got the gist of it. I mean, I think this is really good campaign stuff. Personally, I think it is. I think that's really has a tremendous amount of potential in a state like Maine. Let's watch this CNN segment on a bill that would condemn both Hassan and Candace Owens. That is probably going to be debated on the House floor at some point today or tomorrow, I would assume.
Across the political spectrum, we have seen a rise of anti-Semitism, especially on social media, and a lot of it.
It is a bipartisan bill co-sponsored by Republican and a Democrat. Josh Gottheimer, I think, is the Democrat. Mike Lawler, I think, is the Republican.
At the voice of people like Hassan Piker and Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson, among others, who are promoting anti-Semitic hate speech, who continually seem to engage in long-standing...
Jen! With $10, you can do like Connor and make all green names mod. Oh, no. We're not doing that. Nope. We're not doing that. I did that back in the day. The old school viewers, you'll remember. I had a policy of I modded every subscriber, and then I had like 3,000 subscribers, and one of my mods went rogue and started fucking with me. I don't remember what they were doing. They were fucking with me like every stream. And Twitch actually intervened on the back end. They had to just wipe all the mods at once with one code or something like that. I had a rogue mod that was like, yeah, I don't even remember what he was doing, but he was just fucking with me. How about Squeaky Duck Quack? Let's do it. Where's he at? Speak up in the chat. Squeaky, where are you? Oh, there you are. Boom. Add as moderator. I saw some people asking about like the YouTube chat being too mean to Peace Go yesterday. So like when I have conversations with people, I'm not generally looking at chat. And so we do have a friends of the pod policy in chat. It gets a little blurry. We're very direct with each other. I don't mind direct language. I don't mind even like some kind of negative language. It does get blurry. I don't know when the line is officially crossed. It was like a little tricky to like perfectly moderate that kind of stuff, but you know, generally I don't want people saying going like scorched fucking earth on friends of the pod. It's every time Peace Go is a topic of your stream. I don't look at chat as an argument you took seriously when you cried about Peace Go's chat. Did I cry about Peace Go's chat? Why cry about that? And what's going on with you, buddy? Are you okay? Are you okay? I think what was going on in Peace Go's chat, if memory serves correctly, was like well beyond, accusing Pisco of being bad faith. It was like genocide apologist, Zionist. It was like really intense kind of stuff. In Twitch chat, we are trying to make sure attacks on Pisco are based on substantive issues rather than just ad hom. Like, it's not even that I mind necessarily like some light name calling. It's like we have a spirited debate. That's what we do. It's the brand. I titled the stream Fighting
sad,
Pisco.
Strange little man, and you have my pity.
Fighting Pisco on a thing. And so like the conflict is like a part of the brand, and that's going to be reflected in the chat. And like, I don't care if his chat, I'm not saying his chat can never say anything negative about me. It's just when it went like really, really over the top was when I was like, okay, what's going on there? But yesterday, if yesterday could have been moderated better, then we'll add some more mods to YouTube to enforce that kind of stuff. And I can be better in the future about reminding people. It's just literally, I have a hard time if I'm in a really focused conversation with someone on the stream. It's hard for me to keep track of both like chat and the conversation. My brain is not built for such complexities.
Anti-Semitic tropes, and we are pushing back against it. I did a meeting yesterday with high school students in my district, and a lot of the questions centered around Israel, the war in Iran, and frankly, a lot of it focused on some of the positioning that we hear, where Israel seems to be blamed for a lot of things that happen in the world. And I push back against it forcefully, but this is something that I think is important across the board.
So, Congressman Gottheimer, obviously the First Amendment says Congress shall make no law establishing the freedom of speech or of the press.
Do you think people running for office can be like populist institutionalists? I don't know if they are mutually exclusive, but I think you can tie populist rhetoric with broad institution reform. Well, no. I think that's a bit of a oxymoron, a populist institutionalist. Because populists are all about massively reforming the system, maybe even breaking the system or burning it down and replacing it with something else. So I don't know if those words can go together,
Press. What do you say to somebody who wonders, are you not risking running afoul of that?
That's one thing, as your last guest talked about. It's one thing to speak up and let your point of view be known. It's another to incite hate and violence targeted at others. Hassan Piker, Candace Owens, this is hate speech intended to incite violence.
Wait, is this Gottheimer and this is Lawler? I was like, is a Republican talking about hate speech right now?
As was just pointed out, the ADL numbers which came out this year, and Jake, I'm really glad you're focused on this because these numbers are shocking, right? You're still up 70% of anti-Semitic incidents since October 7th. That's unacceptable. The hate in the streets around the country is unacceptable, as Mike just pointed out, and I'm grateful for his leadership here too. When you talk to young people, the people are pointing fingers instead of actually getting to the facts. And our resolution is really focused on we've got to take the temperature down. This kind of hate speech is unacceptable, and whether it's on social media or in the halls of Congress, we have to condemn it. People like Hassan Piker and
speak baldly and carry a hairy stick. Jesus.
Candace Owens shouldn't be out there campaigning with elected officials and being used and propped up as heroes when you have, Piker saying things like Jews are bloodthirsty pig dogs and inbred and saying that 9/11, America deserved 9/11. I mean, this is not the kind of leadership we need in either party.
Well, Congressman Lawler, what do you say to somebody who might say, look, it's very easy to take on Candace Owens, it's very easy to take on Hassan Piker, but what about the politicians who campaign with them or the politicians who...
Smoking weed while serving will get you booted and lose all benefits. Sometimes you can get a federal drug charge. Jesus fucking Christ. That's wild. A combat veteran losing their benefits is wild for smoking weed. Many such cases throughout the decades. Hutch, that's like saying communists want everyone to eat the same thing and dress the same way. Total straw man of populism. You absolutely can be a populist and in favor of institutional reforms. The New Deal, Great Society were populist. But that would make, so when I think of the word, maybe I don't know what the word institutionalist means. An institutionalist is a person who supports, studies, or emphasizes the role of established institutions in society, politics, or economics. An institutionalist is someone who adheres to or believes in established forms, systems, or institutions, such as religion, political systems, or social organizations. See, that to me, the key word there would be established. Someone who believes in established forms, systems, or institutions. That to me is someone who would be like resistant to reform, right? Are institutionalists generally opposed to massive reforms of institutions? The Trib with $10. To be fair to Pisco, I have two friends that think water is wet and dry. On a serious note, Pisco carries water for some leftist because of the potential of grasping their audience, or is it something else? Now, we talked about it in the conversation yesterday. I know some people have that view of Pisco. I genuinely think that this man, when he is confronted with an argument that he thinks is bad, he will focus on that with laser precision. And sometimes, I would argue, at the cost of derailing a conversation. Like that, you know, I will tell him that to his face. I said as much yesterday. That's my sense of where he comes from. I don't think it's like people that are saying that he's like trying to grift to a particular audience. That's not my experience with him. I think it is genuinely like an autonomic physical response that he has. Short answer, no, institutionalists are not inherently opposed to major reforms, but they generally argue that institutions change slowly, face path-dependent constraints, and are shaped by existing rules and norms. So massive reforms are difficult, rare, and often require specific historical conditions. Can someone be both populist and institutionalist? Of course, you have to defend them or you would be down one pod member. You do not know how my brain works. I don't have to. I'm not making this up. Like, I genuinely believe the stuff that I'm saying. Yes, someone can be both populist and institutionalist. Two orientations are not mutually exclusive. They operate on different dimensions of political behavior. Populism is about who should rule and how leaders should justify their authority, while institutionalism is about how political structures shape behavior and constrain change. A person or a movement can combine them in several coherent ways. Okay, well, there you go.
Well, Tucker Carlson spoke at the Republican National Convention in 2024 that by going after these individuals and not the folks who enable them, the people who join them on the campaign trail or such, you're doing something easier than what would need to be done.
Well, first of all, these folks are grifters. You look at somebody like Candace Owens, she's making about $500,000 an episode spewing this hatred. And they foment this hate to make money. And, you know, one of my opponents, Effie Phillips Daly, was just on Hassan Piker's podcast and was criticized not just by me, but by the 4 county Democratic chairs.
Rev Top with $5. Populist institutionalist. The elite are corrupting the system. We need to level the playing field and stop letting the powerful abuse our democracy. Yeah, I guess maybe I just didn't understand what the word institutionalist meant. Maybe I had a incorrect assumption about what the word meant. Chill Bro Baggins, did I get you for 17 months? Thank you, buddy.
For embracing somebody like Hassan Piker.
Eb Thomas with $10. Locksmith and Rawls all agree that natural right to private property is derived from living and laboring on it. Separating land from life and labor and rent seekiness is illiberal. Zach with $10. Why is getting booted from the service for committing a federal crime bad? If it were minor theft or fraud, we would like that. Why is drug use different? Well, I think it's touching more on how the country and our laws have treated marijuana and punished marijuana usage for decades. That's the issue. I agree with what you're saying. I mean, ideally you should have a system in place that enforces the rule of law and rewards people who follow the law and punishes people who break the law. That's like an ideal system. But I also think, like, if someone is a combat veteran, that should be I think a very high threshold to remove someone's benefits. They better have like SA'd someone or killed someone or, like felonious assault. That needs to, I think that should be a very high bar if you're going to take away someone's benefits after being a fucking combat veteran. The trip with $10. Carry water is an idiomatic expression meaning to perform menial tasks, provide support, or do the dirty work for someone. That's Pisco for leftists like the Vanguard or Taylor, not grifting. I think you guys are underestimating how contrarian Pisco can be and how much that contrarianism motivates him when he speaks. Some of you guys seem to be buying into a different kind of theory of the case. But I do think, for example, in the conversation with Taylor, that he was in no small part motivated by a sense to sort of balance the scales a bit, because he didn't want it to be like a 3v1 or 4v1 or something like that. But yeah.
I've called out people in my own party like Marjorie Taylor Greene, one of the dumbest people to ever serve in Congress, who talked about Jewish space lasers and continues to engage in anti-Semitic tropes. The fact is, in both parties, we need to call out this.
We really got to be sure to watch the debate for this bill live. This is the funniest picture of Hassan, man. I'm not even trying to be mean. It's just the funniest picture. He just, I don't know. There's something about it, like there's something very humanizing about this. You can be very confident and present a certain way when you're sitting in a room talking into a microphone by yourself, and then you go out and you're on the red carpet of, what was it, like an Oscars party? I don't even know what it was. And you can just tell, man, he is nervous. And I fucking relate to that. I relate to that shit. I'd be nervous. You fucking kidding me? Also, just like the outfit, just like it's just a perfect picture. It's just such a perfect picture. It conveys so much,
Extremism. We need to demand better of our elected.
He looks a little bit better there. He looks a little bit calmer there, I would say. Mantis with 5 New Zealand. Being a contrarian doesn't mean he's not carrying water. You're assuming we're ascribing motivation. In your contrarianism, you can end up aiding people. Well, no, I don't dispute that. That's what I told him yesterday in the stream. I was like, well, whether you intended to or not, she used your interjections as a lifeboat, basically.
Officials and really hold these individuals that foment hate to account.
And I think Mike's right. We gotta call it out, and even if it's of our colleagues, you've got to call it out when you see it, when you see anti-Semitism, and say it's unacceptable. It will poison any political party. We've seen it happen.
We're trying to get Sam Cedar on the pod. That would be fun.
Happen on both sides, and we've got to stand up, and that's what Mike and I, and by the way, 20 of our colleagues who stood with us in this legislation, that's what we're doing, is standing.
Yeah, they're colleagues, and so a Democrat and a Republican both serving in the House are colleagues. That's just like literally true.
Up to this.
All right, Congressman Josh Gottheimer of New Jersey and Mike Lawler of New York, thanks to both of you. Appreciate it.
Hassan weighed in on this. He's got some thoughts about this situation.
Of party
I have no support from the Democrats.
Call it out.
I have no support from the broader leftist movement who say I'm a fucking Zionist.
Meeting yesterday.
Well, right away, I mean, his whole brand is hostility towards the Democratic Party, so it kind of makes sense that he's not getting a lot of backup from the party, you know. But also, you have no support from broader leftists. There's like 0.1% of the leftists on Twitter. Those are like the BE leftists. Those are like the super radical leftists that call him a Zionist. That is a tiny. He has a whole HOF, the Hassan Occupying Force on Twitter. And I was just talking to Esme about this last night. The more I think about it, the more I do think it's kind of, I have to give him credit for the brilliance of it. I mean, it is brilliant. It is brilliant and it's subtle. And I think that's one of the reasons why it's brilliant. It's not an accident that anytime any decently large account tweets about Hassan, it's not an accident that at some point you're going to attract, like at some point you're going to go into the mentions and the mentions are just going to be littered with people that are reacting in a way that is disproportionate to the post. Like this is, for all my recent Hassan posts, this one is pretty tame. You know, the clip is not very long. And
things I want to say. First, you're right. The Presidential Center is nonpartisan. And the reason I want to mention that is because I'm worried about the Republican Party, not just the Democratic Party. When I was president, people would ask me, well, what change would you like to see in Washington? I'd say, I'd love a loyal opposition. I'd love a Republican.
Oh, God. Oh.
So what he said, first of all, that's not what this tweet says. The poster, who is like a dedicated, I think, a Hassan clipper. The post says Obama wants a strong Republican Party. That's not what he said. He said he wants a loyal opposition party. And I can just guess what the rest of the context of the quote is. It's similar. It's a similar sentiment, I would assume, to what Pelosi said, which is that we need a strong Republican Party. And some people are so tribalistic and so brain broken that they're being willingly obtuse about what they actually mean when they say that. They hear, you want a strong Republican Party? What do you mean? Look at all the bad stuff they're doing. They don't mean a strong, electorally strong Republican Party. That's not what they mean. What they mean is a party that is not devolved into, right-wing populist brain rot, cult of personality around Donald Trump, a party that has become illiberal, utterly uncompromising. In the recent context, it's more relevant to say, like, not beholden to the whims of a madman like Donald Trump. Like, that's what they mean by a strong Republican Party. And the logic is like really simple, okay? Like, in any democracy that's big enough, a country like the United States with 340 million people, I think the last time I checked, you're gonna have opposition parties. You're never gonna form a consensus in a country with 340 million people where like 70%, 80%, 90% of the country, 100% of the country are just all on the same page and want the same things. That's just not gonna happen. He didn't even say strong, he said loyal. Yeah, no, I mean, but I think he was communicating the same idea as what Pelosi was saying. If I had to guess, I don't know. Maybe we can track down this clip and see what he said in the longer context. But so as such, if you're always going to have conservatives, and you're always going to have some people that are closer to the center, and you're always going to have liberals and progressives, and if you're always going to have the left, the center, and the right, then of course you want the right-wing party to be stronger in this context. Stronger as in upholding small L liberal values. Strong as in not a fucking cult of personality. We had a more functional kind of politics in this country that lasted for decades. And it wasn't perfect. And there were always problems with the Republican Party. There were problems with the Democratic Party, especially when you go a little further back, you know. But the parties did work together very commonly. It happened all the time. LBJ had a ton of bipartisan buy-in for his bills. He had a lot of Republicans were voting for his bills. FDR, a lot of Republicans were voting for those bills. And just every administration up until like it really started to go south during Clinton. And it really started to go south after Obama. And then it really started to go south after Donald Trump. So now like the two parties are just more and more polarized, and it's dysfunctional. And so like nothing gets done. Not to the extent that the American people wanted them to get done, you know, like now if you're a Republican and you vote for a Democratic Party bill, there's a real risk that, you know, they're going to mount a primary against you and try to oust you from the party. It happens in the Democratic Party too. I mean, like, obviously we see it all the time. We see it all the time, like on the podcast, you know, like the way that people talk about certain Democrats who vote for some of Trump's bills, you know, because they live in a purple state. And, you know, a lot of people in my spaces they're quick to go online and be like, we need to primary that person. And like, this is a very dysfunctional way of doing democracy. It was not designed to be like this. It was designed to not be this. That's why it was designed. And so it's just, our politics are obviously broken right now. And a big part of the reason why our politics are broken, and I don't want to both sides the issue, because as much as I think there are problems with the Democratic Party, it just doesn't compare to the kind of problems that exist in the Republican Party. I mean, it's just not even in the same fucking universe. And so when Pelosi says we need a stronger Republican Party, and Obama says, I want a loyal opposition party, they're saying loyalty to the country. They're saying loyalty to the Constitution. They're saying loyalty to the agreement that democracy is supposed to uphold. That despite our differences, despite our ideological differences, we all understand that we're all on the same team, and we all have like basic liberal principles and a basic sense of loyalty to the Constitution, you know, like that's what that's obviously, I think, what he's saying here. But the lefties hear that, it's like, you want a strong Republican Party? Oh, that must mean you want to get rid of abortion. You want them to win more elections. You don't want a Democratic supermajority. And it's like, nobody is saying this. You are stretching yourself beyond any reasonable amount to believe something like that. Like, as much you might be a leftist that loathes Barack Obama's politics. You can't possibly believe that he's saying, I want a Republican Party that wins more elections. That's not what he is saying, obviously. Or whatever.
Okay, Nancy. Okay, Nancy Pelosi. Oh, I want a strong Republican Party. No, I want no Republican Party.
That is not going to happen. It's just not. Of course he goes to like a one-party state. Of course he's just like, why don't we just not have Republicans? You know, like, wouldn't life be better if we just like banned Republicans? It's like, well, it's not going to happen. There's always going to be a conservative party, whether or not it's called the Republican Party. It's like, whatever, but it's going to exist, you know, like they're going to, you know, as long as we still have a democracy, like they're going to exist. So as such, I don't want them to be a fucking rotten cult of personality. I want them to be people that are just as dedicated to upholding liberal values instead of a fucking cult.
Okay.
More stuff would get done. Better stuff would get done. We'd have less gridlock. We'd be less polarized. It would be better.
I'm going to be very honest with you. I want an ineffective, feckless, weak, kind of like the Democratic Party is currently. I want the Republican Party to be like that. I want a Republican Party that is utterly dominated and humiliated in broad daylight that people are embarrassed to say that they're voting for a Republican. Okay. That is the reality that I want. Okay.
It's better to not want things, you know, like that's like the Buddha, you know, so it's better to not want things. And it's especially better to not want ridiculous things that are just fucking not going to happen. Not going to happen. We're always going to have a Republican Party.
Of party.
I have no support from the Democrats. I have no support from the broader leftist movement who say I'm a fucking Zionist.
Oh, I didn't even make my point. God, the HOF, the Twitter HOF are ubiquitous. They're everywhere. So like I posted this, it's a tame, like, listen, I've posted some really strongly anti-Hassan stuff. This was on the tame end of things, you know. I didn't really like use that much of like loaded language. I just said they are so intentionally obtuse about this point being made. It's like that's pretty tame on my, you know, for me. And you know, the first like 5 hours or 6 hours, the comments are like largely agreeing, and then you know, eventually the HOF they find these threads, and then you start seeing stuff like this. Hutch and every centrist shitbag wants a strong Republican Party. They want this so when they tell voters, I'll push for affordable housing, for instance, and they get in, and the Republicans block it, they can look at the voters and say, see, I tried. This way, nothing ever gets done. Then they can go back to being mad about the left. That's not what Hassan says in this clip, but setting that aside, wanting it to be weak don't mean wanting it to be tyrannical, like you imply. Every accusation is an admission. The GOP is not a rotten cult of personality. That's the DNC. The GOP has a very specific agenda and they work towards its goals over time, usually successfully. The goals are just too horrible for them to admit. That one's not that bad. He said this on whatever. Anyway, like they get kind of like wild. Some of these are just like, you fucking centrist piece of fucking shit. You fucking kill babies and fuck you and fuck you. You want everyone to fucking burn alive. Blah, blah, blah. The HOF find every fucking post, and he's just like, I got no one out there defending me. It's like, bro, you have a whole ass like industry that you have deliberately cultivated through very shrewd, savvy, cunning tactics. He's got this reward system and this punishment system. They're all just slobbering for just a fucking crumb of clout. Like when he pulls one of their tweets up on his screen when he's live, it's like the most important euphoric experience that they've ever felt. And he does it one time and then they're fucking hooked. Then it's like crack cocaine. Then they're just chasing the fucking dragon. Then they spend years chasing the fucking dragon. But, you know, and then maybe the next time he pulls up one of their tweets like 3 months later, it doesn't hit that hard. It doesn't hit as hard as that first time, you know? But you just keep doing it. You just keep doing it. He's got like 50, 100, 200 accounts that are all dedicated to, I swear to God, these people must have open Twitter searches that are constantly updating. You know, they got rows like Hassan, Hassanabi, Piker, you know, like they're just like looking for threads and they're just like, it's like the fucking end of, like the end of Dark Knight with all those fucking computer screens put together and shit. I know that they have a Discord that they're very active in, and they'll like link to posts in the Discord, like go in there and tell me he's a fucking centrist Libby piece of shit. You know, like he's got the most elaborate defense forces of any creator online currently. And I fucking mean that. They are organized. They are numerous. They are all itching for just a tiny shred of recognition from him on their stream, on his stream. And so it's so funny. He's just like, I'm on an island out here. No one's fucking sticking up for me. He's just like such a fucking, I don't know. Ugh. What is it? What like, in terms of like pathology? Is it are narcissists? Do narcissists speak this way? No one sticks up for me. I'm all by myself. It's the same thing that he does it to his fucking chat. He does it unironically to his chat. We all saw him do it. He opened up a stream that one day and he's just like, I'm not seeing enough motion from this community. And he fucking meant it. He meant it. It was not a joke. He was like literally scolding them. I've never seen anything like that from any other creator. Never seen anything like that. Nobody else works that like that with their audience. Well, maybe, I don't know. But like nobody of his size, the way that he does, it is remarkable. And it is kind of brilliant. It's kind of brilliant. It's kind of brilliant. I have to respect it neutrally. I just have to respect it.
Meeting yesterday with high
I just got you
in my district.
My
and
chat.
a lot
That's
of the
it.
questions centered,
This bitch said
some
my
of
name before Candace Owens on the
positioning that we hear
anti-Semitism
where
bill.
Israel,
The hate in the streets around the country is unacceptable, as Mike just pointed out, and I'm grateful for his leadership here too. When you talk to young people, the people are pointing fingers instead of actually getting to the facts. And
I'm
our
so
resolution
alone,
is really
dude.
focused on we've got to take the temperature down. This kind of hate speak is
like even that, like I think he knows what he's doing. You know, he's cultivating that parasocial relationship with each viewer that's watching. He's reaching out to them, calling to them, signaling vulnerability, pain, weakness, signaling a desire for warmth, love, support. And there they are, just waiting. They're just like, oh, I can help him. I want to help this man. He needs to know that I love him. You know, it's all very intentional to me. It's all very, he knows what he's doing.
speech is unacceptable, and whether it's on.
I don't fucking talk like this with you guys. That's crazy. That's a crazy way to treat your audience. If I need emotional support, I fucking go to my wifey or my friends or my family. I don't fucking signal this way with you guys. That's crazy. Why would you do that? You're a grown-up.
On social media or in the halls of Congress, we have to condemn it. People like Hassan Piker and Candace Owens shouldn't be out there campaigning with elected officials and being used and propped up as heroes when you have, Piker saying things like Jews are bloodthirsty pig dogs and inbred.
No, protect me. Protect me from these evil men that want to tear me down. And my only crime is loving you, the people. My only crime is wanting you guys to have health care and you guys to have more money and more services. And my only crime is I want to feel solidarity with you guys. It's all very just victim complex, like martyred. It's just so silly.
I've never said that.
America deserved
I never said
9/11.
Jews are bloodthirsty pig dogs. This is fucking bullshit.
Piker saying things like Jews are bloodthirsty pig dogs and inbred.
I've
saying
never
9/11
said that.
America deserved.
Was he saying IDF? Who did Hassan? I doubt. Yeah, I very much doubt he said Jewish people were like, who did Hassan Piker say were bloodthirsty pig dogs? Wait, am I even allowed to say that? I didn't even know that was a thing. Pig dog? Like who the fuck, who had ever heard of that? Who uses that kind of language? Directed at liberal Zionists in the context of his commentary on Israel and Gaza. Liberal Zionists. Bloodthirsty pig dogs. Are you familiar with decoding the guru, guys? Hassan is just a prototypical guru. Yeah. Guru, you think of someone who is giving you like spiritual guidance. And I think for Hassan, it's more like political guidance, but he codes it in a way where it's deeper than politics. That's why I think he has such large appeal and it's such a massive audience because I think he's tapping into something deeper than politics. He's tapping into something that's much more community oriented, you know? I just assume a lot of people in his audience, maybe I shouldn't say this, but I mean, I assume a lot of people in his audience are lonely. But I think you would make that assumption with any creator that has like a really dedicated parasocial kind of relationship, then it kind of makes sense because you're kind of filling in a void. You're filling in an emptiness. It's serving your soul in a particular kind of way. XIX is with $2. Funny because Hassan is himself inbred. You mean like in money? Like in like money? Is that what you mean? Rev Top with $2. Not seeing enough motion on this bill, guys. That fucking bro, that one was so funny. Jesus Christ.
I never said Jews are bloodthirsty peddlers. This is fucking bullshit.
The liberal Zionists
happen on both sides, and we've got to stand up, and that's what Mike and I, and by the way, 20 of our colleagues who stood with us, and
he looks so pissed, you guys. I mean, to be fair to him, to be absolutely fair to him, I think this what they're doing is pretty deranged. And I also made a pragmatic argument against this like a few days ago, which is that the Congress right now has no credibility with the public, like none. The Congress right now is as unpopular as it has ever been. And so this kind of a bill condemning that kind of a thing coming from Congress is likely to just fucking backfire because like people they hate the Congress right now.
In this legislation, that's what we're doing, is standing up to this.
All right, Congressman Josh Gottheimer of New Jersey and Mike Lawler of New York, thanks to both of you.
What do I fucking say? What do I say to this, dude? God, I hate this shit so much. Fuck Jake Tapper. Fuck Mike Lawler. Fuck Josh Gottheimer.
XIX is with $2. Jenk, his uncle came. I'm not going to read that, bro. I'm not reading these. Jesus Christ.
Paid for by Israel. Bottom paid for by AIPAC.
How do I make super chats appear as Streamlab alerts? Can you even do that? Because the super chats don't show up on the screen, or do they? I need someone to donate $100 super chat on YouTube. See if they pop up on screen. $100 or $200, either or, really. Doesn't matter. Alert box. Themes, follow, subscriptions. No. Oh, YouTube here. Oh, there it is. Did I just not set this up? Wait a second. Wait just a goddamn second. Filter events. Super chat. Test. Super chat. Boom, there it is. Okay. That looks like absolute shit. We'll leave it for now. I can't believe I just never turned that on. I just never fucking turned it on. I don't know what to say.
Please sue. I'm gonna end the broadcast right now, I think. If bought and paid for by Israel. Fuck Jake Tapper. Fuck Mike Lawler. Fuck Josh Gottheimer. Bought and paid for by Israel. Bought and paid for by AIPAC.
Well, I mean, listen, you can't go Zog posting. Wait, did that show up? Did it show up? Why didn't that show up? Son of a bitch. Jugrunner with $5. Do you think Hassan's community is bad? Ask your co-host what happens when you break away from DGG, even on the most insignificant issues. Coastal Elite with $2. Bald Rights, Bald Power. Actual Facts Racing with $3.50. Best I can do. No. I'm aware. DGG, listen. I am aware. I mean, I have interacted with like many very like non-parasocial, reasonable DGG people. I think that's probably more representative of the norm. But like when I disagree with Destiny about what is to be done, like when the Democrats take power and that stretched out for like a month, boy were they angry, or many of them. Boy did they get very angry. To a certain extent, it happens, I think, with any community that gets very big. And I do think that creators have like some responsibility to tamp that down as much as they can. I think that the way that Hassan weaponizes his own audience is really in a league of its own. Like he stands alone in just how much control and how much like really overt manipulation, I would say. That's not fair. Entire DGG isn't like that. I didn't say that, for the record. In fact, I think I said the opposite of that.
Please sue. I'm gonna end the broadcast right now, I think. If one more dumb fuck in my chat says, please sue, I'm just gonna end it. I'm gonna end it all. I'm gonna end my life, okay, in a video game. There's no world in the United States of America where you can pursue litigation of this sort as a fucking public figure. Some of you do not comprehend that, okay?
There's the punishment. There's the punishment. Rewards, punishments. It's a simple system, but that's what makes it so elegant. And that's what makes it so brilliant. Incentives, disincentives. Rewards, punishments. When you say something stupid, he punishes you. He shocks you. He gives you a little zap, calls you out on his stream. He might even pull up your chat logs. He might ban you, time you out for a week. Zap, zap, zap. Like the stick is just as important as the carrot.
I know nobody buys this CNN bullshit. It's still fucking annoying to constantly have to be compared to Candace Owens, dude.
I think he's coping here. I mean, I think he knows that a lot of people buy this bullshit, and that's what kind of freaks him out. Which, to be fair to him, like, I would be freaked out. Are you fucking kidding me? Bro. If I had Congress people drafting a bill condemning me, that would freak me out. So I don't blame him for being a little freaked out, but he's coping if he says like, yeah, I know nobody listens to it, but well, that's why you're upset. I mean, that's why you're a little rattled, just because you know that you know that people are going to hear that, you know, take it at face value and evaluate as such.
There's no world in the United States of America where you can pursue litigation of this sort as a fucking public figure. Some of you do not comprehend that, okay? I know nobody buys this CNN bullshit. Still fucking annoying to constantly have to be compared to Candace Owens, dude.
Oh, wow. Guys, this is kind of a big deal. Did you guys see this? Wow. From Twitch support, a note on our work to combat view botting from CEO Dan Clancy. There's been a lot of discussion recently about view botting on Twitch, and I wanted to share an update on our enforcement efforts. View botting is bad for our business. We don't benefit from it. Well, I think he did. I think he did benefit from it. I think he did. And we believe it harms the creator ecosystem overall. However, effectively combating view botting is challenging as we deploy updates to our real-time detection algorithms. View botting companies quickly respond with updates to avoid detection. Also, our detection systems must be precise to ensure that legitimate viewers are appropriately counted. Today, we're introducing a new enforcement type that we plan to roll out over the next few weeks. For channels identified as persistently viewbotting, we will apply a cap to the streamer's CCV, which is like their view count, their concurrent viewers, for a fixed period of time on all of the Twitch surfaces. The cap will be based upon historical data regarding that creator's non-viewbotted traffic. Repeated violations will result in longer penalties. Streamers will be notified when an enforcement is applied, along with the duration of the penalty, and can appeal through an appeals portal. That's kind of a big deal. And do you know what? I think they should go further. I think they should slap a scarlet A on their streams. I think you should add a watermark to their streams. This person was caught viewbotting. This label will stay for 1 week or something like that. You should literally brand their streams with a scarlet A to signal to viewers. I really had no idea just how prevalent viewbotting was. I thought, naive me, I assumed that all of these platforms have very sophisticated systems that would quite easily detect these kinds of things. I never in my life, in my whole career, ever considered viewbotting. Not once. Number one, I just like, it's hard for me to understand the point. I mean, unless you're using that to leverage like better ad deals, but like, that never entered my mind a single time. But even if it had, let's just say it had, I was like, you know what? Maybe I want to do this. I just like assumed that their systems would very easily catch it. And it was like, I just assumed there was so much risk to doing something like that. Because I assumed that these platforms would like kick people off their platform if they got caught doing that. I just assumed this for years, and then come to find out that like, I don't know. I have no idea, but like they're, you know, a lot of the big streamers, apparently this happens very frequently. You know, like it's just bananas to me. I was so naive, I suppose. Zero risk. I know people who viewbotted just to get partner status, and no flags ever went up to stop that. I mean, what a waste of time though. Like you're going to bot to get partner status, then you get partner status, and then how does that translate to more like money for you? Yeah. Kalinda Live, hey, thank you so much for the raid. Juggerunner with $5. It comes from the top with DGG2. You should take a look at how Destiny talks about Pisco and tell me he's not trying to destroy his streaming career. I'm well aware of the animosity that exists between Pisco and Destiny. I'm very much aware. But that's between those two. I'm not involved in that. While streamers will be notified, we will not make a follow-on announcement when we begin issuing these enforcements, and will not publicly share details about when and where these enforcements are applied. Boo! I want a scarlet letter. Unfortunately, providing details simply makes it easier for companies to work around our interventions. Well, I guess maybe that makes sense, actually. We believe this approach will help us make meaningful progress against viewbotting. We will continue refining our systems and expand when we apply these enforcements over time. That's the right thing to do in case streamers get maliciously viewbotted. I mean, that does happen. It happened to me. That happened to me, bro. I got maliciously viewbotted on YouTube. I had my fucking channel demonetized, and I was like, what the fuck? What the invalid traffic? And like, it didn't even make sense. It didn't even make sense, because I got that happened when my channel was inactive. I wasn't even posting fucking videos. And it happened while my channel was inactive. I was like, what the fuck? Why would I bot for what? $1,200 a year or whatever I was making from the channel at the time? It was like so stupid. Now imagine your account had to have its name released for viewbotting. Well, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Ideally, we would have a foolproof system that perfectly identified when someone was view botting. And if such a system exists, then I think, or could exist, then I think a scarlet letter would be appropriate.
So frustrating. It's so disgusting. These freaks. My parents think you're an anti-Semite. My parents do. Okay, great. Well, maybe you should do a better job of fucking explaining to them that that's not the case.
The skill. Maybe you should do a fucking better job explaining to your fucking grandparents. It's like, what the? Why would such a burden be on someone like that? You're not defending me hard enough to your grandparents. Jesus Christ, man. What was it? His parents?
Still fucking annoying to constantly have to be compared to Candace Owens, dude. It's so frustrating. It's so disgusting. These freaks. My parents think you're an anti-Semite. My parents do. Okay, great. Well, maybe you should do a better job of fucking explaining to them that that's not the case.
Oh my God, dude. Wow. That is so unhinged. Oh my God. He's too liberal with the zapping. We're getting stray zaps out there in his chat. You are not responsible for your parents. Like, we all know the parents, and maybe your parents are a particular way. It's your parents. Like, how many times have you ever changed your parents' minds on fucking anything? That's not how this works. They're fucking dug in, man. You get older and you're very stuck in your ways. XIX is with $5. What I said was true about Hassan Hutch. Why is that a problem to point out? I just don't know how much I can say on the stream. Jenk's parents were first cousins. He admitted it on a TYT episode. Is that true? How do you spell Uyghur? I think it's that. Is it bad to make a baby with first cousins? That's probably not that bad. Probably fine. Yes, Cenk Uyghur has publicly said that his grandparents, not his parents, were first cousins. Well, that was probably pretty normal back in the day. Probably pretty normal back in the day, right? How risky is it to have a baby with your first cousin? I'm just asking for a friend. Having a baby with your first cousin does increase genetic risk, but not nearly as much as most people think. The risk is real, but moderate, not catastrophic. For unrelated parents, the chance of a serious birth defect or genetic disorder is 2 to 3%. For first cousins, the risk rises to roughly 4 to 6%. So the additional risk is about 2 to 4 percentage points. First cousins share about 12.5% of their DNA. If both carry the same recessive gene mutation, the chance of that mutation pairing up in a child is higher. Every person carries 5 to 10 recessive mutations on average. Most never cause problems. The risk only becomes significant if both parents carry the same one. What doctors usually recommend, a genetic counselor typically suggests carrier screening, which is a blood or a saliva test, reviewing family medical history, possibly targeted tests if a known condition runs in the family. Okay, well, I'm glad we know that. You learn something new every day.
Yeah.
It reminds me of that scene in Wolf of Wall Street where Jonah Hill's talking about marrying his first cousin.
And yes, I know there are entire Reddits, Discords, and Twitter communities with nothing but my haters who live to fucking have me read their stupid ass comment and like get mad in the process. I know.
Jesus, I mean, he really fucking tore into this guy.
My parents think you're an anti-Semite. My parents do. Okay, great. Well, maybe you should do a better job of fucking explaining to them that that's not the case. Yeah. And yes, I know there are entire Reddit's, Discords, and Twitter communities with nothing but my haters who live to fucking have me read their stupid ass comment and like get mad in the process. I know. I just want what's best for people, man. It sucks.
Ah! I told you! I told you! I told you he was gonna say it. Oh my fucking God, I called it. I just want what's best for you, the people. I think I literally said that word for word. Oh my God. I know you, bro. I'm fucking wise to your rouge. Ruse? I'm wise to your ruse. I'm on to the fucking subtext.
And like get mad in the process. I know.
Just let me love you. Why won't they let me love you? That's all I want to do in this world. I just want to love you and they won't let me do it.
I just want what's best for people, man. It sucks so fucking bad to just like be professionally misunderstood all the goddamn time. It's so fucking annoying.
This is incorrect.
Not falling for it, you will never understand what it's like. That's just the reality, okay?
You don't know my burden. You don't know my burden. You don't know how this... I did not pre-watch. No, absolutely not.
You're not in this position. I will never be able to communicate it to you, okay? It's just...
Translation, you are a pleb. You are an idiot pleb. Okay? You're not important like me, so you don't understand.
Virtually impossible. This is an...
All right, Captain Flavortown, listen. I appreciate you, buddy. Long-time subscriber. I do appreciate that. I'm going to start doing these from now on because I don't like the snarky attitude, okay? It's okay to disagree with me. That's fine. You can roast me. I have thick skin. But don't do the thing where it's like, when are we going to cover the real news? Just don't do that. Come on. Don't do that. Nobody's forcing you to stay here and watch this content. You should invite Hassan to live and learn. I mean, that would be something. From the Ashes with $2, the HDF and the Masan. Oh, that's good. The Masan. I get it.
Unbelievably sophisticated machine that never stops. It's day in, day out. It's backed by a shit ton of people who have nothing else to live for. And you're over here making it seem like I'm just too weak.
Massive projection here because he knows he has the same kind of infrastructure of just like, it's like an industry of professional Hassan defenders. You know, it is really remarkable what he has managed to build over there. All right, continuing with Centrist Gate. IRI, I think, hopped in a conversation with Pisco. Oh, here. There we go. Okay.
I'm good, bro. I know you got to get out of here.
Yeah.
I'm not here to fight. I'm just here to weigh in on your centrist definition.
Yeah.
You guys are asking for a cat task.
Is
or tax. This is Gnome. He's our boy. He gets really sweet and cuddly sometimes and also really violent. Like he bites hard. Like bites. He'll growl at you. He's a bit he's our like borderline personality disorder cat. So he's like, fuck you, don't leave me. So when he wants attention, he'll go to your like he'll kind of follow you around. And then if he thinks that you're going to abandon him, which is to say go upstairs, which we section off, like we keep some of the cats separated. So he'll like rub against your calf and kind of leave his scent on you the way that cats do. But then if you try to walk past him, he'll go, ah, and like bite you because he just doesn't want to be by himself. He's an interesting cat. He's an interesting cat. Cats are cool because definitely more so than dogs. They have very, very distinct personalities. Dogs, you know, dogs have personalities, but not quite like cats. Like cats are, every cat is like very different. Games are for kids with $5. In other words, if Hassan doesn't want public reactions to his public positions, then why make them public? Isn't that part of the deal? Yeah, somewhat. I mean, you know, again, in his defense, it's fair to not want people saying just blatantly untrue things. Like he didn't call Jewish people the slur that the congressperson said. You know, to be fair to him, like that's not really a fair criticism, right? Now, it's also hard to feel sympathy for him. If I'm being truly honest, it's hard for me to feel sympathy for him because boy, does he accuse people of whatever the fuck. He does not care. He smears people very frequently. So to see him being smeared is like, well, you know, not ideal, but hey, live by the sword, die by the sword, I guess.
First Republican who doesn't want to admit it on your centrist.
Mr. Rolling Stone, Mr. Rolling Stone, how are you?
I'm good, bro. I know you got to get out of here.
Yeah.
I'm not here to fight. I'm just here to weigh in on your centrist definition.
Yeah.
In my opinion, a centrist is an embarrassed Republican who doesn't want to admit it. I've never met a centrist in my life who votes for anything on the left. It's always like, I vote for every single thing on the right, but I
not a self-described centrist. Like if someone's calling themselves a centrist, they're a Republican voter 95 times out of 100.
Don't want to admit I'm on the right.
That's a plausible definition of centrist. It is one way in which the word is used. I totally agree with that. There's one sense in the word centrist which absolutely is mapping onto what you're saying, but it's just not the exclusive one, right? What you're saying makes total sense. That is a way that I use the term centrist, but in different contexts, I use it differently. So when we're referring to internal disagreements within the Democratic Party, it would be accurate to say that the centrist wing is the Schumer wing, and you would understand what I'm saying, right? When I said, if I was referring to like the centrist Democrats, you would understand what I'm saying.
Wild shit is happening in Tennessee redistricting right now. The mood on the ground today. Oh, and it's the guy that I know this guy. He's burning a Confederate flag. Damn, they're getting rowdy. We're not going back, bro. He's doing the Kamala thing.
I wouldn't disagree with you, but I feel like there's a very small slice of centrists that would fit into that category.
Tennessee Republicans laugh about stripping majority black Memphis of power. Bro, I am curious if there's going to be a run-on effect from, like, if they really disenfranchise. I mean, it looks like they're going to, man. It's like across the South. Like if they really eliminate like 15 to 20 seats that were for predominantly black districts, like if they really go through with that, I wonder if that will be a bridge too far for a lot of people. Like I mean, this is a you're kind of numb to it because it's like it is so bad. Like the gutting of the VRA, it is so bad. But man, like I wonder if they're gonna wake up like a massive giant in that region. I wonder if this maybe will give birth to a burgeoning kind of like a new protest movement. Like I don't know. It's just you would hope to see like massive mobilization across those states in those districts. I mean, just like the optics are very, very bad, you know, like two white people laughing about, you know, it's just awful, you know. I guess he's being told you can't wear a fucking flag in the official room or whatever. just let him in. What a time to be alive, you guys. Okay.
Most centrists are going to be people who vote for one Republican.
Games for Kids with $5. How disingenuous does it come across to you as a fellow political live streamer to listen to someone complain about public critiques of your opinions? I mean, there is a certain amount of like, this comes with the job, bro. Like if you, this is the cost of being the largest left-wing political streamer on the planet. Like, of course, like you wanted this. The irony is that, and I've mentioned this before, if nobody talked about Hassan tomorrow, including all the bad stuff, he would freak the fuck out. He'd be like, oh my God, what's happening? I'm no longer relevant. Do you know what I mean? It would freak him out. He would have an existential crisis. Who would he be without that, you know? So it's like he has a love-hate relationship with this thing called relevance, you know. But the cost of relevance is a lot of people are going to talk about the stuff that you say. That's obviously going to happen. So it's especially funny when his followers, you know, find their way to your mentions and they're like, bro, why are you always talking about Hassan? It's like, well, he's the #1 left-wing streamer in the world. That's like asking someone who covers politics, like, bro, why are you so obsessed with Trump? It's like, well, he's the fucking president. So, you know, he's going to come up like pretty often. Sir Mentos. Oh my God. With $50 for the love of cats. How many cats do you have? We have 3 cats. One of them is getting kind of sick, you guys. We don't know what's wrong with her. We have to take her to a specialty group to do some kind of scan because she's starting to look like kitty cancer, which is not great. So we got to figure out when to do that. Arya is 9 years old. So she is when is a cat considered elderly? They're getting older. They're getting older. Cat is generally considered elderly or a senior at 10 years old. Many vets begin a senior style care around 7. A senior cat is 10 to 14 years old. A super senior is 14 plus years old. But we have another cat, Clementine, who's 12. So she's technically like pretty old, but no problems with her. Not yet. She's still very spry and playful and no health problems with her. Why do you have an apartheid dwelling with no cats allowed upstairs? Well, we used to keep them strictly separated because they would fight. Like my oldest cat, Clementine, she's very sassy. Very cuddly, very loud. When she's hungry, she just goes, ah. She's just like she's got such a fun personality. She's like such a funny personality. But she's also very like alpha, and she's very territorial of her space. And so when we introduced the male cat, because we had 2 females, and we introduced the male cat, he's like just violent and aggressive. And so they don't like each other. They don't like each other. And so we had to separate them because they were like physically fighting and it was getting gnarly. But now we let them commingle for some amount of the day. And yeah.
One Democrat. They're these idiots who will like try to balance it out, you know. They're like they are totally different in my opinion from moderates. Moderates are people that are just a little more conservative on policy, like most of the Democrats.
Pisco's going to say his point is like, that's fine, but I think his whole point was like, because he's going to say that that harping on this point was weak because Wired using the term was defensible in a vacuum. But I think he's ignoring the fact that like, well, this is not in a vacuum. Like we know how Taylor Lorenz operates. We know what motivates her, and we know what she was going for with the framing of the article. And so it's like, I don't even understand the point of litigating it further. It's just, as far as I'm concerned, the jury is not out. It's no longer out. Like the jury is in. Like we just like, she knew what she was doing. She knew what she was saying with that. It's obvious to any reasonable person, I think. We don't really need to like dwell on was that the strongest part of your argument? I mean, yeah, whatever.
Sure, guys. I think in Congress, in the Democratic caucus, you have moderates and liberals. That's how normal people talk about the electeds. AOC would be a liberal, and Chuck Schumer would be a moderate. That's
you're just being pedantic when you argue about this kind of stuff, and it's a waste of time. Well, at SO5, I'm just curious. Do you think that Taylor used the language centrist for Olivia Juliana intentionally as a pejorative? Like, do you believe that that's what she did with that language? We need the Jeopardy music. Yes, obviously. Okay, well, then I don't know what we're doing. I don't know what we're doing.
That's how they use the term. I would argue most of America uses the terms.
So when we're making claims about how terms are used, that's just like it's an empirical question, right? And usually how we look to usage is either dictionaries or like high profile examples of people saying things, right? So I go to the Oxford Dictionary, I go to the Merriam-Webster Dictionary, and moderate is literally a synonym for centrist. Now you can say, well, that's not true that people use it that way in general, but that's just a claim. And like, I don't have a basis to believe that people, when they use the term centrist, that the overwhelming or predominant way they use it is in the way that you describe. The way that you describe is a plausible usage, and it's one that I've heard, but I can't make a claim beyond that about how often it's used that way.
All centrists are moderates, but not all moderates are centrists. I mean, I just don't even, again, like the language is so squishy that like, okay, well, you know, there is no like one thing that it is. I know how I've seen it used. I know how it's used in certain spaces over here versus those spaces over there. And I know how Taylor was using it. I mean, I understand what she was doing with that language. DT with €6, you're strawmanning Pisco's argument. He's saying, take Taylor's definition and beat her with that. Take her definition and beat her with that. So take her definition that it just means pro-Democrat. Well, how would you beat her with that? What do you mean? Pisco also claimed that liberal means left. Well, I think that most people liberal means left. To the online left, the left means like leftist / anti-capitalist / socialist.
And so when you say something like most centrists are this kind of way, that's presupposing a meaning of the term centrist. But of course, the thing we're arguing about is like, what's the correct meaning of the word? The truth is there are multiple.
He did. That's the point. He said, so are AOC and Bernie centrists then, and she had to agree based on her definition. Oh, I see.
Quote unquote correct usages of the term. It just depends on the context. In some contexts, yes, centrist means what you mean or what you said. And sometimes it means what I mean or said.
Would you call any of the Democrats in the Senate a centrist?
It depends in some context.
It's really not what the debate is even all about, right? Like, Pisco's not even fighting IRI on the definition that he's given here.
Yes.
You personally.
Yeah.
Really?
So in some contexts, yes. If I'm referring to them with respect to an internal party division, I would. So I would say centrist Democrats like Chuck Schumer to contrast with the AOC types, right? Now, so you would agree Chuck Schumer is not a centrist in the same way that
I mean, I would argue that you reserve centrists for the people that you really don't like. I mean, that's just what I observe. How the language has evolved over time. Usually when someone says centrist, when they're talking about Schumer, it's in a negative context. They're like, they're bringing him up in a negative kind of way. But if you use the word like moderate to describe Raphael Warnock, then there's not the same kind of like negative connotation. Do you guys agree with me? That's my sense of it. I guess we all understand language differently depending on how we hear it or whatever, but I feel like that label is more like the moderate label is like less loaded, I think, with most people.
Manchin is a centrist. They're different in the sense of centrist is different there. If I were to call Manchin a centrist and then say, and Schumer's also a centrist, we would be like, wait, hang on, something's wrong there because they don't
like. I told you guys last week, I think a few days ago, but I'll ask you guys again. Who do you guys think has the most conservative voting record in the Senate for the Democrats? I asked this question the other day. You know, a lot of people guessed one particular person, but who do you guys think has, there you go. You remember. Yeah. Raphael Warnock votes with Republicans more than Fetterman, but nobody is going out of their way to like Warnock is like never talked about really, you know, like he just doesn't come up. He's one of these senators that he doesn't command a lot of national attention. He doesn't have like a big social media presence. He's not villainized in the same way, but most people I think would refer to him as like moderate, right? That centrist label I think is more reserved for a negative connotation.
Don't belong in the same category of thing. But if you understood me to be using two different senses of centrist, then it would make sense if I said Schumer is a centrist vis-a-vis the Democratic division in those categories. That's yes, there's a sense in which I would call Democrat centrist.
I don't think I've met a person in my life that would say a centrist is somebody who is a centrist within the party.
Have you met Dan Saltman?
Yes.
So you have met someone who would use centrist to describe someone in the party because he described Bill Clinton as a moderate and a centrist. So you have met someone who would use the term to describe someone in the party that way.
Well, I think IRI means like no one's ever used that language around him.
Well, I've never heard that.
Go to my Twitter right.
That's what he's saying. Yeah.
To press him on that.
Yeah, go to my Twitter right now.
I'll
actually quote it to you directly.
I think Pisco gets into gotcha mode. We'll call it the gotcha mode. I think he goes into gotcha mode, which some people read as like hostile, but I just know that that's how he is. So I just accept that about him. But other people see it in it, and people feel like it's hostile towards like friends or whatever.
As we're listening to it, and you have met Dan Saltman, and he says the following.
No, but IRI saying he's getting hung up on like, well, you just said you never knew anyone, but IRI obviously meant like no one ever used that language around me in that way. That's obviously what he means.
I think that you can be strategic.
I think you can be strategic about this both ways. Right now, people are like, are you happy? Republicans are using Hassan. I say that's great because one of the reasons Clinton won
his sister
Soldier moment where he came out and he showed himself to be.
This is brutal. Hold on, I don't.
Both terms interchangeably to apply to a Democrat in the party. So you have met someone.
He is, yes. Okay.
So and it's not just him either.
There's one.
No, but there's also Tim Miller.
In the general sense, though, and you seem to agree with me that most people do not.
I don't
those
agree.
Two terms are not.
I don't have a view on that.
Oh, you don't agree with that?
Well, there needs to be like a basis to believe that most people do use the term this way. I think that that's one way that people do use it. What you're describing is
most people
one way in which
our
centrist
spaces
is used, and it's something I heard. But anything beyond that, like most people use it this way. The predominant usage is this. That's going to require evidence, and I'm not convinced that that is the predominant usage.
So, okay. So I guess we'll agree to disagree, but I just want to make it clear. In my opinion, a centrist is an embarrassed Republican who wants to have one foot on each side. I don't think that's applicable to 99% of Democrats. But moving on, do you think there's any world in which Taylor used the word centrist in a neutral way, or was that meant as an insult?
It was meant as a pejorative. Yes, it was meant as a pejorative.
Okay.
The whole reason I'm raising this.
She tried to frame it, I feel, in that conversation
100% she was.
With us as, I'm just using it as a descriptor. And I think she wouldn't admit that she was using it.
I agree. But the thing is, I agree. And people don't understand, like, how can he believe that? How can he both believe that Taylor Lorenz was using it as an indicator, as a framing device, as a pejorative, but also think that it's stupid to fight on the actual accuracy? Well, the views completely align. One of the ways that you would show that she's being bad faith about her usage is to be like, well, what do you mean by centrist? And if she answers, well, I just mean Democrat, it's like in context, it's an implausible.
What's frustrating about hearing him say this is because that is like literally exactly what happened. Like we had already done that. And so I just don't that, you know, hold on. That was purposefully, that was one of my first questions that I wanted to ask her because I wanted to nail her on that. Like, so if I go to the transcript and I look for centrist, that is literally what we did. Like early on in that line of questioning, like I wanted to establish what she means when she says the word centrist. And then expose the kind of, you know, the goal was to like expose her kind of like real motives, you know, larger narrative that I think goes beyond disclosure,
but like 15
right?
people were right. But like my name is on the top. But as you know, with an investigation like this, especially one that went to the top, that like 15 people worked on this story. So
well, I understand that, but like for example, so you assigned the label centrist to Olivia Giuliana,
which is how she self-identified.
No, she self-identifies as a progressive, right?
No, from what I found from my original reporting back from the New York Times, back when I had interviewed her years ago, she was identifying as a centrist Democrat in Texas. That was her whole thing.
In 2024?
Maybe it was whenever I spoke to her, which was quite a while ago. But just to be clear, she never took issue with that. She never reached out for a correction on that at all. We would have been happy to, like, if she...
I mean, nonetheless, that is an opinion, right? Subjective, it's very subjective.
No, it's how she... Well, first of all, I think we can correctly identify people's political sort of affiliations. For instance, if she's... correct me if I'm wrong on Olivia Giuliana, and Olivia Giuliana works for Chorus, but her whole thing was that she was a Democrat in Texas, right? Who had done a lot of work with like reproductive justice.
Yeah, right. So she focuses on abortion, LGBTQ+, climate, voting rights. When I look at these sort of policy priorities, that does not strike me as a when I think of a centrist, I think of Joe Manchin.
Okay.
I think like Jared Polis in Nebraska.
If Olivia wants to reach out, and we, honestly, the thing that you're bringing up mostly comes up on the right, because for instance, when I covered Nick Fuentes, he will say, well, I'm not a white nationalist, or Chuck Johnson, who I cover all the time, or not so much anymore, actually is less relevant.
This was just a really bizarre thing that she said, because, you know, obviously when they're doing that, they're being malicious. And so I guess she's implying that Olivia Giuliana is maliciously self-identifying as a progressive to hide her true centrism is the implication here, which is pretty bizarre.
But he would constantly say, well, I'm not a Holocaust denier, right? And so I think at some point you do have to take a look at certain people's, you know, beliefs and what they've expressed and try to
how would you define centrist? How would you define right here, right? I did it right there. This is what I did. How would you define centrist? And then she said, you know, Democrat, you know, like interest.
A Democrat that's probably middle of the road, like a middle of the road Democrat, like a Democrat that could operate in a red state probably, and a blue state maybe equal, like, you know, somebody that's sort
of. So I just don't understand when
redundant being vice as a pejorative, but also think that it's stupid to fight on the actual accuracy. Well, the views completely align. One of the ways that you would show that she's being bad faith about her usage is to be like, well, what do you mean by centrist?
That's just like literally what we did. I don't know. Maybe he was zoning out for that part. I don't know.
If she answers, well, I just mean Democrat, it's like in context, it's an implausible, redundant thing that she would call out Olivia Giuliana to be a centrist, by which she means like Democrat aligned. That's kind of like assumed as part of like the course, the entire article in the first place, right? It would be the fact that it's redundant, it's surplusage, makes it less plausible that that's what she was trying to do. It makes it more plausible that what she was trying to do was be bad faith. And so nothing about what I'm saying here is inconsistent with a conclusion.
I just don't understand, because we had already established this, you know, like
in fact, Taylor was trying to use it as a pejorative. That is what I believe. What I'm trying to say is, let's not like focus on the truth or falsity of whether she in fact is a centrist. That was my entire point, because there are plausible senses in which she is a centrist. What we need to clue in on is what Taylor meant and what she was trying to do. And I think that Soy Pill did that
I think maybe one of the reasons why I wanted to fight on it is because I did want to challenge their established truism in the leftist space. I did want to challenge that. I think part of me did want to challenge that. Like, what do these words mean if Olivia Giuliana is a centrist? I understand that from the perspective of a leftist, they think she's a centrist, but I am challenging that. Like that's what I'm trying to do. I think also in this, and maybe I should have just focused on one thing instead of like fighting that battle as well. But I just felt like I wanted to fight that in the moment.
Very well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I just thought it was odd that Taylor wouldn't admit that she was using it as in a negative way. She was just using it as a descriptor. Like, well, what do you mean? I'm just identifying her as a centrist. It's like,
Yeah, I don't think it's possible.
You would have just said moderate. You think it's possible?
No, I don't think her explanation is plausible. That's what she is. I agree with Hutch and you and Soypill about the framing thing. All I'm taking issue with is us like going and be like, look, Olivia Giuliana, in fact, is not a centrist because look at all these.
Apple has agreed to pay $250 million to settle a class action lawsuit over misleading customers about AI-powered Siri features. The lawsuit covers U.S. customers who bought any iPhone 15 or 16 model between June 10, 2024 and March 29, 2025. That's me. That's this guy. I have thought about that because I was like, that was not, I didn't really think about that when I bought the phone. I bought the phone because there were some camera features that were just mind-blowing. But they were promising like more kind of AI stuff. But then the phone didn't launch with that. And they're like, oh, it's coming in spring. But they don't really, like Siri doesn't really have like an AI kind of feature in the way that you would have expected. Settlement AI. Apple reached a $250 million class action settlement in a U.S. federal court to resolve claims that it misled customers or consumers about the availability of its personalized Siri features announced in 2024. The lawsuit alleged Apple promoted AI capabilities that were not yet available at the time of the iPhone 16 launch, creating false expectations for users and harming shareholders. That's literally what happened to me. Literally, because I got the phone, I was like, some of those features look cool. Let me see how I can. And then I looked it up and there's like, oh, they're not coming for like 6 months. I was like, what the fuck? And why the fuck was it in the commercial? Why didn't you bring that up in the commercial?
Posts. It proves it. Well, that's only on some senses of the term centrist and on some plausible senses of the term centrist, including a plausible use of the term centrist, which is equivalent to moderate. You would agree that's plausible. The dictionary says, right? The dictionary says, Dan Saltman says, Tim Miller says, PodSafe says, Ezra says.
Tesla's another thing too. Tesla calling it autopilot is crazy. It's crazy, you know, that was like definitely like very misleading. And even calling it full self-driving is misleading because, you know, technically you're supposed to have your hands on the wheel the whole time. So I was like, is that really full self-driving if you have to be prepared to intervene at any moment? I have not tried full self-driving. I'm told that it's gotten much better over time. The autopilot feature that I use has definitely improved over time, and I've never had any problems with it. It's honestly maybe saved me from an accident or two because it can like react quicker if somebody slams on the brakes in front of me or something. So that feature has always been, that feature is like very convenient. It's very nice for like long drives, but calling it autopilot is very deceptive.
Dictionary can be a little different. Dictionary definition can be a little behind how society.
I don't touch the wheel or pedals a single time on my commute to and from work. Oh, that's interesting. I think like I could upgrade to full self-driving. I can't remember how much it is. I think it's like $2,500 or something. I just never did that because I don't commute. Like I don't drive my car enough to justify full self-driving. This is basically what it amounts to.
He's using the term.
I know, but that's why I didn't just do the dictionary. I did dictionaries and contemporary usage from, again, this is one of the latest Tim Miller episodes where he's doing it interchangeably. I did recent Pod Save America things. I did Ezra Klein from the 2020 primary where he's referring to the centrist, the centrist electorate within the Democratic Party. I did this recent conversation with Dan Saltman. This isn't from 5 years ago. This is from like the big Hassan conversation they had with Mr. Mutin, Destiny, Wick TV. So it's not just the dictionary definitions. It's also contemporary usage. It's all reinforcing the same point, which is there is a plausible sense of centrist, which is used interchangeably with moderate. No one can deny that, right? There's no basis to deny that. That just is the case. And that's how it's used contemporaneously and in the dictionary. And also that centrist can be used as a descriptor for Democrats plausibly, and not just meaning as a pejorative. In the case of Taylor, it was a pejorative, I think. But it doesn't mean that what I say is untrue.
Well, if it's not, I think what he's saying, there's merit in a vacuum. But once we established that Taylor was doing what she was doing, I don't understand all this. I don't understand any of this. Like, I still don't really get it. I still don't really get it. What's the point of like interrogating this particular point to this extent? You know?
Yeah, well, I may be circling here, but I see a centrist as someone who votes on one side and votes with the other. And so I just don't see a world in which Olivia ever votes with Republicans or sides with them on anything. And I think, if I recall, Taylor even said in our conversation that, well, she's a Texas Democrat, so she's most likely moderate. And I was like, what the fuck? Do you remember that? Am I imagining that?
What she's saying.
That was another definition that was just made no sense. A centrist is a Democrat in a red state. There are so many like hardcore Bernie stands in red states, you know?
Is implausible in terms of her usage. That I agree with you on that, but like saying something like, I just don't think centrist.
What? It costs $8,000 as a one-time purchase for full self-driving or $100 a month. Okay.
This means that. What does that even mean? Like, when you say you don't think that centrist means that, are you saying that you don't think that people use the term in the way that I'm describing? Even though I'm showing you people using the term in the way that I'm describing?
No,
that's just intelligent cruise control. Tesla rolled out a newer, updated free, like it was like a free upgrade for autopilot at some point where it's more than just intelligent cruise control. So like you can tweak with the settings. You can make it more aggressive. So there's a setting they call like Mad Max, and it will change lanes on its own, and it'll pass cars that are going slow. And it, as long as you're staying on a network of freeways, which is really useful in Los Angeles, it'll exit the freeway for you. You know, like if you're in the fast lane and you got an exit coming up, it'll start going over to the right lane, you know, about 3 miles out. It'll take that exit, you know, it'll navigate like fully on. It is a crazy thing to name on a vehicle. I agree. It's like, yeah, not serious, but, and then it turns off once you get off the freeway. So that's new-ish. I think that's like a newish feature in the last like year where it'll navigate on autopilot. And as long, yeah, it'll just take you on the freeway and whatever. And so like that's like very useful and convenient for sure.
I accept that. I just think that, in my opinion, these people are misusing the term.
Yeah. So like I hear that, right? And it's also in the conversation.
I think they're talking past each other, it seems.
And I don't know if you were there for socialist, right? Where the people are like, it's the wrong term to apply. Like Mamdani's not actually a socialist. You know, these conversations, because you have these debates on TikTok and stuff. So I'm sure you're aware of these, the patterns of these debates. And people are like, well, Mamdani shouldn't use the term. He's inaccurately using the term. And I'm like, I don't really see words as having objectively true meanings. Like words are, the meaning of them is in their usage. And so in some senses,
I mean, that's fair. That's true.
Mamdani is a socialist, and some he's not. If what we mean by socialist is like Marxist-Leninist, then I don't think.
I think Mamdani, I think this case is much, much stronger to call Mamdani a socialist, just unambiguous to call him a socialist, because I reserve the term socialist for people that it's about the relationship to the means of production. Social, that's what makes someone a socialist. It has to be centered on the means of production. A socialist is someone who wants to transfer ownership of the means of production from the bourgeois to the proletariat, from the elite capital owners to the labor class. And Mamdani, just maybe his politics have changed, but there's a clip from him like 2 or 3 years ago, and he's just unambiguously says that the larger goal is to transfer ownership of the means of production. So that's why, like, that came out of his mouth. Those were his words. And so that's why I think it's like fully appropriate to call him a socialist. I think, you know, that if that's your goal, then you're a socialist.
That Mamdani is a socialist. But if what we mean by socialist is some other commitment ideologically, then he is a socialist. It just depends on what we mean. And there can be multiple definitions for a term that are in good faith and plausible. That's all I'm trying to say here. And go ahead, sorry.
I would not fight you on that. And I agree. I think that there is no ironclad rule. That's why I came up here and I was like, my understanding of centrist is an embarrassed Republican. And I wouldn't call Olivia Giuliana that. But for me, it was more about Taylor, pretending that she didn't use it as an attack, kind of like Howard Lutnick trying to pretend he didn't get invited.
Yeah, to Epstein. No, I
went to his place. Like,
I agree with that. No, the thing is, I totally agree with that. That's what I find so like is people really don't believe.
Supposedly fun with 8 months. Thank you so much. Mamdani's socialism meeting the realities of NYC's budget and dealing with bloated and rent-seeking unions. Yeah, well, I mean, it was always going to be an uphill climb for him to deliver on his more bolder stuff. And I think he's done a good job so far. I think he's been pretty savvy, but long term, that's a real challenge for him. Long term, it's a real challenge for him to deliver the stuff that he said he was going to deliver on. I think he's already conceded that fast and free buses at the earliest would be next year. That's a significant challenge for him to deliver on that one in particular, because when we looked it up, it was like some figure between $300 and $500 million a year are generated in revenue from bus fares. And then they use that money to do maintenance and upkeep on the buses. That costs a lot of money. And so, well, they don't use all of it to do that, but like, so if you get rid of those fares, where's the money going to come from to maintain the buses? That's like a very expensive endeavor. How did your weight gain go? It all went to my fucking stomach. That's how that went. My weight gain. When I gain weight, it goes straight to my stomach. I have a concave chest. I have a condition called pectus excavatum, where there's a depression in my chest. There's like an indent in my chest, and it literally pushes my organs down. So when I gain weight, it really shows up in my belly, like comically, like I'm literally hiding a fucking watermelon in my shirt. And so it just is what it is there.
Even when I'm like, this is strengthening the argument.
Tristan with $5. Peace goes smart. He must have another bee in his bonnet if he feels nitpicking the label has more value than the critique of using it as a pejorative. I just think he likes to argue, bro. I don't think it's that complicated. Thank you for the $5.
Argument for Hutch. When you show that her usage is implausible, instead of getting bogged down by a plausible usage of the term as applied to Olivia Giuliana, instead focus on what she meant and the implausibility of her proclaimed usage.
Ryoma Sakamoto with $5. They used the bus fares to pay for maintaining the buses. Who could have guessed? Yeah, seriously.
Actually, strength. Instead of getting bogged, I find so like it is people really don't believe me when I'm like, this is strengthening the.
Well, the other thing too is like the city owned or the city run bodegas or grocery stores. That's another one too that like, and I said at the time, I said like, this just seems like kind of silly policy. Like grocers already operate at really low profit margins. And like, how many food deserts are there in NYC that could plausibly benefit from a city-owned grocery store? Like, how problem are the food deserts in NYC? Like really? About 24 NYC neighborhoods are identified as food deserts, and these areas are plausible candidates for city-owned grocery stores. So if there is an underserved area, as I understand it, in the cities that have done city-owned grocery stores in America, because that's not a new thing. There have been cities, as I understand, that have done this kind of a thing, and it worked because they were underserved areas. But what Mamdani was doing was he was running on a one city-run grocery store in every borough. But then I had people in my chat saying, not every borough is underserved. And so if he plans to introduce a city-owned grocery store in an area where there's already a bunch of grocery stores, I think that's just that I just don't understand that policy. Maybe he shouldn't have run on in every borough. Maybe he should have just said in every underserved area. Maybe that makes sense. Or maybe there are food deserts in every borough. I don't know. I don't know. Well,
the argument for Hutch, when you show that her use is implausible, instead of getting bogged down by
Donnie's city-run grocery plan draws pushback from local bodegas, supermarkets. Well, you can imagine, like, if you're running a grocery store and you're running on profit margins that sometimes it's like 1%. It's like 1 to 2%. And then a city-owned grocery store comes in and they're offering lower prices, and then you got to lower your prices to compete. I would be freaked out if I was a grocery store owner in that area. But if it's like an actual food desert, what does it even mean for it to be a food desert? What does that mean? What is the official criteria to be considered a food desert? If it's like, bro, if I look this up and it's like more than a 10-minute walk, I'm going to be annoyed. If it's like a 20-minute walk to get to a grocery store, then that's not a food desert. Is it 15 minutes? A food desert is officially defined by the USDA as a low-income census tract where a significant tract of residents live far from a supermarket. But what's far? What does that mean? Low access. At least 500 people or 33% of residents living further than 1 mile from a supermarket in urban areas. How long does it take the average person to walk a mile? $15 to 20 minutes. Casual pace 20 to 24 minutes. Normal pace 15 to 20 minutes. Okay, I mean, all right, okay. Okay. I mean, you also got to consider people with disabilities, elderly people. I mean, all right, I accept that framing. We'll go with that. That's fine. I mean, if you're young and healthy, 20 minutes that's not that much of a walk, bro. You're getting your steps for that day. It's fine. Dazardani with $10. Yeah, his comparing fare-free Staten Island ferry to buses was wild. The bus gets way more riders a year. It was actually not cost efficient to maintain the ticketing equipment for the ferry. Interesting. Hutch, a lot of those people are going to be old. Yeah, I know. I understand. Listen, I accept this framing. Okay, that's fine. Further than 1 mile from a store. Okay, but if you're young and healthy, it's like, come on. You have to walk 20 minutes back and forth. You walked 40 minutes. That's awesome. That's great. That's some good exercise that day. Put on your headphones. Good to go. The grocery store that I go to, it's like a 10-minute walk. So, and that's like part of how I get my steps in that day. And I usually like to buy fresh ingredients that day for the meals that I cook. Number one, you get fresher ingredients, but number two, it gets me out of the house. I go on my little walk and get some exercise in. So, proposed location of the store is Black Dot. I think I might have seen this image that you're about to. Jesus, what is this advertisement on the screen? I can't even see what I'm looking at. Oh, hang on. The proposed location of the supermarket is here. What? Why? What? There's a supermarket 1 block away here, 2 blocks away here, 5 blocks away here, 6 blocks away. Why? Why would you put one right here? See, I don't know how to make sense of this. I don't know what the point of this is. These grocery markets are not, these profit margins are not a lot, okay? They're not making a ton of profit. I don't think this makes sense. This location, I don't think that makes sense.
A plausible usage of the term as applied to Olivia Joanna, instead focus on what she meant and the implausibility of her proclaimed usage. It actually strengthens the argument.
Did you see there's a live debate between, are you Rick rolling me right now? Fuck you.
Not have to do any of these things.
What?
That you think that progressives would have to do.
Do what things?
Well, to...
Why didn't you guys tell me about this?
Israel is a Jewish state or whatever. To...
By the way,
holy
I do
content
think that should happen. That's me and my personal politics.
Yeah.
And I think there's a good reason for that, because
how the fuck did you guys not tell me about this?
The Arab world requires apartheid. It requires denying Palestinians the right to return. To create a democratic majority, you have to do exactly what Israel's been doing, which is genocide, ethnic cleansing, and apartheid. So that's
Contra's been making the rounds.
Clear. That is not what I think Kamala Harris had to do to win.
Okay, but so I guess I don't understand why, like, voters seem to have no trouble electing Donald Trump, this man who has an extremely pro-Israel position, more pro-Israel than the Democratic Party does. Like, why is he able to get elected without pivoting against Israel? Whereas, why is this a condition for the Democrats to succeed?
Well,
like I would
bear with 2 months. Thank you.
Would make more sense if Jill Stein had gotten like 30% of the vote or something. I'd be like, well, okay, that's you have a point there, but like that's not what happened, right? It's voters are supporting a further right, more pro-Israel candidate. So it's a little bit hard for me to reconcile with the idea that this is the reason why the Democrats can't get elected.
I think for one, it's to punish Joe Biden, under whom this genocide started, and to
punish Joe Biden by helping Donald Trump. What the fuck? That logic is so stupid. Unless you're an accelerationist, which she is. Wow, what a pause screen. Oh my goodness, this is a perfect pause screen. Daz Vidani with $5. NYC's definition of a food desert is different. Here it's 0.5 miles. Wow. I'm less sympathetic to that one. A 7-minute walk? I don't know about that.
Under whom to date, most of the deaths have occurred, and most of the infrastructural destruction in Gaza has occurred, right? So it cannot go ignored that while you could...
People have to walk to get the stuff they need, Hutch. This is New York City. A 7-minute walk? Beyond a 7-minute walk is a food desert? I question that a little bit.
Anticipate that Donald Trump was going to do more of the same, and should have anticipated that Donald Trump was going to do more.
Hutch, ever carry your groceries half a mile? Yes, I do it literally every day. That's like probably the distance that I walk.
The same. That doesn't justify, in the eyes of many voters, including voters whose lives and families have been directly implicated by this genocide, voting for the guy who did it. So if I'm standing there, stabbing you, I don't mean to like conjure violence, but if I'm standing there with a can of gas having burned your house down, and I'm like, vote for me and the other guy is going to burn your house down twice. I mean, you can imagine that you as an individual aren't going to want to vote for me. I just burned your house down.
So I can understand.
I am calling for a total and complete shutdown of analogies in political discourse. It needs to stop. It is not helping people. Analogies are meant to help people understand things. That's not what's happening in politics. It's making it worse. It's dumbing the conversation down. It's obfuscating.
And the psychology of that for when you're the person whose house is being burned down. But I also sort of don't really see. So I don't understand how like Biden's stance on Israel is being effectively punished by electing someone who's even more pro-Israel.
Well, people are saying you can't win. You're not going to be allowed to win under these conditions.
She's not going to answer that question. She's not going to address that point. It's an obvious point. Like, how are you? Well, you're going to punish Biden. You're not punishing Biden. You're punishing the voters. You're punishing America. You're punishing everyone in the world that's going to be affected by Donald Trump's foreign policies. That's who you're punishing. Biden, he's out here living the life, bro. He's out there eating fucking ice cream cones and giving speeches. You know, like being a spry fucking 82-year-old stage 4 cancer person.
If you want to win an election, Democratic Party, you have to move not even to the left, to the center, to where the majority of the country is and the majority of the world is on Israel. Because you understand, Natalie, that like in elections,
she's not answering the question. She's not even addressing the point.
There's a bunch of people who are always going to be Republicans. There are a bunch of people who are always going to be Democrats, and they're fighting for this center swing group of swing voters.
Yes.
And anti-war sentiments, along with a lot of other sentiments, many of which, frankly, I don't align with, are preponderant among that group, right? And that was a real driving force in the electorate. Among the people that you needed to get to change, Gaza, anti-war. I mean, Trump has been cultivating a sort of anti-war, anti-interventionist personality for a really long time, right? One of the things he bragged about was being a president that started no new wars. Now you can sit here and you can argue with that, right? But like that was something, that was a pitch that he.
But he did say that, yes.
But that's a pitch that he made. So this is my point. You say that Trump didn't have to do the things that I'm saying that Biden or Kamala Harris should have done. But he did, and it was a lie, but he did do those things. He presented, he listened to the base, and he gave them the message that they want to hear. While
isn't
Kamala
also that the Democrats lied.
In what ways?
Well, in terms of like, I mean, you've suggested that the Democrats lied about wanting a ceasefire, or lied about conditioning aid.
Yeah, I do. I think they lied less effectively, and I think they lied more minimally. I think when you have one guy lying and saying, I'm going to end the war.
They should lie better.
Well, no, I think that they should tell the truth and cut ties with Israel. But if we're asking who's responsible, who had the power, who the onus was on to actually stop Trump, that clearly was not me or any podcaster or any voter or anybody.
It was technically the Congress.
Elon Musk's internet.
It was technically the Congress.
It was the party who had the information. And one last point I would make about this is, I'm sure you've been following what's going on with this DNC autopsy report. Have you?
Oh, God.
I'm sure people have lives.
Oh, God.
And I'm sure you've heard that the prevailing theory
in your spaces,
that the reason they don't want to, at least the autopsy report, is that it shows exactly what the IMEU study and other studies have shown, which is that the number one issue for Biden 2020 voters that didn't want to vote for Kamala in 2024 and didn't vote for Kamala in 2024.
According to one partisan group, like, I don't know. That's literally the only statistic. The 40% of Biden voters who did not vote for Kamala in 2024, the 40% of them having Gaza as their number one issue, that came from one group. It's like the UEMF. It's like some Middle Eastern studies, like I don't know what it is, but it's a partisan group. That's, as far as I understand, is the only survey that has like explored that or anything. And so, like, I don't know what to make of those numbers. But they, it's just people treat it as like established fact. It might be maybe their methodology is really good. I really don't know, but it's like it's hard to feel like firmly that that's true, but just based on that, I just,
was ending Israel's violence in Gaza at 29%, followed by the economy 24%, Medicare and Social Security at 12%, immigration at 11%, healthcare at 10%, and on down the line. So if they release that, the idea is, I'm sorry, just to put a fine point on it. The idea is that if the Democratic Party acknowledges and releases that they knew that was the case, then suddenly the onus is very clear, right? Who has the responsibility for losing to Trump is very clear. And the contrast that I think is my mission as a podcaster and a political commentator, to demonstrate who the Democratic Party really is and what their priorities really are, becomes very obvious to everyone. And I think you do start to get a lot of defections from the party, or at least calls for an enormous overhaul of leadership, et cetera.
Well, so I want them to release the autopsy. I want them to do whatever it takes to get elected. If that means cutting off all aid to Israel, then they should do that. I think it probably, in reality, is likely wrapped up with a bunch of other issues, like the fact that voters are upset about inflation, or about like vague concerns about like maybe my child might encounter a transgender book in school, and the Democrats are supposed to do something.
That wasn't on the list, by the way. That isn't on this IMEU list at the very
IMEU. That's what it is.
Well, I hope it's not.
Nothing cultural. Abortion policy was number 9, and I don't
let her make her point. She was getting to a point, Briahna.
At 9%, and I don't know what's
yappy over here.
It's 5%, but nothing about transports, nothing about COVID. A lot of issues that I think folks thought were going to
getting sidetracked. She was making a point.
Be determinative weren't, at least among these Biden 2020 to Harris 2024 voters.
But can you see how it's like a little bit difficult for me to take your criticisms of what you think the Democrats ought to do to get elected when you're simultaneously saying that people should not elect them? Like your position is that people should divest from the Democratic Party. So because it's not in your interest for the Democrats to get elected based on your positions, right? You don't want them to win.
What do you mean?
Well, you don't want the Democrats to win, right?
I think in an ideal world, given how hard it's going to be and how hard it already is for so many people, in an ideal world, I worked for Bernie for this reason. In an ideal world, a social democrat like Bernie Sanders gets elected. We get universal health care, a basic social democrat safety net.
And then everybody stands up and applauds.
Free education. And, our little, capitalist kingdom gets to tip along for another 100 years and save a lot of people from immiseration. I think that's what I was working for, along with so many other people in 2020. But what I learned was how unlikely that is. What I learned from experience. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I mean, your current position though is that people should divest from the Democratic Party. Isn't this sort of an energetic drain at minimum on the enthusiasm that it takes to be able to win elections?
How so?
Well, it seems that you're using your platform to encourage people to abstain or to vote third party or to sort of in general just give up on the Democrats. Doesn't that, like my experience is that in 2024 it was very difficult to advocate for Kamala Harris in public with a leftist audience because of the extreme
genocide,
genocide allegations, that you would then be accused of. I feel like I guess I don't see voting as like a symbolic expression of my virtuous stance on any particular issue so much as I do like a consequentialist calculation about what is the actual effect.
No, you don't. That's not what you're doing.
And the actual effect.
No, it's not what you're doing. You are treating it as a way to display your morality. You're not treating it in a consequentialist kind of lens.
Affecting Donald Trump has been disastrous.
Yes, and the actual effect of voting blue no matter who means that we get more right-wing presidents every time.
That's literally not... if people actually did it, if literally everyone on the left got on board with vote blue no matter who, Donald Trump would have lost. Probably by a decent amount. She probably would have swept all the swing states,
Both on the Democratic side and on the Republican side. And the only way to curb that ratchet effect would be to say, hey, Democrats, you absolutely can get my vote. My vote is absolutely gettable. And it's not because I'm asking for some crazy demand that's going to cause you to lose 3 other votes somewhere else. It's only upside. I have a plan for you, Democrats. Here's how you win. You oppose the genocide, you call it a genocide, and you say you're going to stop funding the genocide and follow American law, the Leahy law, which prohibits me from funding these war crimes to begin with. And you can win. How can you argue against that?
Because people have been making this argument my entire life. I mean, people argue about Ralph Nader in year 2000.
What argument?
The argument that by voting third party, there's an opportunity to meaningfully shift the Democrats.
But that wasn't what I just said, right?
To move left. Well, what
I just said is, hey, I'm a Democrat. This is what I was advocating for Democrats. If you want to be me, great. But if you're a Democrat, my argument is to say, and this is what the uncommitted movement was saying.
Well, you're not a Democrat. What?
My vote is up on offer. I want to give you my vote. I want to stop Trump. I want to give you my vote. And all you have to do is do this thing, which is going to make you more.
This is like an abuser tactic, bro. I don't want to hit you. I don't want to hit you. You know, like, don't make me do this. I don't want to strike you. And then as I'm striking you, you made me do this. I told you what was going to happen. You did this. You know, it is straight up abuser tactics.
Popular and more electable. And the Democrats said, no, I would rather lose than incur the wrath of my AIPAC donors or whatever else.
What credibility do you have to give advice to Democrats about electability and what's more popular? Where is your credibility for this? I don't understand what puts you in a... Like, you are literally like the least popular position in this country. Like, you have the smallest group of like similarly ideologically aligned people, you know?
Is at the root of our entanglement with Israel as a country, our military base that is the state of Israel.
But in order for this like blackmail message to be effective, like, doesn't it have to be the case that third-party voters are the determining factor in swinging the election, which you just said that they are not?
Not third-party voters. Like, people who decline to vote for Kamala Harris are not third-party voters.
Do the protest voters have the leverage to be taking the election hostage in this way?
Well, they quite obviously did, and that's why they don't want to release, arguably, the autopsy report, right? They quite obviously did. And if that becomes... Well, okay, sure. But what's not speculation is that we know that 29% of people who didn't vote for Kamala Harris in 2024, but who did vote for Biden in 20...
We don't know this. We don't know. It's a single survey from a group with a partisan leaning or an agenda. Like, they do have an explicit agenda. And so I don't know. I'm not familiar with their... I'm not telling you that their methodology is shit. But that's not enough for me. That's not like... That would be like if... you know, a welding union came out with a survey that said, you know, we surveyed this many people and we found out that like welding was the reason that, you know, 20% of whatever didn't vote in 20. It's like you would immediately be skeptical, right? Like maybe the methodology is sound, but it's like, that's one survey from a group, you know, Daz Vidani with $5. Color me shocked that the IMEU, the Institute for Middle East Understanding, had a Middle Eastern issue as its top issue. Yeah, I think any reasonable person would be like skeptical of that. Games for Kids with $2. Cut ties with Israel. Is this a serious person? I don't know.
2020 said that ending Israel's violence in Gaza was the reason, right? So if you're the Democrats and you have this option, a part of me wants...
Yeah, but my analogy was literally 1-to-1. Like, I just substituted a different group, you know? Or to be more realistic, like, let's say a climate group, right? Who's that big climate group? Rainbow Coalition or Sunshine or sun something with the sun and rainbows? I don't know what it was. There's some group that they do climate stuff, right? Let's say they came out with a survey and they said, you know, we surveyed people who voted for Biden in 2020 and didn't vote for Kamala in 2024. And we found that climate was the number one issue for 27% of people. Everybody in here would probably be like, wow, okay, well, you know.
Open one of these books and rifle through, because I remember at some point in, I can't remember if it's Original Sin or on 107 Days. I think it's Original Sin. There was reporting. And
okay, fine. I revise. Nobody else but me is allowed to do analogies for politics. I can't trust anybody else. I alone can fix this. Nobody else can do it. Don't trust anybody else's analogies. In fact, tell them not to, but I'm good. You never have to worry about that with me.
There's been ample reporting at this point, 2 years out, that internally, Biden understood. They understood how much this issue was hurting them. And they chose to ignore it. In fact, they chose to double down on it. Right? And I don't understand, like, at some point, Natalie, like at some point, I mean, is there anything that Democrats would do that you would say, If Donald Trump, if the 2016 version of Donald Trump were running against the 2024 Donald Trump on the Democratic ticket, would you say that we should vote for 2016 Donald?
You guys, I don't want to freak anybody out. Everybody be chill. It's not a big deal. She's just a normal person. But Contrapoints said that she would be down to have a conversation on stream. Everybody be chill. Everybody be calm. Just a normal person. Of course she wants to have a conversation with me. It's like, I deserve it. Oh, this makes me so happy. I have so many questions I want to ask her. I'm so fascinated by her. She's like, to me, one of the more fascinating people on the internet. I like, you know, like some people just command your attention. And when she speaks, I'm always like very curious to hear what she has to say. Okay, well.
Donald Trump, because his first term was better than his second term?
Okay, I mean, so I joke about like how I would vote for Satan to stop Donald Trump. There probably is a line. I've yet not found it yet of like what like moral depth to which I would stoop to stop Donald Trump.
So what does that mean?
Yeah.
And what is it? So play that out for me. What are everyone always asking me to play out my plan? Play out the consequences of vote blue no matter who, because you and others, I don't mean to put it all on you, but ask me what the timeline is. I got to this place because I started asking more centrist oriented people what the timeline is for Medicare for all. How long are we supposed to deal with the fact that 68,000 people die every year from a lack of health insurance? What's the timeline on that? And I had people come to me who were Medicare for all activists in the state of California, who were Bernie's Medicare for all.
The Trib with $10. Let's say the poll is relatively correct. I think it is much worse that leftists chose to shun marginalized people, not just in America, but the world for this. An anti-Israel campaign would hurt us. Yes. Yes. That was the point that I made on Twitter, and boy, did that ruffle some feathers. Wow. This one. I don't even think the stuff that I say is all that controversial, and I don't anticipate when some of the tweets that I do are going to kind of blow up and piss people off. This one didn't even feel like that crazy to me, but I said, as I understand things, the online left believes that the DNC autopsy would reveal that Gaza was the reason that Kamala lost. They seem to want this to be true. This is odd to me because I'm not sure why any rational person with a moral center would want credit for Trump winning. And boy, did some people sound off in the replies on that one. That one pissed a lot of people off. But it's true, though. They think that they think so. They want the leverage. Obviously, that's what she just came out and said it just a couple minutes ago. But they want the leverage of being able to say we can single-handedly stop the Democrat from winning elections. That's what they want. And in their minds, like they're going to get that leverage. And it's kind of like electoral terrorism. You know what I mean? Like, what choice did you give us? But they don't accept the responsibility for what they're actually threatening. They're not threatening a kind of passive thing. They're not threatening like some event that is just going to happen absent their inaction or action. What they are threatening is helping the Republican win the election. That is what they're threatening. That is the nature of the threat. That's the leverage. But they want the responsibility that comes from, or they want the recognition, the acknowledgement, the leverage that comes from being the reason that a candidate loses. And they only want that. But that's a package deal with helping the other candidate beat the Democrat. That's what that means. You're hurting Kamala by helping Trump. They only want the hurting Kamala, and then the helping Trump part of it, they wash their hands of it. Well, we told you what would happen. We warned you that this would happen. It's not my fault. I didn't vote. I've never said you should vote for Donald Trump. I've never voted for Donald Trump. They try to worm out of it and make it a more passive thing, but they're actively helping Trump. That's why I phrase it in that way. I'm no longer, anytime I refer to someone online, anytime I refer to someone who is abstaining on the left, who is abstaining or voting third party, I'm never going to say, oh, that person voted for Jill Stein. Or I'm never going to say that person just decided not to vote. I'm going to say that person decided to help Donald Trump win, because that's what they're doing. We need to get rid of the passive shit. We need to get rid of the passive language. And if they try to fight you on that, it's a losing fight. It's just fucking arithmetic. In any election, if you did not vote, or if you wasted your vote on a third party, that amounted to material support for whoever won the race by depriving their opposition of a vote. That's just the math. You can't escape the math. That's just is what it is. It would have been 10 versus 10 if you would have voted for the Democrat, you know, or, you know, and if it's 10 versus 9, you know, because you decided to vote for fucking Jill Stein or whatever, you have contributed the equivalent of like a vote for Donald Trump. That's just how it works. This is not a good point. It's just reality. I'm not making it up. This is not me crafting some elaborate thing. That like someone like Briahna Joy Gray and all these fucking idiots, these Green Party morons, they know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. Obviously, they know that their person is not going to win. Obviously. And so they know that by depriving the Democrats of support with their vote, they're helping Donald Trump win. They know that's what they're doing. That is what they're doing. That is what they're doing. They're knowingly doing it, but they never want to own that, because especially maybe they would have wanted to own it in previous generations when the Republican wasn't like this bad, but they especially don't want to own it when it's Donald Trump, because man, he got elected and bro, it was just, you know, we're fucking cooing Venezuela and doing, you know, fucking universal tariffs on all imports. Everyone's paying higher, like he's like arresting people for writing op-eds critical of Israel. It's just been the USAID stuff. It's just been so bad that of course they don't want to say like, well, yeah, we helped him win, but that's what they did. That is what they did. And so just, don't call it like them voting third party. Don't call it them abstaining. Just call it what it is. It is, and call it for what it is intentionally. They're helping Donald Trump win. She helped Donald Trump win.
Alls are, and their plans were minimum 20-year time horizons, saying that, well, the argument that was made to me was Gavin Newsom was going to get Medicare for all in the state of California, that he was going to become president, and that he was then going to bring Medicare for all to the entire country. Gavin Newsom doesn't even support Medicare for all anymore, obviously. Mm-hmm. And the state of California, with its overwhelmingly
she's unsurprisingly lying. He didn't promise Medicare for all in California. That doesn't make any sense. Medicare is a federal program. He promised, he ran on a campaign promise of single payer, that through a proposed program called Medi-Cal or something like that. Cal coverage. I don't know what it's called. And he got elected, and he has since not, like, he's not officially abandoned the policy, but he hasn't lent any kind of like support to it. He hasn't like used the governorship to push for it to happen. But there's another aspect to this, which is that the California state legislature, Democrats in the California state legislature, one Democrat in particular was like championing this policy in the state assembly, has been, he's given up on that fight. Like, he came out and said, we just don't have the kind of support that we need to pass the bill. Like, we just don't, like, he like the guy, the architect of the bill, the sponsor of the bill, like the person whose bill it was, came out and said, like, I'm giving up on this because there's just not enough support. And, you know, so in that context, it kind of makes sense that Gavin Newsom wasn't, you know, out there like stumping and trying to unless you want to make the argument that he could have single-handedly been the reason that the bill could have succeeded. I don't know enough about the bill to comment on that. Like, I think that single payer is a really Herculean effort for states to pull off. That's a really big program to implement, and that's not going to be easy to get passed even with a supermajority with Democrats. So yeah.
Democratic legislature has intentionally scuttled their CalCare program now multiple times.
Well, they intentionally scuttled it because they don't have the votes to whatever.
Including just recently. So at a certain point, let me maybe ask.
What you need to understand when you're having a conversation with someone like that is that she ascribes malice to that every single time. Every single time one of her preferred bills pass or doesn't pass, she ascribes a malicious reason for that. It's not that it's not that the bill didn't have enough support in the legislature. It's that they intentionally scuttled it because they don't actually want to do it, because they're just teasing voters. And for people like her, it goes way further than that. Like, actually, you know what? They're secretly in bed with all the insurance lobbyists and blah 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 blah. There's never any thought to just they just don't have the votes for it. Like, that's just not a thing that enters their mind. Like, in their minds, anything should be able to get the votes. And then we're getting into Green Lantern shit or whatever. But
ask it this way, Natalie. How much do you think that donor influence and corporate interests are determining the policies of the Democratic Party?
There it is. There it is. I didn't pre-watch that. This is because it's a live premiere. But you prescribe malicious intent to people who vote third party and abstain. Not every person who votes third party or abstains. Some people are just stupid. So it's both. So that's mean, but I mean it. I don't know what to say. I think it's stupid to not participate in elections. I think it's stupid. It's it is what it is. Some people are just stupid. Some people are just not really engaged in politics, or lazy, or or we have libertarians, not really listen, my uncle's a really smart guy. He's a hardcore libertarian, but I'll be nice about libertarians. I said people on the left. I said people aligned with people like Briahna Joy Gray. I said people on the left, the pro-Palestine online left. When they voted for Stein or abstained, they knew that what they were doing was helping Donald Trump win. That's what and they consciously, intentionally did that. That's the threat. That is what they're threatening. They want leverage, and in order to have leverage over someone, you need to be able to threaten them in some way. Leverage means you can hurt them if they don't agree to terms. That's what that word means. What is the nature of the hurt in this case for someone who is she hurting? Briahna Joy Gray. Well, according to her own words, they wanted to punish Joe Biden. Okay, how are you hurting them? By helping the opposition win elections, by helping Donald Trump. That's what the leverage is. This is why Hutch's point makes no sense. It's not a point. I am telling you that this is reality. I don't know how could you claim credit for Kamala's loss without claiming credit for Donald Trump's win? Explain that to me. These are just relationally necessary terms. The nature of Kamala's loss is Donald Trump's win. And so if you're hurting her, you're helping him. That is an inescapable, logical read of what they're doing. There's no getting around that. There is no getting around that. It is a package deal. If you want Kamala's loss, you get Trump's win. They go together. You cannot separate the two.
Well, they certainly have some effect. I think I maybe don't think they have quite the...
Including just recently. So at a certain point, I mean, let me maybe ask it this way, Natalie.
Yeah, bro. Pondering. Yeah, bro. Oh shit, Contra's debating the most annoying person ever. Miss LOL Supreme Court doesn't matter for elections. Joy Gray. Dude, I don't want to freak you out or anything, but Contrapoints said she'd have a conversation. I'm fucking fanboying right now. I'm nervous. I'm nervous just thinking about it. I shot my shot. I shot my shot in the DMs, and then she hit me back like very quickly and said, yeah, let's talk.
How much do you think that donor influence and corporate interests are determining the policies of the Democratic Party?
Well, they certainly have some effect. I think I maybe don't think they have quite the level of effect that you do, because yes, they have some effect, but they also, like, at the end of the day, do still need to get elected, right? So right. I don't think there's an infinite capacity for corporate influence. Like, there's a limit to how far you can push it where people will stop supporting you.
This is kind of my point.
That we stop interrupting her. Let her speak.
Saw that limit with Gaza, and they didn't care, right?
Like, Democrats have tried over the years to, like, I mean, Obama came fairly like with the Affordable Care Act, they came fairly close to getting not Medicare for all, but a single payer option.
Well, Natalie,
fairly close.
No, but they
being
did,
shot down by Joe Lieberman.
What do you mean they didn't? They just mathematically did. It's not up for debate. Like, Lieberman was not the only one that opposed this public option. I think there's evidence of a few others in the Senate that opposed the public option, but like 55, 56 senators were on board with the public option, but they didn't have the votes. They didn't have the votes. She blames that on the donors because that's the only this is the fucking populist brain rot that I'm talking about. This is your brain on populism. It's all the donors. It's all the corporations. It's all the, but what Natalie is saying is just true. You know, at the end of the day, you still have to win elections. And we have seen many, many times that insurgent candidates running against the establishment can win. Mamdani, AOC, Donald Trump, you know, Bernie Sanders, like, having as much support as he did. He didn't win, but, like, you know, he garnered a lot of support. You could argue, got relatively close in 2016, like closer than people thought. You know, hers was a pretty convincing win, but he surprised people with the amount of people that he was able to, you know, bring into his movement. What she's saying is accurate. Like, yes, and this is the other frustrating part of populists, is because they do touch on some things that are true. They touch on certain things that are true, and they kind of, like, there are elements of truth to the things that they're saying. Nobody would dispute the idea that money has a corrupt influence in politics. Nobody would dispute this. But in the populist brain, that's all it is. Like, you can buy literally every election. And therefore, like, none of her preferred candidates are ever responsible for their own losses. Nina Turner loses 2 primaries in one of the bluest districts in the entire fucking country. One of those times when she even outraised her opponent, she had more money than her opponent in one of those races, and she lost both. She lost both times to a slightly, like, to a progressive candidate who is, like, technically, like, to her right, but, like, slightly to her right. And it's not her fault, right? Because, like, again, the populist mind, all they can think of, it's just like, well, the fucking donors did it, bro.
Okay, but, like, why is it, Natalie? We know how slim the Republicans' margins are right now, right?
Yeah.
And yet they managed to do everything in the world. Why is it that Brock?
I also want to say that Natalie is doing a tremendous job of staying composed, despite the fact that this is pretty annoying. Like, Natalie, like, I feel like I matched Taylor Lorenz's energy, you know, in the beginning of our exchange. I wasn't cutting her off. I was letting her take as long as she needed to answer the question, whatever. She started to get flustered. She starts cutting me off. And then I matched that energy. Natalie's not even matching her energy right here. Like, Natalie is staying pretty composed and pretty calm, despite the, like, she has cut her off every single time Natalie's begun to start speaking.
Obama had a supermajority. When we say it was scuttled by Joe Lieberman, we're saying that he was the 60th vote in a supermajority. Yeah. And why is it that it seems to be the case that Democrats are always
rotating villain? I fucking hate it. She's hitting every ratchet effect, rotating villain, the donors. Like, she's hitting every single populist brain rot bullshit talking point that is in her arsenal in this. She's like fucking Thanos sending in the full army of whatever the fuck they were at the end of Endgame. Like, she's just throwing it all out there all at the same time.
1 or 2 votes shy from doing the thing that 75% of the country wants them to do. But Republicans always manage to push through the thing that only 20% of the country wants them to do.
Reverse Green Lantern. Ah!
Well, do you think that, do you really think that like Nancy Pelosi...
Literally this video is like, this video, I should like train with this video. Do you know what I mean? Does that make sense? Like, I should download this video and I should play it over like exposure therapy to grow like to be able to remain composed. She's hitting literally every fucking brain dead talking point that I've been talking about for fucking years in sequence. Like, I need to train. I need, this is going to be my punching bag.
Example, didn't want single payer. Like, I think that.
Sorry, I'm pausing way too much.
Doing the thing that 75% of the country wants them to do. But Republicans always manage to push through the thing that only 20% of the country wants them to do.
Well, do you think that, do you really think that like Nancy Pelosi, for example, didn't want single payer? Like, I think that she did.
Yes.
Like, I think that this genuinely was.
Don't.
You don't think that she did?
I don't think that Democratic leadership, Nancy Pelosi, whomever, I don't think that Democratic Party leadership wants single payer. Absolutely not.
I don't think that's supported by Nancy Pelosi's actions in 2010.
How so?
I would have to. We'd have to fact check this after the fact. But I think recall her making a fairly strong effort to achieve this, and eventually needing to create a compromise option in order to get Joe Lieberman.
I think they're conflating the public option with single payer here. But Natalie's point is still the same. It's just not this, because I don't think that Obama did not run on the ACA. And so I think Pelosi was definitely, I think the House did pass a version of the ACA with a public option. I could be wrong. Did the Pelosi-led House pass a version of the ACA that included a public option? What about single payer? I don't think that Pelosi tried to do single payer, because again, that was never on the table during Obama's run. The Pelosi-led House did pass an ACA bill with a public option, but it did not pass the single payer system. The public option was later removed in the Senate. Single payer was discussed, but never included in ACA legislation. Single payer was never part of the ACA legislation passed by the House. Pelosi did not support replacing the ACA with a single payer system and repeatedly raised concerns about its costs. So Natalie's wrong, but not in the way that she thinks, because I think she means the public option right here.
On board. But I think that, look, I do think that in the future, like, Donald Trump has proved that by acting in a sort of heavy-handed authoritarian fashion, it is possible to do a bunch of stuff that's not popular. Should the Democrats? Well, I do consider it a serious defect of the Obama administration that he was so, like, there was this mindset of like, oh, we need to be bipartisan and we need to constantly reach across the aisle, and like, yeah, I hate all of that. Obviously, I think a major lesson of the Obama administration was we do not go high. Don't do that. Like, and I think that I think Biden improved on that somewhat.
Captain Flavortown says Democrats are controlled by big money interests and largely oil and healthcare. Hutch thinks it's a brain dead talking point. Well, how do you explain the largest climate bill ever being passed on Biden's watch? How do you explain the appointment of Lena Khan, who passed a slew of, or adopted a slew of pro-consumer regulations? How do you explain the Biden administration being, without a doubt, the most pro-union president since probably LBJ? How do you explain all that? How do you reconcile that with like The party is literally controlled by big money donors. It's like you're doing the thing that she's doing, which is you're taking a reasonable premise that big money interests have a corrupting influence in politics, and you're taking it to the most extreme, which is like literally all of politics is controlled by big money interest. That is where I think you and people like Briahna Joy Gray overstep. You oversell.
There's room for still more improvement. Well, I think Biden did a number of things that were not, would not have been doable if you needed Republican cooperation. But I think that,
I'm not trying to be contrarian. I just want to know specifically what you're thinking about.
I hate all of that. Obviously, I think a major lesson of the Obama administration was we do not go high. Don't do that. And I think that I think Biden improved on that somewhat. There's room for still more improvement. Well, I think Biden did a number of things that were not, would not have been doable if you needed Republican cooperation. But I think that,
I'm not trying to be
the ARP, the IRA, the policies of not the NLRB. What was her official position within the Biden administration? The Federal Trade Commission. She was the chair of the Federal Trade Commission. Everything that she did in her post, the Consumer Protection Bureau, whatever it's called, what he was able to do with executive authority, why does this need to be explained? She's like, oh, like what? What do you mean? Well, they passed the ARP without a single Republican vote. What do you mean? Well, they passed the IRA, which was the largest climate bill ever, without a single Republican vote. Why are you asking a stupid fucking question?
Yeah. Contrarian. I just want to know specifically what you're thinking about.
Well, I'm thinking about Medicaid expansion and infrastructure bill, and it was more.
They did Medicaid expansion in both of those bills, and the IRA and the ARP massively expanded Medicaid, benefiting millions of people. But that doesn't matter to her, right? Daz Vidani with $5. 80-20 rule by itself was impressive. We codified into law that insurance companies have to pay 80% of their premium income on healthcare claims. Yeah.
Aggressive and getting some of these things done that I think Obama was.
So he was in the infrastructure bill example where he had.
Did you know that the infrastructure bill used to be $3 trillion and then it only ended up being 800 million? Well, yeah, that's fucking Manchin. And then oh, you mean another rotating villain? I already know where this conversation's gonna go.
The leverage comes from having the infrastructure projects that Republicans want, and because it was COVID and the country was shut down, and everyone needed the country to get going for capitalism reasons, right? So we took all of that stuff that even Republicans wanted to vote for, bundled it with a bunch of stuff that were Democratic priorities because they were social spending priorities, and then broke those two things apart so that Republicans could get what they wanted without having to do all the.
She's treating it like it's like an amorphous blob of Democrat. The Democrats, instead of doing it the one way, they split it up and did it this way. And it's no, why are we talking about it using these terms? It was one guy. Two if you count Sinema. I don't know what her position was on infrastructure. I'm pretty sure it was just Manchin that was holding up that bill, which was supposed to be Build Back Better, I think. I might be getting some things confused here. I'm pretty sure the infrastructure was part of Build Back Better. They wanted to do one big, beautiful bill, if you will. And then it was because of Manchin that they split it up into the infrastructure and the IRA. I could be mistaken, but I'm pretty sure that's what happened.
The Democratic, that was the Build Back Better bifurcation dance that even AOC called out, right? AOC, there was that whole rigmarole around how they were going to hold the line and that they weren't going to vote for the one package unless both packages, and then.
So I
predictably,
I agree with you that.
No, don't. Don't agree with her. It's fine. I got it. She's probably tired.
Yeah.
So that there's
you see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? Yeah, you see it. You see it. It's
there's a lot of room for a Democratic administration to be even more aggressive, and I agree that they should.
So why don't they? Why?
No. Oh no. Fuck. Son of a bitch.
Aren't they? What's the because people like me
literally Joe Manchin, literally one guy
often accused as being not having a material analysis, of thinking that we're going to win because of vibes. I feel very strongly that I'm doing the opposite. That when you just love Mamdani and love AOC, that's the vibes. I liked what they stood for and what they said, and now that they're in office, it's about asking, analyzing, and as someone who is in the media, pressing them on whether or not they're using the leverage that they have at their disposal to maximize the follow through on their.
She thinks like the Democratic Party just has endless leverage, but a senator like Manchin has, we're not even going to mention his leverage in a 50-50 Senate. It's so dishonest.
Campaign commitments, right? It's not about me loving them. My job is not to love Mamdani as much as he seems like a fun hang. I have nothing personal against any of these people, but I have to raise questions, right? Why does Zohran Mamdani endorse Kathy Hochul prematurely when she hasn't released fundraising, the funding to him that he needs to advance his agenda? Why does he?
Because she's a popular governor who doesn't have any serious challengers, and he's not a fucking moron, Briahna Joy Gray.
Come out and
consider the possibility that in politics you attract more flies with honey with, I don't know what the phrase is. Be nice, for Christ's sakes. Sometimes you get more by being nice in politics. You don't have to go fucking scorched earth on everything. In fact, a lot of the times doing that is fucking stupid and it serves no purpose, and it actually might hurt your chances of getting your agenda done.
Dissuade a challenger to Hakeem Jeffries when Hakeem Jeffries is one of the most vocal Zionists in the entire country. The leader of the Democratic Party bungled Democratic Party redistricting in New York in a way that cost Democrats seats in the House, and also did not support Zohran Mamdani's campaign even after he won the primary.
I mean, Jeffries literally did whatever. Who cares? Nothing matters. Whatever. Why am I even jumping in? It's fine. Whatever.
He said that he would vote for Hakeem Jeffries to be Speaker of the House prematurely, ostensibly without getting any concessions. If he has gotten concessions, why won't he be more forthcoming about what he was able to get with his leverage so people like me would leave him alone? Right? These are questions I think it's incumbent on us to ask, because we want him to be successful on his campaign promises, not just
you attract more shit with honey. That's what it is. Yeah,
successful in a person who has a job as a mayor who wants job stability. Right? I'm not invested in his job
stability. Once a politician gets elected, they have to engage with the reality of their situation. They need to cooperate with other people to achieve.
It's like talking to a fucking child. It's like explaining a basic concept to a child. It's like explaining to a 5-year-old that if you hold out an object and then release it from your grasp, it will fall to the ground. It's like having to explain, well, you see, Briahna Joy Gray, when you're an adult, in reality, you have to contend with certain realities. Whoops. Bilbo Laggins with 82 months. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Games are for kids with $2. This isn't real. This is a nightmare. Wake up. Sergeant Fatboy with 121 months. Ronnie Tsunami with 93 months. The trib with $2. Don't be a simp. W Contra combo, though. I just have a lot of respect for her. I have a lot of respect for her. I have a lot of respect for Natalie. I think she is a truthful person. I think we live in a time on social media of just the fucking most idiotic truisms are everywhere. You have supposedly respected people that are considered authorities repeating the most insane things casually. Nobody challenges them. Nobody presses them because they don't want to fuck with their engagement, or, they don't want to be bullied or whatever. They want more money because they get more clicks or whatever it is. I don't know what fucking motivates these people to repeat these nonsense claims that they do all the time. And I have a lot of respect for the fact that Contra doesn't fucking play like that. I do. I have a lot of respect for that.
Cooperate with who?
I don't think an elected politician cannot base all of their behavior around winning the recognition from people who are protest voters and probably didn't support them in the first place.
Did you? What did I? Can you steel man back to me what I wanted Zohran Mamdani to do with Kathy Hochul and why?
I can't. No.
Maybe because it's just not logical, The steel man for Briahna Joy Gray is she wanted Mamdani, who is in especially in her circles is seen as this like really popular like force of nature. And you know, the reality is like, I don't think he's as popular as like Adams was. Like, and no disrespect to Mamdani, I'm just saying like I don't think his approval numbers were as high as Eric Adams was when he was first elected. Like, I'm pretty sure Mamdani's approval numbers, they improved, but it's like between like 49 and 54% approval rating in New York City or whatever. Like, and so in her mind, but that doesn't matter to her. Like in her mind, Mamdani is like this like fucking guy who's just sweeping the nation and waking the country up. And he in her mind, he has all this leverage. And maybe in her mind, she thinks Hochul is like super vulnerable, but that's not true. As I understand it, Hochul ended up being a pretty competent governor and is decently liked in the state, and, you know, has good relationships with Albany, and, you know, is like doing a decent job as governor. And so, but she thinks that Mamdani has his leverage. And so she thinks that he should withhold his endorsement of her to extract more concessions, maybe on like taxing the rich or whatever, to like get better policies. Like that's the steel man, but it's just none of it works because number one, he's not as popular as she thinks. And number two, Hochul is more popular than she thinks. But yeah.
Okay. So I want to be really clear about this. So I'll repeat it. I'm not just wanting him to run around saying I'm the biggest Marxist ever, beating his chest and saying free Palestine. That's not my argument. My argument is that
what is your argument?
He fought for free buses, you know, free childcare, a number of policy priorities that were going to require funding from Albany, right? From the governor of the state. So when I raise concerns about him endorsing Kathy Hochul in her reelection bid during an election season, when there was her own lieutenant governor was challenging her, a lieutenant governor who came out and endorsed Zohran Mamdani early and who supported Zohran Mamdani's funding when Kathy Hochul was saying she did not agree with his funding priorities. I see that as Zohran Mamdani prematurely giving up leverage for something that he
doesn't have the leverage that you think he does. It's not real. It's like the leverage that you think you have, unlike national politics.
Says he wants, which is free buses. I'm with Zohran Mamdani. Let's get those free buses. But how are you going to get them when the governor of your state is saying that she doesn't believe in your policy agenda, and frankly also wouldn't even endorse you after you won your primary against an actual predator of Andrew Cuomo, right?
Yes.
So I feel like my ask is extremely pragmatic. How are you using your leverage?
It's not, though. Your math is off. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what numbers she's looking at in terms of, I don't know if she even gives a shit about approval numbers, like official approval numbers, when it doesn't fit her narrative.
To get money to do the thing that you say you want to do in New York.
I mean, that may have, so I don't know the details of this particular situation. That may be a valid criticism for all I know, but it does seem like, I don't see, it's hard for me to see like what you're saying as pragmatic when it seems like even the furthest left politicians that get elected in the United States, you sort of are not supporting because you see them as like immediately becoming compromised by this hopelessly corrupt system.
Not supporting? What does it mean to support? Is my job to support them, or is my job to get them to do my bidding because I'm the voter? I'm the constituent.
Well, did you
they deserve my?
Did you support Zohran Mamdani in the?
I did, and I had him on the show. I've had him on the show 4 or 5 times before most people even knew what his name was. Right?
Yeah.
I supported him because he was doing things like doing a hunger strike in support of taxi drivers who are being financially immiserated by the cost of their medallions and killing themselves in New York City. But more importantly, I don't support Zohran Mamdani. I support what he ran on. My job is not to support some random 34-year-old man who seems really nice. My job.
Her point still stands, though. Like, if you're not willing to support, and by support, I assume contra means at minimum, like, not undermine him, not deliberately like try to push a message that undermines him and undermines support for him in NYC, weakens him politically. If you can't manage to do that for probably he's got to be the most left-leaning mayor in the entire country. I mean, I would be really shocked if there was another mayor that was like more left-wing than him. And if you can't even do that with him, you're giving away. What leverage do you have? Like, if you're not, you have to build a relationship with someone. in order to like extract meaningful concessions. And it has to be kind of like a long-term project, a long-term relationship. And there's going to be give and there's going to be receive, and there's going to be, maybe some things take time. Maybe some things can happen immediately, but you don't just abandon that relationship and immediately start undermining that person because they can't immediately deliver on a policy that is not like straightforward to get done. It is not straightforward to just make all the buses free. There are very serious budgeting concerns on the order of hundreds of millions of dollars. Okay. And New York City needs to go through Albany for the tax policy stuff, for a lot of their budgetary stuff. It's not just a straightforward thing. And she's ready to just like immediately walk away or sever that relationship with Mamdani because he couldn't immediately deliver something, and because he didn't do something that was like fucking stupid, which is like withhold an endorsement for, like, look what happened, bro. Do you think that these things are not related? He endorsed Hochul, but then also she pulled him into her tent. She gave him credit, like a partial credit for a statewide subsidized childcare measure that they adopted. She didn't have to do that. Like, he wasn't a part of that. She had been working on that, as I understand, for years. And she brought him into the tent, had a joint press conference with him. She shared some of that credit with him to lend him legitimacy. You don't think that's related to the endorsement? Like, that is, like, to me, that was Mamdani being very pragmatic and understanding the political reality and understanding the give and take, and actually like getting like something that like boosts him as a result of that. Like, she's so stupid. I'm sorry. Like, where's the tweet, bro? It's this tweet, man. That's what it is. This is a real thing. This is a real thing. It's amazing how much leftist discourse is just them pretending not to understand things, thus making the discourse impossible. Like, this is real. This is a real thing. It's not a joke. It's not a meme. Like, this is 100% serious.
Is to support his agenda. And if he's acting in ways that don't seem to be in furtherance of his agenda, it's my job to ask why at the bare minimum as someone who's ostensibly sort of in the media, in the press.
Well, and it's your right to ask that. But I do feel that like this is like we're talking about this kind of feud between people on the very far left of American politics, right? Where I mean, and you can sort of do this. You can do this when it comes to especially something like the mayor of New York City, where it's like, yeah, I mean, New York City is on the far left of the American political spectrum. But when it comes to like a national presidential election, like this type of thing is like, so I don't know, don't you? I see this as like so far on the left end of the spectrum as to like sort of not be relevant to winning like median voters. So I feel like the focus on it is like a little bit.
To stay on this for a second, though, Natalie, I think what was frustrating to me, like when I listened to you in conversation with Joshua Citarella, part of what's frustrating is there's this caricature of my position, right? There's this caricature of.
I think she's going to appeal to various opinion surveys that show this or that policy having a lot of support with the national electorate. But again, I've made this point before. Opinion surveys can be instructive, but they don't amount to actual votes. Like, it's not enough that a country might have 75% of the people that support a certain policy. That doesn't mean that it has enough votes. And there are all kinds of things that like complicate that flow. And that's like a source of a lot of resentment for people. And I think like any government that becomes like way too out of step with their voters on certain issues, like that's going to create a lot of resentment, and that's like that feeds into populist waves and stuff like that. But I think like Medicare for All is like a really good example. Like, so they like to cherry pick certain polls about Medicare for All, and they like to cite this one poll that's like 72% of the country wants Medicare for All, including like 51% of Republicans or something like that. Number one, there's like very often problems with the polls that the answers to these polls change pretty dramatically if you just alter the language even just like slightly. In the case of Medicare for All, if you tell people that it comes with like a tax increase, then support for that policy like just plummets. But yeah, I don't think I need to expand on this more. if it's really the case that her policies are so popular and the candidates that she supports are the ones that are pushing these policies, then that really heavily indicates that her movement has a serious candidate quality problem. There's something going on with her preferred candidates, why they get blown out so often. If what they're running on is so popular, why are your candidates losing? But obviously in her mind, it's like the donors and the money and the donors and the money and the establishment and the donors and the establishment and the donors and the like it's, there's no reflection there. But
of the left's position, which says we just want to beat up on Zoran and AOC, right? Like we just are running on vibes. We're never happy. We don't want power. We want to endlessly critique power.
That's basically right.
And my view of it is we fought tooth and nail to get these people into power. And when they are in power, we would like them to use it. And I choose not to speak about liberals in this way because I don't know how constructive it is. And so many of them are kind of organically coming around to my position because of what they see the Democratic Party doing and not fighting and not being a resistance party. But I could easily characterize liberals as being exactly what you claim the left is, which is not caring about power, right? Because Zoran and them, they have power, but only caring about kind of abstractly sitting in those seats without actually wielding power.
I don't think that is a fair characterization of Contra at all. Contra has never said, like, don't do anything with power. Like, where is she getting this?
And that, to me, it's very frustrating because we should be on the same side, but I think there was this cartoonish caricature and an attempt to drain the substance out of the critique of the left that has us at cross purposes where I don't actually know that you disagree. Like when I outlined the specific critique of Zoran, it doesn't sound like you disagree with it. So is there something else?
No, I think she said she didn't know the particulars of what you said. I don't know why you're saying she conceded that.
That I'm missing here that's your critique of the left.
Well, so I think when you're critiquing specific things that Mamdani does or that Biden did or that like yes, of course it's within reason to criticize your elected officials and we all ought to do that. I agree. But I also think that what my frustration with the left is more that when it comes time to actually elect, the energy is so oppositional to like it's very difficult to build the kind of like momentum behind.
I think Natalie's talking about national races here. I don't know. I feel like there's a mismatch in the conversation they're having because I think Natalie's talking about like a presidential races here, and she's having a more kind of broad conversation, I guess.
When it's so much, I don't see this problem existing on the right where like you don't have I mean obviously Trump has lost a lot of his I think supporters in the last year. But like during the election,
much to her chagrin, I don't think she likes that, by the way, because it makes it easy for Democrats are on easy street right now, bro. It's like fucking super easy. Okay, we're just like we got the Konami code entered. It's just we're just fucking. We don't even need to do anything. Like to be honest with you, we don't need to do fucking shit right now. Like Donald Trump is doing all the work for Democrats right now, and we are gonna coast to a just blue tsunami in November. And I don't, obviously that's not great for her movement.
They show up for him and they form this kind of like unified, like, and some of this has to do with right-wing values around loyalty and submission and stuff. And I don't necessarily advocate adopting that, but I do think that, I mean, you don't even support Kamala Harris during the election. It's not like you say like okay, well, we'll get her elected and then we criticize. It's that when you're not even you don't even want to get her elected, then it's
because
it's
I have so
that's
much
where
less.
I see the criticism as being this like critiquing power thing.
Okay,
because it's
so,
like you don't.
Yeah.
You're
so
not.
Let's talk about
taking
power.
any
Let's
plausible
talk about
action to
leverage.
yeah. Okay.
Do I have more leverage against Kamala Harris before she's elected or once she's president for 4 years?
That's not the question you should be asking. That's the wrong question. What's the right question? She's saying, do I have more leverage before she's elected or after she's elected. But that's the wrong question. She's asking about the wrong thing. What should she be asking? The correct question, if you actually care about results and not just endlessly critiquing power, is how much influence do I have over Kamala Harris before she's elected versus after she's elected? Or how much influence do I have for a Kamala Harris that's elected president versus a Kamala Harris that loses and has no power? Well, you have no influence now. None whatsoever. You've willingly surrendered all your leverage, all of your influence. It's all gone because now it's Donald Trump and you're not going to be able to convince him to do anything. She can only understand things through an oppositional framework, which is exactly what Natalie just said. Her mind goes right to leverage. I want to be able to force them to do something. I want to be able to threaten them with something. She doesn't think in terms of cooperation. She doesn't think in terms of like give and take, dare I say, compromise, what you kind of need in a fucking democracy with 340 million people.
Well, in this, I mean, I see what you're saying, like as like a protest voter threat, but I don't know. Do the Democrats take that threat seriously, or is it tendency to instead? Because I feel like this is where I keep getting back to. I feel like a lot of Democrats feel that the protest voters are sort of unwinnable, are sort of like never happy, right? Whereas there are like centrist median voters that are more winnable.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
I think how has that been panning?
Correct. Yes. How has that been working out? We've won 3 out of the last 5 elections, lady. In the era of Trump, we're going to be 5 for 7 as far as like winning cycles. I think we're going to have a winning cycle in November. I think we're going to have a winning cycle in 2028. The better question, Briahna Joy Gray, how is your strategy working out for you? What are your results? Like, what have you gotten from this? I mean, that's the point that Contra's making. Well, you tried this. You tried this with Nader in 2000. I don't know if they tried this as much in 2008. I'm not really sure, but definitely tried it in 2016. Definitely tried it in 2020. Definitely tried it in 2024. Like, how's that working out for you?
Yeah, and it tends to be the reaction to losing an election.
And how is that panning out? Who are these centrist voters? So this is you're completely right. This is the Democrats' belief. They believe that if they take Liz Cheney,
God grant me the serenity, grant me the patience, the understanding, the composure.
The daughter of the architect of the Iraq War, to Dearborn, Michigan, America's largest Muslim population, and parade her around on the stage, that they are going to find some voter, some Midwestern war-loving voter.
Where were Liz Cheney's where were the 2 campaign stops that Liz Cheney did with Kamala Harris? I doubt it was Dearborn. Was it Dearborn? There's no way, right? Malvern, Pennsylvania, and Royal Oak, Michigan. Maybe that's near Dearborn? I don't know.
Who is so in love with Liz Cheney, a woman who lost her seat because she wouldn't subscribe to Trumpism.
You mean someone who literally put country over party? I'm going to lose it.
And that's somehow going to gin up votes for her, right? Like you're completely right. The Democrat, but this is where I would disagree with you. This is where I would just modify that a little bit. I don't think that the Democratic Party necessarily believes that there are more voters to be gotten in this like weird, socially liberal, economically conservative middle ground of people that I don't think really, exist in any big numbers. But I do think that they are fundamentally unwilling to go the economic populist route, because their donors won't allow it. And you keep asking me, which is a really good question, which is why does it seem to be so much easier for Republicans? And I think I would answer that in 2 ways. One, because Donald Trump is in fact.
Is this a recent debate? I thought it was live, but it was a premiere. I assume it happened somewhat recently.
Throwing meat to his base. He's saying we're going to go after immigrants. You know, they're the wrong kind of people. He's saying I'm going to be an anti-war candidate. It's a lie, but he's saying all of that stuff. And that's what his base wants to hear. I cannot fathom what the Kamala Harris or Joe Biden equivalent of that was. What did Kamala Harris run on?
I mean, a lot of the messaging was very pro-democracy. Like,
okay,
I think
so anti-Trump.
Yeah. I mean,
and no. Wait. I mean, in a way, yes, but it's another one of those things where it's like she thinks that this is a point that works in her favor, but really it's the other way around. Like Liz fucking Cheney understood how bad Donald Trump was, and she just did not. Full stop. Period. End of. Briahna Joy Gray did not understand how bad Donald Trump would be. And she has a pattern of doing this. There's a famous tweet from Briahna Joy Gray in 2016 where she downplayed the significance of the Supreme Court, which she couldn't, of all the things that she could have, like, she could not have been more wrong. You know, like the doomsday scenario played out, like RGB died like 6-3, bro. Like, you know, that was just the worst case scenario. Well, technically, I guess 7-2 might have been worse, but you know, she didn't understand back then. Maybe she's pretending like she doesn't understand. Maybe she's an accelerationist and she knows that he's going to fuck shit up, and she thinks that that's going to give her more of a path, you know, for like her movement or something like that. I don't know how her mind works, but Liz fucking Cheney understood that Donald Trump was too dangerous, and she understood that so much that she was willing to sacrifice her political career. And I think that Liz Cheney wanted to run for president one day. I don't think she wanted to stop at the House. I think she had larger aspirations. She was a very driven woman. Say what you will about her politics, but she was very ambitious, very driven. And she was able to see just how bad Donald Trump would be. And Briahna Joy Gray didn't. You know what I mean? I think, yes, it was anti-Trump, which right. I think probably, well, evidently it did not work. I mean, I think it appeals to someone like me who's concerned, like who's like deeply bothered by Trump and by January 6th.
Well, it appeals to people who are already going to vote Democrat no matter who.
But
so
it doesn't, it's not a
kitchen
table issue. I agree.
Right, so it's fundamentally...
that should probably not be the focus.
It's a waste of, it's a waste of everybody's time, because the people who that appeals to are...
It should appeal to you, is the point, you fucking child. It should appeal to you. What Donald Trump did on January 6th, the threat that he posed literally to like the fabric of democracy, should have appealed to you. And it didn't. It didn't matter to you. It didn't matter. It should have. You should have taken it seriously. And you didn't. And here we are.
Are gonna vote Democrat no matter what. No matter what. So who do you actually need to get? You need to get me. You need to get the Muslims in Dearborn.
But like,
you need to get some
anti-war.
I mean, me personally, it's like, I don't think that it's useful to talk about me because I live in Washington, D.C. because I am someone. Right, but I just mean the royal me.
The royal you.
What you needed to. Right, so it's fundamentally...
that should probably not be the focus.
It's a waste of... Yes, it's a waste of everybody's time, because the people who that appeals to are gonna vote Democrat no matter what. No matter what. So who do you actually need to get? You need to get me. You need to get the Muslims in Dearborn.
But like,
you need to get some
anti-war.
I mean, me personally, it's like, I don't think that it's useful to talk about me because I live in Washington, D.C. because I am someone... Right, but I just mean the royal me.
What? What?
What you needed to get was the millions of voters that voted for Joe Biden in 2020, that declined to vote for Kamala Harris in 2024, and who said the number one reason they did so was the war.
I mean, listen, I take her point. I understand whatever.
In Gaza.
Yeah,
that's what you need to get.
Like I feel that the 2028 primary will decide this. Like, but I also think that again, just like looking at the history.
Well, I mean, it will. I mean, the voters will decide who becomes the nominee. It's just, that's what's going to happen, you know?
The history of Democratic Democrats losing elections. Like usually when the Democrats lose a presidential election, the next candidate is further to the right and not further to the left.
Yes.
Right. And that after 12 years of Reaganism, you got Bill
And why
Clinton.
is that?
After,
Why is that?
When Gore lost in 2000, you got John Kerry. When Bernie Sanders lost in when Hillary Clinton lost in 2016, you got Joe Biden. I mean, why is that? I think it's because the Democrats pivot to attracting centrist voters.
Right. And why do we allow them to do that
Right.
when it repeatedly causes...
What does it mean we allow them to do that? I don't know what that even means. What? I don't even, what a way to frame it. Like, they're doing it because they think the center voters are gettable and you're not. Like, that's her whole point, bro.
Them to lose.
But it doesn't cause them to lose. Like Bill Clinton.
Did Hillary
won.
Clinton win?
No, Hillary Clinton didn't win, but Hillary Clinton was coming after 8 years of Obama.
Exactly. And Bill Clinton...
No, you missed the point. Obama won twice. Clinton won twice. Biden won once.
Won because he
But
came
Biden
coming
won.
after 8 years of Reagan, right?
Yeah.
Like a friend of mine said this once. I think it was Pete David. It was someone over at Current Affairs who said this to me once. Maybe it was even Nathan. That the candidate that wins every year, they characterize it as the most Jesus-like candidate. I would characterize it as the most like outsider, sort of Messiah-y candidate. Is the person who was able to frame themselves as the biggest outsider wins.
I mean,
right?
Well, I mean, and sometimes like that was not the case for George H.W. Bush. Not even the case really with Reagan. I mean, he had been the governor of California. Definitely not the case with, well, Carter. Yeah, Carter a little bit. Definitely not the case with Nixon. I mean, JFK, you know, he was a senator. So like, I don't, you know, like, but Biden didn't run as like an outsider. George W. Bush did not run. Her analysis is just all fucking off. Like, she's just wrong. She's just factually wrong on the things that she's saying. And she just like conveniently ignores like all the times that the Democrats won in the 21st century.
Right. Yeah, if I agree that for the last like 20 or 30 years, like there is a tendency, there's like an anti-incumbent bias.
Right.
Where like the people want a change and so they vote for the other party.
Right. So the problem is that phenomenon gets confused with the sort of electoral viability of centrism. So Bill Clinton wins doing third way triangulation, basically running as a Republican who...
It's a little more complicated than that. I mean, he was, again, man, he was running on literally like universal health care. Like, I mean, Clinton passed the chip bill. It was a bill to address kids in the country. Like, we used to have a system in this country where like fucking 10 million kids just didn't have healthcare coverage. And his policy, I think, is the reason why 11 million children today have healthcare coverage. So like, it was a mixed bag. Like he was pushing some like economically progressive policies, but he was also running on like tough on crime, law and order, cracking down on illegal immigration, you know, tougher sentences and stuff like that. Like he wasn't just neatly one thing or another. He, you know, but of course in her mind, he's like, he doesn't want to end capitalism. So he's basically a Republican. We killed it with 91 months. Hutch just hates leftist women. No, I don't. That's not true. Hedonic with $2.
He's from the South and pretends to be a black person because he's, you know, plays the saxophone or whatever. And that gets interpreted as third way neoliberal triangulation works. And the Democrats have been doing that.
It just objectively did work. I don't know what to tell you. Like, what do you mean? Like, it did work. That's why he did it. And that's why he won re-election.
For the last 40 years.
Didn't it work?
Yes.
Well, no, because what we just described was that 8 years after 8 years of one, we're going to get the other. That the person who there's a kind of incumbency disadvantage when it's one party has been in power.
It's easy, you guys. Don't you see? All you got to do is just win every election. Don't you know? That's the standard. If you're not winning every it's like she literally has a Ricky Bobby. Her political analysis is like Ricky fucking Bobby in Talladega Nights. If you ain't first, you're last. Like, just maximally, you know. If you ever lose, if you ever have a losing election cycle, that means you never win.
For a long time, is blamed for everything that's going wrong in the world, and so whoever is on the other side is gonna win. Like, we just agreed that that's the case, right? We just agree that that's a phenomenon. And the problem,
I don't think it's like inevitable.
I think you're massively simplifying something that is a little bit more intricate.
But I think it's a tendency.
it's not necessary. I mean, sure, but we just both agreed, did we not, that that's been the case for basically the last 40 years.
Yeah.
So that being said,
well, 40 years, yeah. If you go back like 50, 60 years, no, Republicans were kind of dominant for a minute there.
it feels like what it seems like is the same people who elected Bill Clinton are still advising the Democratic Party. You got James Carville still on TV saying the same thing he's been saying since then, no matter how many times he's been proven wrong, no matter how many times Hillary loses Obama and then Hillary loses to Donald Trump. Joe Biden, I would argue, narrowly wins in 2020, largely because of COVID and people's lack of faith that Donald Trump can manage this global crisis and people feeling really in danger.
When Democrats win elections, it's never on the merits of the campaigns that they run. When Republicans win elections, it's because they're all powerful. When Republicans lose elections, I don't even know. Who the fuck do they blame when... Well, I guess it's the inverse of when Democrats win elections. Like, it's just like the whole worldview is so fucking... It is a caricature. It is a character. Her brain has just crystallized into thinking about things in a particular way. And none of it makes any sense when you interrogate it honestly.
And their health is on the line and they just need someone normal and sensible back in the White House. And then you get a Joe Biden. And then you see how fragile that coalition around Joe Biden was 4 years later. Right?
Yes. Well, but so you seem to think that the solution to this is to like for if the Democrats pivot to the far left, that there's this like available
the far left
base. Well, by
is
Democratic
not supporting
Party
a
standards,
genocide as far left
by Democratic Party standards.
Well, isn't that quite the admission?
Pisco. Sorry, I shouldn't say. She's doing a Pisco. Oh, I'm sorry. Opposing genocide? That's far left. Now she knows she's far left. I don't know why she's doing this. Like fucking around with the language here. Like obviously you're far left. Obviously that's what you're saying.
Well,
isn't that quite the admission that we have a far right Democratic Party?
Now she's pouncing.
If something like ending a genocide is considered to be far left.
Well, I don't think necessarily that particular issue, but so
Medicare for all, raising the minimum wage.
I don't know. To be clear, I don't necessarily think any of that is far left, right? But like,
it's populist. It's centrist politics.
Yeah.
No, don't give her that. That's not true. Come on, stop it. What are we doing here?
But your position seems to be that like there's this sort of
Medicare for all and like, you know, a $25 an hour minimum wage is not centrist. Please, for the love of God, Oh God, we can't get away from this word, bro. This fucking word. It's just destroying the discourse.
Available untapped voter base that will manifest if the Democrats, run on these issues. But why doesn't that voter base manifest in the primaries? I guess is my question.
Well, you refuse
the donors. It's the donors. It's the money. It's AIPAC. It's the establishment. This is another good pause screen right here. This is like, honestly, this image right here is like what I conjure in my mind thinking about like this discussion. Because it's obvious that Natalie is thinking and speaking like a grown-up, and the subtle ways that her frustration comes out at times I find kind of endearing and charming. It's like the most frustrated you're going to get out of Natalie is like a quick little and then she like says what she needs to say. And then meanwhile over here you got like, oh, I'm sorry, opposing genocide is far left now. That's like, no, obviously that's not what she meant, bro.
You to acknowledge the riggedness of the primaries.
Yeah.
You refuse to. So I don't know what to tell you.
That the primaries are rigged, but I just
it's not my position. It's the people who rigged the primaries position. They were openly admitting it at this point, Natalie.
I feel the argument that the primaries are rigged is like, I feel like the evidence does not rise to a level where I feel like rigged is an appropriate description for what happened.
Well, how would you like? Frankly, I use the phrase finger on the scale when I first brought this up in our conversation. Yeah. Oh, so I don't need to use the term. If that is just a semantic issue, then we don't have to use that word.
Again, to go back to 2020, so there's a sort of minor conspiracy of center left candidates dropping out so that Joe Biden gets all of the voters available to.
A conspiracy is something that is done in secret. They weren't exactly. It just happened, they just did it, right? They just backed out. A secret plan by a group to do something unlawful or harmful. It's that's not what happened. They just agreed to drop out and endorse Biden.
That strategy simply would not work if the more progressive candidate Bernie Sanders had, if there were just simply more voters for the progressive candidate than there were for the center left candidate. But that turned out not to be the case.
Correct.
Yeah, I think, there's a few things that happen. As you are aware, many fewer people vote in primaries than in general elections. And
here comes the cope. Dude, that is the job. I don't care. Who cares? What point are you making with that? It doesn't matter. This is the job. Okay, great. It's a smaller electorate. It's a smaller group of people that are voting in primaries. Fine. I accept that. It's still the job. Your job is still to get more votes in that election.
To be more plugged in, conventional media, mainstream media watch.
So you're telling me that your cohort or your group of people are not engaged politically? That's bad. Do you think maybe one of the reasons why your particular kind of ideology and those people don't vote in more primaries, do you think it's maybe because you spend all your time talking about how it's fucking pointless because it's rigged? Do you think maybe that is a part of this, Briahna?
Watching folks who are tuned into their MSNBC every day, and exactly the people who are getting the overwhelming message that someone like Bernie Sanders is not electable, which we know not to be true.
But in
terms of the head-to-head polls with Trump.
This is a problem that ought to be solvable by generating energy to vote for more progressive candidates in primaries.
Okay,
right?
now we're talking about the same thing.
If it's Kamala
Are we? Are we?
Harris's fault that she lost in 2024, then isn't it also kind of Bernie Sanders' fault that he lost in 2020?
What do you mean? How do you mean?
Well, by failing to generate the energy or to
well, yes, but here's the problem. Here's the problem.
Campaign in South Carolina or whatever.
Well, actually, Bernie is a Zionist, and I never even really liked him all that much.
What we think is the condition that Bernie would have to meet to win.
The problem of how to overcome.
What is your heart rate at? Don't get too worked up. It's pretty high. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's probably 110, 115.
The media. And I don't want to overstate. I really want to say $70 million worth of earned media that came out of Biden's South Carolina win. Bernie fundraised everybody in the race, but there's only so much you can do about the entire media infrastructure hailing Joe Biden as the king of the blacks and the ultimate winner of the election after winning one southern state that's a red state that actually has no bearing on the outcome of the general election, right?
It doesn't. It's obviously a very important state in the context of the primaries. What she said just doesn't even really matter. It's true. A primary race is going to require a different kind of strategy than a general. And the candidate that's going to be successful can be adaptable and can do what they need to do and get what they need done in this context over here, and then switch gears and have a different thing over here. That's just a packet. That's what you have to do to win. So it's well, it's different. Well, who cares? What are you even saying? Well, if it was different, then we would win. Well, what does that mean? Figure it out. What do you think the job is?
What to do about that is a huge problem that dovetails with our enormous media capture problem that we're dealing with right now with respect to Israel and Gaza. I will say that Israel and Gaza is
Dasvidania, how did she turn this conversation into about Israel? I'm going to lose my mind right now. What the fuck? What? As opposed to the very important general election states, Iowa and New Hampshire. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Yeah, good point.
That despite the overwhelming control of the media by these corporate interests that are now explicitly owned by Zionists
Bro, it's crazy. They think it's like an I win button. She can tell that they're veering into a part of the conversation that it's not these are not easy things to answer for her. It's like hard. Like Natalie is asking completely appropriate questions, obvious questions, highlighting obvious problems with her whole analysis about like basically everything. And so her mind just like, oh, fuck, I need an escape valve. Israel. Oh, you know what? Fucking the Zionists control the media. So, you know, what are you going to do? It's like, and they think it's like an I win card. You know what I mean? Like they can just bust it out as like, well, they're not going to be able to fight me on this because Gaza, you know.
Too many outlets, too many forms.
It's just funny to watch how her brain works in real time like that. That's
like Bernie fundraised everybody in the race, but there's only so much you can do about the entire media infrastructure, hailing Joe Biden as the king of the blacks and the ultimate winner of the election after winning one southern state that's a red state that actually has no bearing on the outcome of the general election, right? There's only, I mean, what to do about that is a huge problem that dovetails with our enormous media capture problem that we're dealing with right now with respect to Israel and Gaza. I will say that Israel and Gaza is demonstrating that despite the overwhelming control of the media by these corporate interests that are now explicitly owned by Zionists in...
Oh my God. Do you understand what she's saying? Okay, you know what? I'm willing to... I don't like to... She might be an anti-Semite. I'm just saying. It's possible. The evidence is rising. You know, well, how do you expect Bernie to win when the Zionists control the media? Jesus fucking Christ.
Too many outlets and too many forms.
And Natalie knows what like Zog is. She's very, very familiar with. I feel like Natalie is like definitely holding back a little bit. And you know what? I respect it. I think it's working in this kind of a setting.
That I could count, that it hasn't managed to keep a grip on public opinion. So it's a really interesting thing that we're seeing right now, that for the first time, there's some kind of messaging that has overcome the media. That being said, it's going to be a longer term struggle for folks like Bernie Sanders working within the Democratic Party, especially to figure out how not just to overcome the party's messaging.
So help Republicans win elections like in the meantime until they figure it out, like that's a defensible strategy.
But the fact that they will never be able to be seen. I mean, right now, Natalie, you have a Green Party candidate for governor. It's a first to past the post system, right? So it's not like a spoiler argument. It's a jungle primary. You had all the Democrats, the top 3 Democrats before Swalwell dropped out, polling at 10%. You had the Green Party candidate polling at 5%, and the Democratic Party sued to get him off the ballot because God forbid he actually participate in a debate. And the people of California, ostensibly our most
fuck the Green Party, sue them off every ballot. I don't give a fuck.
Liberal state who would be open to something like this, actually hear someone who supports Medicare for all in Gaza. But they simply undemocratically sue to get you off the ballot to preclude Americans from even finding out about you. I heard you tell Joshua Citarella that you think there's something kind of masculine and sort of like man-coded about the antipathy toward the Democrats and people like Hillary Clinton and the kind of drive to be...
She's just short-circuiting here. I don't even know. Zionists, Gaza, Medicare for all.
Be contrarian and vote green. And
the Democratic Party's challenge centered on whether the Green Party candidate had been legally and properly nominated under state law, with Democrats arguing that the Green Party's replacement process violated statutory requirements. The question refers to a Montana case. I don't even know what she's talking about with California, in which the Montana Democratic primary sought to remove the Montana Democratic Party sought to remove the Green Party's U.S. Senate candidate from the ballot. The dispute was not about policy positions or ideology. It was about whether the Green Party followed the legally required nomination procedures after replacing a candidate. According to court filings and reporting, Democrats argued the Green Party's newly appointed candidate was not validly nominated under Montana Code annotated 1336-102, which governs how candidate nominations may be contested and how parties may replace candidates who withdraw or die. They claim the Secretary of State improperly certified the Green Party candidate despite procedural defects in the nomination process. Democratic Party sought a preliminary injunction to keep the candidate off the ballot while the legal challenge proceeded. And then that was initially rejected. It was appealed to the Montana Supreme Court. And I don't know what happened with that Supreme Court. I don't know what she's talking about in California.
And what have you, which as one of the country's most famously hated Green Party voters, I took some issue to that, especially since I voted for very much a woman, Jill Stein, twice now, right? And Nina Turner is also a famously hated Green Party voter.
Dude, she is flailing right now. Doing unironic id poll now. Like, she is flailing. My queen Contrapoints. I don't know if I've ever seen Briahna Joy Gray flail like this before.
Susan Sarandon is a famously hated Green Party voter.
No, I think that the Green Party is also somewhat feminine coded. I would agree with that because even the concept of a Green Party as being sort of initially like an environmentalist party. Environmentalism is a feminine coded issue, right? So that's not necessarily who I was talking about. I guess. Sorry, I still am tempted to bring this around because it does seem like. So it seems.
I'm sorry, man. I just find her so charming. You know, like, I fucking flip out and get veiny head, like veiny forehead. And the most you ever see her get flustered is her just going, and then she calmly, goes with them.
It's like when a center-left candidate like Kamala Harris loses a general election, you seem to place all the blame for it on them. When a more progressive candidate like Bernie Sanders loses a primary.
Did they announce Stranger Things 6? What the fuck? Did I just get Facebooked? I think I got Facebooked. God damn it.
You blame the media. I mean, like, why isn't it not also sort of Bernie Sanders' fault for not?
Well, I think I did.
Why is it not also sort of the media's fault for Kamala? Because I mean, the media did also obsessively focus on Joe Biden.
Well,
like, there's all kinds of things that you could say about. Yeah.
Okay, a couple of.
I don't know why you're laughing. She's making a fair point. The media was absolutely like, I don't know. Joe Biden might be literally brain dead. It's possible. Let's do like every week is a new op-ed from a major news publication, basically lending legitimacy to the idea that Joe Biden was literally demented. Jake Tapper wrote an entire fucking book about it. And so you don't get to say like, well, how do you expect Bernie to win if, like the media is against him, so that's why he lost. It's like, okay, well, if you're going to throw that excuse out there for Bernie, why does it not apply to Biden in the same exact way for different reasons? But
couple of things. It's different when the media lies versus when the media tells the truth. And what the media.
Oh my God, you guys. I swear to God. I don't know if I have it in me to. There's a lot more to go with this. Fuck. I don't think I can. I think I got to split this up, you guys. This is a long interview, man. What the fuck? 2.5 hours. I love it. We still didn't even watch the first like hour and a half. Yeah, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna end it. I do have to call around, fucking set up an appointment for my potentially cancer-ridden cat. And I got some other shit I gotta get done. So yeah, let's call it there. I definitely want to finish the rest of this interview. There's like an hour left and like an hour at the front. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I appreciate it. Booler with $2. Thank you. Appreciate it. I think I got everybody. I'm pretty sure. Thank you to everybody who donated and did memberships and subscribed and all that stuff. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to start. Today I had an appointment. Started at 9. Tomorrow should be early again. Should be about 8, ideally 7:30. And yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye bye.